Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11. 9/11. Only thing I know about the song that I think is really funny. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. What a fucking holy fucking what the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is awesome broadcast coming to you live from cloudy and yet still not super cold California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. Now, it's obviously a depressing Monday because it's gloomy out here, but I'm still having a pretty good time. That's right. That's why I had to hit you with a fuck it intro. But I'm live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a great one, no matter where you are in the world. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, and boy, oh boy, ever since I fucking took out Twitter from my rotation on the application, I feel like I've opened up so much free time on my phone to do like more productive shit. You know what I mean? Anyway, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, and a little bit of that personal news revolves around what I've been doing in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. First and foremost, finally, the guy liner is gone. Let's just start there. That was crazy. I had like a 3-day run with this thing. It's gone, luckily. Holy moly. End of an era, to be honest. Yeah, I am not gonna lie. It was a lot. The guy liner was. It was a lot because I walked into the gym this morning. How'd you get it off? I used so many makeup wipes. I think I basically scrubbed it off, if we're being real. I think I basically scratched it off. Big dog's going emo, doesn't work. Lol, I tried it, feels strange. My trainer was telling me about how like he went to school with one of Nicolas Cage's children, and his kid, I found this out, was like 6'4", 250 pounds, wrestler, and fucking massively emo. He was saying that that's the only other person I've ever met that's like ginormous and like emo as hell. Someone said, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. So like that's the only time that's ever happened. That fucking rules. I know. He's so funny looking. I looked him up afterwards. Like, you have to be kind of twink sized. In order to fucking make this emo shit work, you have to be kind of twink sized. How won't the tattoos come off? I've been exfoliating to try to get the tats off. It's not working, but at least the guy liner's off now. So there's that. It's also pretty funny because like I realized that, not to get all, a toothpick changes everything, but like a toothpick literally does change everything. And what do I mean by this? Like the guy liner, shaved beard, and the neck tattoos, automatically, this is something I wear all the time, right? And the nails. But this is something I wear all the time. But when you combine all of those things together, all of a sudden, this thing that I normally wear like quite frequently turns into like an entirely different outfit. Like, what's this guy trying to say? What's he doing here? Why is he throwing these vibes out? You know what I mean? It's just what is going on here? Shaved, you look like Lester the child molester. What the fuck? Maybe I look like I'm about to get child molested, unless you mean like why? Yo, Twitch chat can say anything on the planet and someone will say true. Like no matter what happens, Twitch chat, there's always a guy in there. Twitch chat is the perfect place where there will be a dumb bitch that will say, "Oh hell yes, true sis," to like the dumbest thing someone has ever said. Anyway, but why are the tats still on, bro? Because they're a part of me. They're a part of my identity. Okay, so what was I gonna say? Oh, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. And last night I ended the broadcast and I did something crazy. Hold on, I gotta turn off the not turn off. What am I saying? I think I gotta close my window because the landscapers are fucking cooking outside right now. I can't even hear myself think. But
tapping, I cannot.
But I'll tell you this much. Ended the broadcast and I saw that I ended the broadcast. I dropped an absolute dime piece of a banger of a tweet, and then I never actually looked at it ever again. Can you guys hear them? Can you guys hear the landscaper in the outside? Came in to see the hardest job in the world. Hell yeah, baby. Hardest job in the motherfucking world. Okay. Anyway, that tweet cooked, dude. Switching from Twitter doom to TikTok posting is going to be so good. Yeah. So many people in the QRTs crying like, you're not in on the joke. Stop this. Yeah. So I realized like, this is my new arc, my new era. I just fucking, I just Kobe this shit. Okay. I go, Kobe, drop a dime and then peace out. Just light the fucking room on fire and then just like leave the room, which is precisely what I did. And then this morning I found out that it actually blew up. So great. Yeah, Slatty, you kind of cook too, I'll be honest. So that's what I'm gonna keep doing. I'm just gonna fucking not be on Twitter that much. And it forces me to like actually read news articles directly, which is annoying. Because like the aggregation, I have not been able to figure out a good method to like aggregate news stories. Because the news app is dog water. It's just really, really bad. You know what I mean? The news app on the Apple News app is just shit. It sucks. Reddit, I would rather actually video game myself. That's insane. Thank you to Macy's for the playlist. So we're gonna be talking about some serious stuff today. We're gonna talk about Aaron Bushnell. Yes. Before everybody, did you talk about Aaron Bushnell? Did you talk about Aaron Bushnell? Yes. Like, I don't know why you think I'm not going to talk about an active duty U.S. Air Force service member who fucking self-immolated outside of the Israeli embassy. Like, are you guys okay? Are you all right in the fucking brain? Like, of course I'm gonna talk about it, man. It's a huge story. Like, calm down. Like, I have a way of going through it. Okay, I know mainstream media is whitewashing it and ignoring it. I know. We're gonna talk about it. Probably for the best. I've been seeing dummies in the replies anger posting about you getting news on Twitter like they don't. Yeah, I do get my news on Twitter. Of course I get my news on Twitter. That's where news used to break. Will you be making a Blue Sky account since you quit X? No. And I didn't quit Twitter. I'm still on it. And I'm not, this is not one of those like, I want people to understand something. A lot of people will always be like, oh my God, like I'm done with Twitter. And then they like tweet about it. And it's like, they're not fucking departing Twitter at all. And I'm not going on Blue Sky. The reporters are still on Twitter. I'm still going to fucking use Twitter, especially when I'm live. I'm just not going to use it offline as much due to the fact that I don't have it on my phone. I realize that it's just like, I'm literally not only doom scrolling, but I'm doom scrolling, hate scrolling on Twitter. Twitter as an entire platform, for me in particular, had become like just a right-wing shithole. I think it is a right-wing shithole in general, but it has become like an even bigger right-wing shithole for me because like that's what I interact with. Like I'm not leaving Twitter. I'm not doing that. I'm leaving Twitter shit. No. Also, I'm not going on Blue Sky either. So those are not things that are happening. Anyway, so what was I going to say? Yeah, I got a little I got a little derailed here, but what I was going to 2 days without politics, man, content, we're itching for it, man. You guys need to fucking dial it back. You're so annoying. Stop. Man, the app shows me shit I hate. Yeah, well, for sure. So anyway, I ended the broadcast last night and I played Helldivers. I played Helldivers with Sea Dog Va. Iron Mouse, and Selbit. I saw Sea Dog Va, Iron Mouse, and Selbit were playing Helldivers, and it was a 3-stack, and I was like, oh my god, you know what you need? You need a fourth in this threesome. You need a fourth guy to fucking come in and save the day. That's what you need. So I did. I played with them, and it was a lot of fun. God, I love Helldivers. So much fun. You were fucking farming, bro. 80% accuracy type shit. Yes, I was popping off pretty hard. It was only to impress Iron Mouse, honestly. That was what it was. And also because Connor was talking shit. Connor was like, oh, is he good? Is he good? We need a good person. We can't get another person to carry.
I see a single thing on my screen.
You're getting ass blasted by oh my god, there's 3 chargers here.
Oh, watch out.
Oh,
I was indeed getting ass blasted.
Whoa, what the fuck? I'm on fire!
Oh, sorry, Hasan.
You brought me.
Oh my god.
Bro, you just ragdolled me.
Bruh, I set him on fire. I'm sorry.
She just directly napalmed me. There was another really funny moment where she basically, I was standing next to her and I was watching her. Obviously you can't see it from my perspective because I wasn't streaming, but I saw her literally reinforce Connor directly on top of explosives. Like I saw her run, stop, look directly at like the explosive mines and toss the fucking reinforcement into the explosive mines. It was awesome. Even though Connor did end up getting back at us by fucking nuking us at the end of one of the drops that we were about to get extracted, and he just nuked all of us. But yeah, it was so much fun. Regardless, I did that, and then I made myself my brekkie sando as I always do. Woke up in the morning early, took CHAYA to the gym and worked out. And while I was working out, since I'm on my new like TikTok arc, okay, I made another TikTok video, chat. That's right. I made another TikTok video, and I think this one's a banger. I honestly, dude, I'm gonna be so slutty this summer. It's not even gonna be fun. It's not gonna be fun. It's not gonna be funny. It's going to hurt souls. It's gonna hurt feelings, I think. I just straight up posted like shirtless workout stuff. TikTok arc lol, you're cringe as fuck. Yes, Poon Slayer. Brother, you're in a Twitch chat and you chose, out of all the usernames you could have chosen, you chose Poon Slayer. Come on, dog. You could have, I mean, there's no way you can write that wrong, okay? You just can't do that. You can't write that wrong because no matter what happens, you're still writing in a Twitch chat. Like we are cringe. All of us, we're cringe. Just embrace it. Oh Jesus, no. So time for the slutty show on Twitch, the In the Tub with Austin show. I'll do In the Tub with Austin show when I get to the perfect body fat percentage. Okay, but here, this is what I posted. Day 3 of being emo. Today we're deadlifting 405 pounds. We're about to see if the power of emo helps me actually hit this weight.
Stop there and let me corrected. I wanna live a life from a new perspective. You come along because I love your face, and I'll admire your expensive taste. And who cares, divine intervention? I wanna be praised from a new perspective. But leaving now would be a good idea. So catch me up on getting out of here. Ooh. Can we fast forward to go down on me?
Ooh. Okay. Next August, you'll have to crush a pumpkin between your thighs. Yeah, dude. I mean, listen. This took a long ass fucking time for me to be able to get here. Okay, it's been a long ass goddamn time for me to fucking feel confident enough to take my shirt off on camera. I think we need a gym stream with Jake Weber. Yeah, he's brolic. Dude, you have to dress up as Batman for Halloween. Yeah, no, I was ripping, if you guys remember, with the trap bar, I was ripping like 405s like it was nobody's business, but that's obviously quad dominant. It's a very different. How did you do that rear delt exercise on the cable machine? That is a TRX. If your fake tattoos were realistically faded on your body, they would be like mid-2000s male porn star tats. Those guys who were unreasonably red and 39 and are like, hey, I'm your stepson vibes. Yes. With like, you're still using a discontinued hair gel that like no longer is allowed to be used in regular markets that somehow makes your hair very spiky. I know exactly what you're talking about, M HUD. The type of tattoos I have These tattoos are such like, I don't know what goes on in the minds of people that fucking get those tattoos. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have an issue with neck tattoos. Obviously, I think they're sick. Like, I think Johnny's neck tattoos are dope. It's just that these tattoos are really bad. Aren't deadlifts kind of risky for your lower back? Not if you're brolic, bro. Get your fucking weight up, king. Get your goddamn weight up, son. Listen to some fucking Panic at the Disco and get your freaking cake up. But yeah, at least the one in the middle isn't off center law. But what the fuck was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Overall, you know, this is what I'm doing. I thought that was the most un-gym shit I've ever heard. I mean, I love deadlifts. I have always loved deadlifts. And I fucked my back up doing trap bar deadlifts, which is ironic because trap bar deadlifts are notoriously safer than regular conventional deadlifts. Can we go over bad tattoos on a fun day? Yes. Do you eat at a caloric deficit or maintenance? I do 5 days of the week that's maintenance, and then 2 days where I eat at a deficit. And that's been actually really helpful. That's why I'm 243. Like I said, lowest weight I've been since the pandemic. But you see what March titled a new episode of Fear End? Oh yeah, Fear End came out. It's Fear End Day. Monday's Fear End Day. Do you guys like Fear End Day? I love Fear End Day. HasanAbi thinks his job is harder than yours. That's so stupid. He's so dumb. Oh my God, I look insane. This is like right after I played basketball, so I look ridiculous there. Fear End is not daily. We shoot it on Sundays, and then we post it on Monday mornings. What's the goal post, or do you have one? Yes. I've talked about this a lot as well in the past. I'm going to blast off now, by the way. But before I blast off here, I'm blasting off on this TikTok. Go like it, comment on it, archive it, send it to your friends, send it to your mom, send it to that one girl that's emo that you were really into and be like, hey, what do you think about this? Should I do this for myself? You know what I mean? That type of shit. But yeah, I picked up a book years ago that was amazing. It was Russian Prison Tattoos Volume 2. Never saw Volume 1. There was a bunch of Nazi stuff. Other than that, it was sick. Russian Prison Tats are dope. Do you know when your meet and greet at TwitchCon EU will be? Tickets are on sale right now. Also, will Kai be there? I don't even know if I'm going to TwitchCon EU. Like, clicking share, copy link, mega boost, even if you don't do anything with it. Wait, really? Low key, you look tweaker skinny, to be honest. You think I look tweaker skinny? Tweaking on what? Fucking Anavar? I wish I looked tweaker skinny. Look at how fucking I'm fat, brother. That's crazy. I don't have the body fat percentage of a tweaker. I wish I did, but skinny no, but you are slimming down and looking cut, my dude. Yeah, I'm starting to fucking finally feel more confident. Like, the back is fine, you know, shirtless from the back, we're good, right? However, still shirtless from the front, not so great still, you know what I mean? There's still work to be done. What's my body fat percentage? Probably like still 20%, I say. I'm like probably 20% body fat. Are you transitioning? Yes, I'm transitioning away from fucking your mom to fucking your dad. I'm going to butt fuck your father. He's really been asking for it. So I've decided I'm going to fuck him. I'm not even into it. I just want to make him happy. You know what I mean? Anyway, Noah Colwyn highlights some of the hog reactions to Aaron Bushnell. Yeah, we'll talk about all that. Hold on. All right, let's blast off. Let me blast off real quick. Your TikTok is unavailable for me. Wait, what? How is that possible? Why are people saying you're not fat when you literally are? Don't worry, baby. It's going to be okay. I think you should try at another juncture where I actually do feel more insecure. Okay? Maybe it'll work that way. Do you sweat a lot? I do, yeah. Why most canceled? What have you done this time? Nothing. It's just bullshit. So let's blast off. Let's do it. I read once that having a six-pack is like 80% genetics, dictating where your body fat stores essential fat. There's definitely a big part. Genetics is a major role, but yes, it's fat storage. Hardest worker in the game is live. Actually, I'm not even going to make a talking about the MSM reception to U.S. Air Force active duty member Aaron. It's Aaron Bushnell, right? I don't want to get his name wrong. Aaron Bushnell, self-immolation protest at the Israeli embassy. Trump W's in SCN CPAC. CHAYA RAICHIK shows how unhinged right-wing losers are in public by getting owned. And more news. RAICHIK is maybe the most dumbest famous person of all time. No, there's definitely dumber people. Don't even talk about it anymore. The last tweet was the best ending you could have had to the stupid cancellation. Yeah, it'll probably be more. I do suspect that I do suspect that there will be probably more. I assume like Mudahar will probably try to make a video on it or some shit. Maybe Philip DeFranco if Mudahar makes a video, and then there will be like a second wave of like actual fucking hate that comes from that. I haven't even looked at Muda's takes, to be honest, but that's it. Really hate Muda's takes. I haven't even seen it. I haven't even looked at it. I just saw like one of the takes. I just saw that like one of the takes on it or something. It's just, look, you know what it is? It's honestly posturing specifically to be like, I as an online content creator am very close to you guys. I'm just like you. I hate when streamers say stuff like this. I'm very different. And it's like, bro, you understand the context of it. You understand the context of what I said. You see that it's like clipped out of context, and then you double down on the clipping out of context, and you say, well, even in context is still stupid. You know what I mean? And it's a farm op, and he went after denims too. It's okay. It's all good. It is what it is. It's a way to virtue signal, to be like, yeah, guys. People do it all the time, to be fair. Like people do this kind of thing all the time, to be like, yeah, I hate it. This is definitely truly unique and weird that he said this, that I definitely think he believes that. Oompaville had a nuanced take. Yeah, he's a good dude. So it's fine. I don't get it. All you said that you were tired. Yes. But you can't do that kind of thing. And I get why you can't do that kind of thing. I get why like the online reception to that kind of thing is going to be like really angry. Especially if it's like presented in your face, you're gonna be like, and massaged in a way where it's like to max out the anger. All right, YouTubers film a video for an hour and send it to an editor. I know. What do you see the what we take? I did not look at any of these takes. You want to know why? Because I'm a motherfucking adult who lives in the real world, and it doesn't matter. People that actually do care about the context will be like, wow, this guy who literally works with labor leaders, who is like famous for fundraising for labor unions. I wonder if he actually thinks Twitch streaming is a harder fucking job than like a stevedore. I wonder if that's the case. Let me go and seek the deeper context here, if this is out of context or not. Or I hate this guy. He's a rich socialist. I think that's hypocritical. And I just fucking hate him. I hate him so much. And he's complaining again, and he always complains. I fucking hate him. He's a spoiled piece of shit. I'm angry. I'm angry, and this is a great opportunity for me to like, you know, reach a broader audience, to be like, I'm on your side, everybody. Like, this guy's definitely a fucking asshole. And it's like, fine, whatever. Who cares? Yeah, I'm a fucking asshole. Twitch streaming is the hardest job on the planet. Okay, the hardest. If you wanna believe that's what I'm saying, if you want to believe that that's what I'm saying, then go off. Kings and queens, you should still unionize your workplace, you know what I mean, to try to alleviate some of the stress. Asman said, if Hasan has so many bad takes, why does everyone feel the need to make up stuff he didn't say? Yeah, that's actually a really great point, which is that everyone's always like, Hasan is like the bad take machine, and then you ask what the takes are, and the takes are just fucking made up, like including stuff like saying I'm anti-labor, like anti-worker, but also saying that I'm fucking like anti-trans. It's the funniest thing of all time. The story is gone already. It doesn't matter. I do think that a lot of people I assume will probably inevitably come in here to be like, let me get a fucking piece of this dude. Let me try to understand where he's coming from. Goodbye, Garth Piker. Hello, Hasan Gaines. No more drama. All right. Hasan, I made a fan cam of emo you. With the haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No. Is that emo?
I would say
Absolutely.
so.
Oh, it is emo.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I said.
With a sense of voice and rationality, I shine in. Haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No, better to face these kinds of things with a sense of, well, in fact, well, I'll look at it this way. I mean, technically, our marriage is saved. Well, this calls for a toast, so pour the champagne. Oh, well, in fact, well, I'll look at it this way. I mean, technically, our marriage is saved. Well, this calls for a toast, so pour the champagne, pour the champagne.
emo than you? What the fuck? It's true. I am. In with the haven't you? Okay. I think the bigger shit take from Muda is that he's fine with picking sides of RU versus Ukraine, but Palestine Israel is too complex not to both sides it. I pray for the people of Ukraine. This is beyond scary. Yeah, let me help sort out the situation personally. Damn, bro. That's what people wanted, for you to sort the situation out personally. I guess he did sort the situation out personally for Ukraine. It's fine, whatever. On streams, I maintain this is a conflict that shouldn't exist. With the death toll rising and innocence displaced, I would hope this conflict ends at some point before the end of my life. This is how most people treat this complex situation. We don't like seeing dead children. If you ask me this on stream, you'd hear these exact words relayed back to you. If you want to see change, write your MP and ask them to discuss this on your behalf. Bro, that's crazy that the fucking fence is holding him. That's crazy. He's sitting hard on that thing, dude. He's like, this genocide stuff is very complex, okay? And if you were to hear my opinion, I would tell you the most Kamala Harris ass take you've ever heard. I've never seen somebody write so much and say so little. It's fine. I don't really give a shit. The one thing I will say is, if you're a Muslim dude online, you already fucking get like, this is not me defending him not having a position on this. Like, I think he's being a centrist for obvious reasons, but perhaps maybe he's being a centrist for a second reason, being a visibly brown Muslim dude online. I'm not even fucking brown and as like visibly Muslim, and I get ass blasted on a regular fucking basis for being pro-Palestine, okay? He is a Muslim? Oh, he's not Muslim? I thought he was Muslim. See, I even thought he was fucking Muslim. I think he is. No, he went to fucking Hajj, bro. What are you guys talking about? He is Muslim. This motherfucker's done like the pilgrimage. What are you talking about? He's fucking definitely Muslim. He fucking went to the Mecca. He went to Mecca. Y'all are so lame. You're like, he's Indian, so he can't be Muslim? What do you mean? What do you think Hasan Minhaj is? Damn, dude, Modi is too powerful. He did the final solution on the on the Muslims in India, I think. He did it. Anyway, point is, you know, when you're a brown Muslim dude, it's just like, it's a little bit different. You feel me? When you're a Muslim dude who's like visibly Muslim too, you say anything remotely pro-Palestine, people are like, oh, you're a terrorist. I'm calling the FBI right now. I don't think that's it. He's doing gamer brain centrist shit. No, dude, it's literally a fucking calculated position. That's it. It's just because it's a hot button topic. I forgot that I didn't even blast off. Holy moly. He went to Mecca to check out the situation from both sides for a vid. All right, do we have a blast off meme that's like tasteful and not like super? Muda is from a predominantly Muslim part of India called Uttar Pradesh. Did I say it good? Did I fucking pop that? You blasted off already? No, I didn't. Hideo offline are consistently the worst takes. Fuckers on World News are saying the same thing, died for a meme. Listen, guys, please never, for your own sanity, ever go on r/World News. Just don't fucking do it, okay? Just don't go on r/World News and don't ever bring that shit in here, okay? I don't want to hear Uttar Pradesh is not predominantly Muslim. Okay, whatever. I don't care. We're moving on from this, okay? Come on. Lock in. Freaking lock in. Like, I don't know how many times this has to happen for people to be like, oh, like these guys are super horny for genocide. Like Reddit and Twitter. Reddit is good for like niche interests, right? Reddit is good for niche interests. If you're like in the market for some specific like belt making tool, right? There will be like a belt makers subreddit, and that subreddit will be like the greatest place you can go to get information. Reddit is the front page of the internet, yada yada yada, right? Fine. But when it comes down to it, the attitude, the vibes on Reddit are fucking abysmal and gotten worse over the years, especially as it pertains to like incredibly reactionary liberal foreign policy takes. So just don't touch it for that reason. Twitter completely is just 4chan/poll at this point. That's it. It's completely 4chan poll at this point. Yeah. All right. We blasted off though. Twitter is good if you follow everybody that Northern Lion follows and blog everything else. Pretty boomer pilled and base. Yeah, I don't touch any of that. The fucking blue checks are I don't know what 4chan poll is. It's beautiful that you don't know. Don't ever know. It's just like, it's a forum. It's a Nazi forum. And that's what it is. It's like a Nazi forum for fucking basement dwellers that is always looking to reach somewhere else, like to grow outside of that forum. Stormfront for 12-year-olds? No, it's not 12-year-olds at all. You might think they're 12 years old because of the way that they fucking talk, but they're like 40, 45. It's really bad. Anyway, the worst person in the situation is the Gab CEO. You know what I mean? If I was the CEO of Gab, if I was a Nazi and I was like, oh, I want to make a pedophile Nazi website, ooh, that like all the people that got banned off Twitter will go to, let's call it Gab. And then Elon Musk buys Twitter and is like, no, actually, we're going to make Twitter Gab. I'd be so mad. I'd be like, what the fuck? You brought all the pedophile Nazis back, man. What the hell's going on? That was my thing. I made a whole website for it, for the mass shooters. Now you're letting the mass shooters back on. Yo, that's really fucked up, Elon. You're fucking up my Nazi pedophile bag, Elon. But even you said that Gab was missing the key ingredient, libs to own. Exactly. Anyway, the comments on posts about Aaron are worse than I've seen in a while. I think the story scares them. Yeah. Okay. Trigger warning. We are about to talk about some very, very heavy things. Okay. And I don't mean like obviously I talk about genocide quite a bit, but this is like beyond that because there's an element of personal, there's a personal action. Okay. So I will write it in my title as well. Depiction of violence. Is that a good way to explain it? Okay. I don't know. Okay. Listen, what he did is no more disturbing than what he's protesting. So yesterday, yeah, a active duty U.S. Air Force active duty service member took his phone with him and a thermos full of some flammable liquid. He was an airman by the name of Aaron Bushnell, and he walked up to the Israeli embassy and very clearly and very openly stated that he was about to do something that was an act of protest, an act of historic protest, self-immolation. Okay. Now, I'm obviously not going to show you the video, but there is if you are familiar, there is a very long history of self-immolation to protest war. This has happened time and time again. Buddhist monks used to do this during the Vietnam War. I didn't cover it yesterday because it had just happened. Yes, immolation is burning yourself, lighting yourself on fire. It is one of the most gruesome ways to go out. I'm going to read you the transcript of his final words. Where it's saying that the monk did not self-immolate to protest the war, if I recall correctly. I mean, there have been instances where people have self-immolated to protest ongoing acts of violence, genocide, suppression. A climate scientist had done the same outside of the Supreme Court recently. And once again, the media usually doesn't cover that sort of stuff unless it's like done in a direction where the American foreign policy apparatus will consider it to be good and aligned with our agenda. Norman R. Morrison was an American anti-war activist. On November 2nd, 1965, Morrison doused himself in kerosene and set himself on fire below the office of the Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, at the Pentagon to protest the United States' involvement in Vietnam. This action may have been inspired by Thich Quang Duc and other Buddhist monks who burned themselves to death to protest the repression committed by the South Vietnamese government of Catholic priests Ngo Dinh Diem. This is what I was talking about. This is the most famous version of the self-immolation protests. It was not to directly protest the Vietnamese War, but it was still protesting American involvement because this was the Western-backed repressive leadership in South Vietnam at the time. So here's another one. Mark David Richer, was an American musician, recording engineer, human rights activist, and anti-war protester. He gained fame through his self-immolation and active protest against the 2003 invasion of Iraq. So there are plenty of examples of this, and there has always been plenty of coverage over this as well. It happened in Georgia in December and not spoke about it. I didn't even know that this had happened in December as well. I guess someone else had already critically injured themselves after setting themselves on fire outside of the Israeli consulate in Atlanta. Yes, Rage Against the Machine had the monk on fire as an album cover. That's why it was even more famous. So Elise Jeanette Hertz was a German feminist, anti-fascist, and peace activist. She was the first person in the United States known to have immolated herself in protest of the escalating Vietnam War, following the example of Buddhist monk who immolated himself in protest of the oppression of the Buddhists under the South Vietnamese government of Catholic President Ngo Dinh Diem. It wasn't Rage, it was Nirvana. I thought it was Rage Against the Machine. So this is a very extreme. This is a very extreme form of protest. It is the most extreme form of protest. But if you think that the self-immolation acts are new or recent or about mental health or something like that, for the record, you know, it's this is just a way to try and cope with a person doing something that is unimaginably painful. Okay, I do not want people to do the same thing. Obviously, do not do it. That's ridiculous, of course. But to claim that this is like done because of mental illness, or to try to wash away the importance of it and act like there was no motive, is one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. Now, there are two reasons for why the media doesn't often cover self-immolation, because they don't want people to do, people to repeat it. They don't want copycats, which is perfectly understandable and perfectly valid. There's also, it's done in an effort not to sensationalize it, right? But even if you are not sensationalizing it, to say that there was no motive, as NPR did last night, is disgusting. NPR, I was listening to it when I was making myself my dinner. I was listening to the regular daily, like the hourly updates I get from NPR. And NPR openly said, at this time, we don't know what NPR does not know what the motives are, which is crazy. Because under other circumstances, if it's a school shooting, you might not know what the fucking motives are, right? And that's fine. And that's actually respectable. And that's the right kind of coverage. But in this circumstance, I'm going to tell you there's a video. I'm not going to show you the video because obviously it's really, 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 it's not easy to watch. It's traumatic. But I'm going to read you what Aaron Bushnell said in his final moments. He said, "Hi, my name is Aaron Bushnell. I am an active duty member of the United States Air Force, and I will no longer be complicit in genocide. I am about to engage in an extreme act of protest, but compared to what people have been experiencing in Palestine at the hands of their colonizers, it is not extreme at all. This is what our ruling class has decided will be normal." Bushnell then arrives at the embassy gate and places the camera down, empties the flammable liquid flammable liquid from his canteen on his head, and then takes out his lighter, and he says, "Free Palestine," and he uses the lighter to ignite himself. And his words as he is on fire, as he self-immolates, is "Free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine," and then screams of pain, and then "Free Palestine" once again, and then he falls silent. He was taken to a hospital. He was in critical condition, and he has passed away from his injuries. They made it seem as though he was a violent threat, potentially, in their coverage. In some of the coverage that I saw, they made it seem like he was a violent threat, potentially, considering that this was outside of the Israeli embassy. In the video, you can see cops are just pointing a gun at him as he's on fire, and you can hear the words. You can hear the words from at least, I think, one of the cops that says something along the lines of, "I don't need a gun. I need a fucking fire extinguisher." A paramedic said that to a cop. Oh, there was an EMT. Sorry. Okay. So the coverage has shifted a little bit as CNN has covered it. But originally it was basically, didn't the cops point the guns at him, or was that the embassy security? We'll look, whichever the security officials were that were there were pointing guns at him. Here's MSNBC and their coverage on Aaron Bushnell.
On a truly tragic incident in Washington, D.C. Yesterday, 25-year-old Aaron Bushnell of San Antonio, Texas, the active duty airman in the U.S. Air Force who set himself on fire outside the Israeli embassy in an apparent protest against the Israel-Hamas war, has done.
A protest against the Israel-Hamas war. First, it was, we don't know what the motives are, even though he very clearly said why he was doing this. And it is a type of extreme form of protest that has happened historically in this direction. And yet the liberal outlets are covering it. The liberal outlet of MSNBC, that's supposed to be the progressive media outlet, is covering it with this framing.
Died. that identification made by Metropolitan Police here. Bushnell filmed his own self-immolation on his cell phone, yelling, "Free Palestine," before collapsing to the ground outside.
Yeah, okay, so it's not, maybe it's not protesting the Israel-Hamas war. Maybe it's very clearly mentioned. He personally says in the video that he does not want to contribute. He will no longer play a role in the active genocide that Israel is committing in Palestine. He did. He live streamed it. I think he might have even live streamed it on Twitch, as far as I understand. That's what some reporting I saw on the matter.
Outside the embassy. He was rushed to the hospital for treatment, but later succumbed to his injuries. And if you or someone you know is in crisis, call or text 988 to reach the Suicide Aid and Crisis Lifeline. You can also call 1-800-27.
Yeah. I mean, this is also important. Yes, you should. If you or a loved one is at risk, the Suicide or Crisis Lifeline, you can call or text 988, or you can call 1-800-273-8255. You can also text HOME to 741741, or you can visit speakingofsuicide.com/resources. Chat, this is not about mental health. No, I'm not framing this as a mental health issue. Whenever there is this is appropriate to do. Calm down. This is normal and appropriate to do. They might frame it as a mental health issue, but yes, you are supposed to cover it like this. There are direct guidelines from the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Here, what she did beforehand is gross. What she did after is not, because it doesn't matter. His was not a mental health crisis. His was not a suicide due to mental health crises, but that doesn't matter because there are suicidal people that are watching the coverage. That's the whole point. Before you freak out, it's not about what his motives are. It's about how that is received from an audience that is depressed. That's the reason why there are obviously reporting tips or reporting guidelines on suicide. This is added on to every single story that has any kind of self-harm. Okay, what Aaron Bushnell engaged in is, at the end of the day, still self-harm. Okay, do not sensationalize the suicide itself. Avoid reporting that a suicide death was caused by a single event, such as a job loss or a divorce, since research shows that people take life for a single reason. Placement: do not feature suicide in the front pages of the newspaper or main landing pages of online media. Do not mention the word suicide and the magnitude. The reason why I'm covering the background and the motives here specifically is because this is not a regular suicide, and also on top, and this is an extreme act of protest, which Aaron Bushnell personally recognized. And a lot of these media outlets are basically covering it as though this was a mental health episode. Okay? Talia Jane, who is a independent reporter, was the one who broke the story, and I think did a very good job of breaking the story, specifically because she got consent from the family members of Aaron Bushnell. I am not framing this as a mental health episode at all, but it's important to still do my due diligence to ensure that people understand. That's my job. My job is to show you that, one, the media's sensationalization of the story, the coverage of the story, is actually very fucking cowardly. Yeah. And here, this is precisely what I was talking about. The claim that the U.S. media would have covered a self-immolation differently if it had been undertaken in protest of one of the country's adversaries is not hypothetical at all. Russian journalist sets herself on fire and dies blaming the government. The self-immolation by the journalist Irina Slavina, 47, a longtime Kremlin critic, came a day after the authorities in her hometown of Nizhny Novgorod had searched her apartment. So we know how they fucking operate. I told you this. This is self-immolation is the most extreme act that you can engage in terms of protesting an oppressive structure. Don't do it. But the notion that the media doesn't cover it without uncertain terms when it's a foreign adversary is also ridiculous. The long history of people who have done this. It also just doesn't work. It does not matter. Like, people going, it just doesn't work is ridiculous. That's not what we're talking about here. Okay? Anyway, at least CNN here, CNN doing a coverage.
We're learning new details today about a deadly post outside the Israeli embassy in Washington. Authorities identified Aaron Bushnell as the person who, on Sunday, set himself on fire. The 25-year-old was an active duty member of the U.S. Air Force. CNN's Gabe Cohen joins us now with the details. And Gabe, this is something that he did in protest.
Yeah, that's correct. And we're learning much more about this 25-year-old active duty airman, Aaron Bushnell, as you mentioned. He's from San Antonio, Texas, and he live streamed his actions on Sunday in broad daylight on the streets of D.C. outside the Israeli embassy. We are not going to show that video. It is extremely graphic and disturbing. I have watched the video. I can tell you at the beginning, at the start of it, you can see Bushnell walking up to the embassy on the street in his military fatigues. He's speaking calmly to the camera. I want to read a portion of what he says. He said, quote, "I will no longer be complicit in genocide. I'm about to engage in an extreme act of protest, but compared to what people have been experiencing in Palestine at the hands of their colonizers, it is not extreme at all. This is what our ruling class has decided will be normal." He then goes on to pour some sort of accelerant, it looks like, on his head out of a water bottle he was carrying. And then he lights himself on fire, Boris. And as the flames engulf him, you can hear him yelling, free Palestine, again and again, until finally he collapses. And that is when officers, you can see them race in, one of them with a fire extinguisher in their hands, trying to put out the flames. But it takes time. And as we have learned, Bushnell died in the hospital at some point later on. And look, it really speaks to the tensions that are continuing to escalate around the war in Gaza, not just across the world, but here in the United States. We saw a similar incident in December when someone self-immolated, lit themselves on fire outside of the Israeli consulate in Atlanta. But this feels different. This is an active duty member of the military burning himself to death on the streets of the nation's capital.
Gabe Cohen, thanks so much for the details. Appreciate it.
This was one of his last words, I think, as well. Many of us like to ask ourselves, what could I do if I was alive during slavery or the Jim Crow South or apartheid? What would I do if my country was committing genocide? The answer is you're doing it right now. Yeah. Why did the officers wait to use the extinguisher? Is this normal for them to let the person carry out the act of protest and self-harm? I don't know what the proper protocol is. Rest in power to Aaron Bushnell. Here is what the statement from the Biden admin staff, at least staffers for ceasefire, here's what they said. This is not the Biden administration's official communication. These are staffers within the Biden administration. We mourn the loss of Aaron Bushnell, an active duty member of the U.S. Air Force who lit himself on fire in front of the Israeli embassy in D.C. because he could no longer be complicit in genocide in Gaza. Self-immolation as an act of protest is widely recognized as the most extreme form of protest possible. To publicly end a person's own life in the most violent and severe way is a stark warning for our nation. Now, 2 U.S. citizens have self-immolated over the U.S.-backed Israeli genocide in Gaza in less than 3 months. We continue to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire to end the ongoing starvation, death, and collective punishment of millions of Palestinians. President Biden, our commander-in-chief, continues to ignore staff dissent over the mass suffering caused by our leaders' complicity. What everyone will try to do in this circumstance, okay? What everyone will try to do in this circumstance is to basically draw attention away from this. Biden is most likely going to try and not say anything about it. But in the upcoming days, there will be protests held. There will be vigils held. Okay. There will be naysayers involved. People that say he didn't do this. He was mentally ill. He didn't do this for anything but clout. Just like the most awful shit you've ever seen. Here's an example of the type of person that says stuff like this. If you want to understand. Astronex12, a lolly Nazi, says, that dude killed himself for nothing. There's going to be a lot of people like this, okay? There's going to be a lot of people like this. The entire point of this is to continue applying pressure. Do not stop applying pressure to the administration. Do not stop applying pressure on America's complicity in the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Israel is committing an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, and we are, as the United States, as citizens of the United States, we are, to a certain degree, responsible for the continuation of said ethnic cleansing. How are we responsible for the continuation of said ethnic cleansing? Our weapons are being shipped to Israel. America is also defending Israel's genocidal campaign at the global stage, vetoing ceasefires. and doing everything they can for Israel to keep continuing and even whitewashing Israel's actions, trying to contextualize Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign. And our government is complicit in this. In a just world, every single person involved in this would go to prison. They would be tried in an international tribunal, and they would get what they deserve, which is some form of punishment for the war crimes that they have engaged in. Anyway, the White House staffers for ceasefire are correct. President Biden has the unique power to mitigate the harms being done, not through useless back-channel conversations, but through established processes of international law and strong diplomacy. A man is willing to die for his words. The New York Times says he was echoing language. I will no longer be complicit in genocide, a man said in the video, echoing language that opponents of Israel's military action in Gaza have used to describe the campaign. I'm about to engage in an extreme act of protest. What is instructive about the way that people, or the way that legacy publishers covered this, what is instructive about this, for the record, is how you whitewash ethnic cleansing, as New York Times has done so deliberately. Okay? They've done it very deliberately. They talk about the war on Hamas in Israel, like utilizing neutral language. It is not a war on Hamas in Palestine. It is a genocide. It is a genocide being conducted on the Palestinian population that the violent apartheid ethno-state of Israel is engaging in with American weapons. Make no mistake. That's it. Why did he do it? 4 major news outlets have almost the exact same headline for the self-immolation of 25-year-old Aaron Bushnell. Not one of them mentioned the words Gaza or genocide, the reason for Aaron's protest, or the word Palestine, his last words spoken. A man set himself on fire outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, the police said. U.S. airman sets himself on fire outside Israeli embassy in Washington. U.S. airman sets himself on fire outside of Israeli embassy in Washington. Active duty airman sets himself on fire outside of D.C.'s Israeli embassy. The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine expresses his full solidarity with his family and with all the American sympathizers. This is what they said. This is the PFLP statement on Aaron Bushnell. The act of an American soldier sacrificing himself for Palestine is the highest sacrifice and a medal and a poignant message to the American administration to stop its involvement in the aggression. The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine affirmed that the act of the American soldier Aaron Bushnell from the U.S. Air Force by setting himself on fire in front of the Zionist embassy in Washington, D.C., in protest against the war on Gaza, which he called for the liberation of Palestine, confirms the state of anger among the American people due to the official American involvement in the Zionist genocide war being waged on the Gaza Strip. It indicates that the status of the Palestinian cause, especially in American circles, is becoming more deeply entrenched in the global conscience and reveals the truth of the Zionist entity as a cheap colonial tool in the hands of savage imperialism. The front expresses full solidarity with the soldier's family and all the American sympathizers who took an honorable stance and whose struggle and pressure to stop the genocide on the Strip have not ceased, confirming that the act of an American soldier sacrificing his life to draw the attention of the American people and the world to the plight of the Palestinian people, despite its tragic nature and the great pain it involves, is considered the highest sacrifice and medal and the most important poignant message directed to the American administration that it is involved in a war crime in Gaza and that the American people have awakened and are rejecting this American involvement, calling on the American administration to stop the support and bias for the Zionist entity. The front sent a message to Arab soldiers to take this American soldier who sacrificed his life for a noble cause, like the Palestinian cause, as an example and role model, and to leave the trenches of waiting, incapacity, and move to the trench of confrontation in support of Palestine and its people who are being slaughtered, besieged, and starved in full view, hearing of the world, and just a few kilometers from Arab lands and meters from the borders. Palestine will be victorious as long as it has deeply engraved itself in the conscience and consciences of the world, and history will record in golden letters the names of all the sympathizers and free people of the world who stood with it and sacrificed their lives for its sake. The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, Central Media Department, 26/2/2024. To the people that say things along the lines of like, this is so dumb, this kind of protest doesn't work, he died for nothing, what a fucking idiot, all this kind of shit, okay? What kind of protest will work? You are just basically reaffirming that the American government does not listen no matter what the sacrifice is. Do you understand that? It is a cowardly way to avoid talking about the actual issue on hand, that the United States is absolutely involved in a continued ethnic cleansing campaign that Israel is conducting in Gaza. That is what's going on. You're just trying to actively not talk about that So you're just basically saying, oh, it doesn't work. Yeah, of course it doesn't work. Nothing works. In a just world, it shouldn't get to that. It shouldn't get to that point at all. It blows my mind that this is like the autocopium that people engage in, to be like, we are simultaneously living in the peak of liberal democracy. We are simultaneously living at the peak of liberal democracy in a world where, like, we are so much better than all of these other countries, all of these other authoritarian nations. We are better than them. While also every single day we recognize the powerlessness that we have in the face of untold amounts of cruelty that is done with our tax dollars. What a ridiculous place. What a ridiculous position to have. You simultaneously think you're above the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, okay? And in many respects, our lives are much better than the lives of the average North Korean person. But the notion that, like, we get to have a genuine say in our American government's actions, especially as it pertains to foreign policy, is ridiculous. Everyone understands that you really can't get any of the things that you want to get. No health care, no affordable housing, no infrastructure, and of course, all of your funds are still going to continued violence globally, so that our executives and shareholders can stand to profit from the American war machine, directly funneling and directly subsidizing the military-industrial complex. Our politicians get their pockets lined from the lobbyists. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. And in the words of Eisenhower, every dime that goes towards building rockets in the war machine, in the war industry, is a dime taken away from building bricks, building roads, building houses. Wake the fuck up. If you don't care about the human toll of our endless bloodthirst overseas, because you don't care about the victims of colonial violence, you don't care about the victims of imperialism, then think about it from a selfish framework. You're making money off this too is, yet again, an idiotic way to try and deflect the conversation away. You don't want to pay attention to it, so your only interest in this is just a shit sling at the messenger. The notion that I would make money off of this and not anything else is fucking idiotic. Yesterday, or 2 days ago, I covered myself in fucking emo attire. There was still the same amount of people in here. There is a reason why so many refuse to talk about these issues with certain terms, with certainty. They don't talk about it because this is not something that is popular. Urging people to wake up is not popular, is not great. You are, with this kind of deflective behavior, demonstrating why it is not a good thing to do if you are just simply purely self-interested. So I ask you to seek within yourself. Wild to come into this community that has raised millions of dollars for Palestinians and say that to a dude who gets called a fucking terrorist every goddamn day. Suck my dick. Nasty. Mohammed El-Kurd says, if you are a soldier sacrificing yourself to protect U.S. interests, you are a rational, noble hero. But if you sacrifice yourself to protest the genocide your country is funding, you are mentally ill. If you are an Arab man auto-cremating to protest your government, you are romanticized in American newspapers. If you're an American doing the same, your news is buried or obfuscated. There are no truths in the U.S., only narratives that serve the ruling class. It's true. That's why people say he's mentally ill, because you must be mentally ill to literally go against the U.S. government and very publicly self-immolate. You got to be fucking crazy, right? It must be crazy. It's crazy to even say that America is engaging in an act of ethnic cleansing. America is complicit in ethnic cleansing in Gaza. That's crazy to say. That's crazy talk. Why is that crazy talk? Because it makes me feel bad. Yusuf Munayyer said, if you die in uniform while killing brown people, you are made into a hero. If you die in uniform protesting the killing of brown people, you are made to be mentally ill. Are these the esteemed values of Western civilization? It should never get to this. It should. It should never, ever, ever get to self-immolation. I thought the reason we're supposed to respect people in the military is that they've consciously decided they'd be willing to die for what they believe is right. Isn't this what we saw? Or is it only brave and principled if you die at the orders of a distant authority whose interests are to enrich a ruling class that actively hates you? Aaron Bushnell is also another one of the reasons why I don't engage in the, oh, every American troop is like a piece of shit, or every veteran or every active duty service member is a piece of shit and a violent genocidal monster. It is a fucking jobs program in a violent imperialist state. There is a reason why recruiters do not recruit out of private school. Well, they go to officer school for a little bit, like Pete Buttigieg's of the world. Many are coerced into joining. I feel that way more so about active duty service members than I do about police officers. Okay? Let me just make that clear. But yeah, it's true. I strongly oppose valorizing any form of suicide as a noble principle or legitimate form of political protest. People suffering a mental illness deserve empathy and respect, but it is wildly irresponsible to praise them for using a political justification to take their own lives, says Mark Joseph Stern. A troop admitting his own complicity in the genocidal sins of American empire and taking his own life in a public protest is too terrifying for liberals to contemplate. That level of introspection from a state actor simply cannot be countenanced. It is too dangerous for the status quo. In their minds, such extreme actions are reserved for religious dissidents and political radicals, each of which can be safely pushed onto the back burner by a pliant media class as soon as shock at the protest itself wears off, not members of the military they fawn over. That's it. That's why him being an active duty service member and in uniform and openly stating that in that act of protest matters even more. That's why you didn't hear the same kind of coverage from the Atlanta situation. In December, a protester self-immolated outside of the Israeli embassy in Atlanta. An act of faith, desperation, or protest. Self-immolations throughout time by Jessica Ravitz at CNN. This article was written on January 19th, 2011. The year was 527. The story of Daudo, a Buddhist monk, is told in James Ben's Burning for the Buddha, Self-Immolation in Chinese Buddhism. Ben, an associate professor of religion at McMaster University in Ontario, Canada, writes that the act of setting oneself on fire dates back to the Chinese Buddhist tradition in the late 4th century. But no matter how old, self-immolation still leaves people horrified, riveted, and moved. The popular uprising that led to the toppling of Tunisia's government began after Mohamed Bouazizi, an unemployed 26-year-old college graduate, ignited himself in protest and died earlier this month. Since then, a wave of self-immolations have rolled through North Africa, with other incidents in Egypt, Algeria, and Mauritania. An act of self-immolation is what sparked the Arab Spring. I want to continue repeating the same thing. Do not do this. And if you are feeling suicidal, there are resources that you can engage with. There's something so primal, so dramatic. It's meant to be noticed, said Caroline Marvin, a professor who specialized in freedom of expression at the Annenberg School of Communications University at the University of Pennsylvania. It seems to demand some kind of reparation. Though the history of self-immolation may run more than 1,500 years deep, the Western world woke up to it in the 1960s. The iconic June 1963 image of Thich Quang Duc, a Vietnamese Buddhist monk surrounded by flames in a busy Saigon intersection, was seared into Western consciousness. Can we please talk about something not so morbid, goddamn? I'm sorry. I apologize that this is hurting your Western sensibilities to briefly just take some fucking time out of your day to try to comprehend and understand what took place yesterday. I apologize. I will be done with this segment of the broadcast in a little bit. My goal here is to work against the mainstream media narrative by showing you the long history of self-immolation as a form of extreme protest, the most extreme form of protest against unjustifiable actions. And the media coverage angle is an important one for at least the Americans to understand while touching on the subject matter itself. This is important to do because I feel like the goal here, so that Aaron's death is not in vain, is to continue our focus on the ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. This is not just about Aaron's actions. This is about the actions of the United States of America and its complicity. This is about Israel's actions. In March 1965, he was protesting the persecution of Buddhists in the South Vietnamese government, and his actions are often seen as having helped spark the regime's overthrow later that year. In March 1965, an 82-year-old woman, Elise Hertz, protested the ongoing Vietnam War by setting herself on fire on a Detroit, Michigan street corner. Norman Morrison, 31, ignited himself 8 months later outside the Pentagon beneath the office window of Defense Secretary Robert McNamara. The following week, Roger Allen Laporte, 22, did the same in front of the New York City's United Nations building. In other countries, too, self-immolations have played a part in political and social movements. There was Jean Polak, a 20-year-old student who in 1969 very publicly set himself on fire in Prague, Czechoslovakia, protesting Czech apathy 5 months after the Soviet occupation. Homa Darabi, a 54-year-old woman, did it in Iran in 1994 to demonstrate for women's rights after the Islamic Revolution. And a group of 5 burned together in 2001 in Tiananmen Square building in Beijing, China, though 3 survived and the motivations are a matter of debate. People have reportedly self-immolated in response to communist regimes in Romania and Hungary, taxes in Sweden, the kidnapping of children by Chilean police. It's been done in Italy to protest the Catholic Church's condemnation of homosexuality, in India to protest a film screening, and in the United Kingdom after an asylum claim was rejected. The list of locations and reasons goes on. But beyond our political or social motivations, can faith inspire someone to burn themselves alive as it apparently did for Dowdo in 527? Of the well-known U.S. cases which represent a diversity of backgrounds, it's next to impossible to say. Hertz, the 82-year-old Vietnam protester, was an immigrant of Jewish descent and had reportedly spent time in an internment camp during World War II. Morrison, who died outside the Pentagon, was a Quaker. Laporte, who protested in flames in front of the United Nations, was a former seminary student and a member of the Catholic worker movement. In Buddhism, the subject of self-immolation is controversial, said Robert Scharf, the chair of the Center for Buddhist Studies at the University of California, Berkeley. Many Buddhist schools strongly condemn suicide, he said. But at the same time, in East Asia, self-immolation has been practiced on and off for well over 1,000 years. The parallels are uncanny between Israel and Sri Lanka. Tamils also literally set themselves on fire to protest the genocidal war crimes the Rajapaksa administration were committing against the Tamils. The difference, every major country supports Sri Lanka, both east and west. Tamil killed himself to guide others to liberation. Yeah, how our famously free media reports self-immolation that protests crimes of official enemy states. Russian journalist sets herself on fire and dies blaming government. For Russia, journalist self-immolation is a wake-up call. EU calls for investigation into death of Russian journalist who set herself on fire. In memoriam, Irina Slavina, journalist and champion of the truth. How is the Time magazine covering this, though? Let's take a look. An active duty airman, Defense Department policy states that service members on active duty should not engage in partisan political activity. Military regulations also prohibit wearing the uniform during unofficial public speeches, interviews, picket lines, marches, rallies, or any public demonstration which may imply sanction or endorsement by the Defense Department or the military service. That's crazy. In a Pentagon press briefing today, they mentioned that they will not speak more about the airman until 24 hours after next of kin was notified, but also dodge deflects when directly asked if the airman will be labeled an extremist by the Pentagon's own definition. So listen, for those of you who are unfamiliar with this, this has a very long history. It is the most violent way to commit suicide. This is not a glorification of it. This is just a matter of fact. That is why it is considered to be the most extreme act of protest. While I do not believe that we should sensationalize it, and I do not believe that we should glorify committing self-harm, I'm not going to sit idly by and act like his death was in vain. NPR said they didn't independently verify the motive and didn't update until 2 hours ago. Yes, I know. I heard it with my own 2 fucking ears last night. The motives were very clear from the jump. That's why he filmed himself. And not only that, but also these forms of protest, like this kind of protest, is very commonplace and has a long history. The reason why I talk about suicide is that while I can separate Aaron Bushnell's acts and his motivation, others who might be depressed maybe cannot, which is precisely the reason why it's still important to talk about such things. Political expression at the expense of one's life is not suicide. It has nothing to do with suicide. Aaron Bushnell merely did what every other U.S. soldier pretends at. He died for what he believed in. Yeah. DSA death cult. You people indicted a gullible fool into killing himself over a meme and are now holding him up as a martyr. You fucking Jim Jones psychopaths, this guy says. Okay, Vaughn says, no one is glorifying suicide. No one is glorifying self-harm. Aaron Bushnell shouldn't have died. 30,000 Palestinians shouldn't have been slaughtered. But counterfactuals don't negate the present reality, the one that should be changed. That is precisely the reason why many people, this guy said, are you covering Aaron Bushnell yet? Yes, this is it. This is the reason. The reason why people are like hyper focusing on different angles is because they don't want to recognize their complicity. They don't want to actually think about what is going on here. Aaron Bushnell's self-immolation is not about him. It has nothing to do with him at all. That is the issue here. It is about what he was saying. He made this very clear in his final moments on this fucking earth. So anyone that tries to turn around, your take is not balanced. Oh my God, dude. Shut the fuck up. Americans do not have the capacity to see things beyond the individual. We are hyper individualistic fucking losers. So, of course, immediately you see takes like this. Rest in power is for black people. Black people have asked time and time again not to use this outside of the community, and every single time you do. Why? Because nobody cares about anything. They just care about me, 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 me. That's it. Me. Talk about me and how I feel. What matters is not 30,000 dead Palestinians. What matters is not more than 10,000, almost 15,000 Palestinian children being murdered with American weapons in the hands of a apartheid state that is conducting ethnic cleansing. What matters is how angry you get and how that makes me feel. That makes me feel bad. Now I will use social justice language to fucking be the most smarmy, annoying, out of touch dipshit to mask my lack of interest in our imperial ambitions. This is nothing but narcissism. That's it. Yeah. Aaron Bushnell reportedly was active in helping the homeless community in San Antonio. There's a picture of him signing the parting glass. Shit is heartbreaking. This sounds too crazy to believe, but it appears Anat Schwartz. Oh, we're going to talk about this as well. Hold on. No one clips you when you say things like this. Who gives a fuck about what people are clipping? Okay. Oh, he was active patron of Anarchist. Aaron Bushnell was a patron of the channel and posted several links to the Anarch Discord server early yesterday. We didn't know what to make of them at the time. We now realize that one of those links was a dead man's contingency containing a full upload of the live stream. I suspect this was the same message sent to other anarchist outlets like Think X Workers. Aaron's message was not rambling, nor did his words suggest desperation or despair. He was slightly cryptic, but very sober. I believe he committed this act of completely sound mind. It's a scary thought for many to contemplate that a person would do such a thing. That's it. It's scary for two reasons. One, because someone is like taking their own life. Okay? It's scary for another reason as well, though. What it symbolizes, what it signifies. That's it. That's why it's so fucking scary, because you're like, what the fuck? You're forced to meet. You're forced to reckon with your own feelings on this, okay? Yeah, I saw that one tweet just now in the chat that like if the troubles were happening like now, do better, Ireland. Murals like this might encourage youngsters to starve themselves to death in British prisons. Like, it's basically like self-harm is an act of protest in the form of hunger strikes in prison, and things of that nature have occurred throughout history. We look at it when it's in the past. Okay, we look at it in the past. If it's in the past, we look at it and we glamorize it, we valorize it, we give it it's proper assessment. But while it's happening, people are selfishly, hyper individualistically trying to utilize social justice activist language in an effort to desperately try to make this about their own personal narcissism, their own personal narcissistic desires to not think about what Aaron's death means, what he was trying to say. Fuck Bobby Sands. Jesus Christ. That's why I keep saying this is not about him at all. This has nothing to do with him. He is one individual, but his goal was clear. But it's not about that. Rest in power has a long history in the black community, Hasan. I don't give a fuck, dude. What the fuck are you saying? Are you insane? Are you unironically defending this shit? Do you think that's more important? Stop with this dumb identity politics, okay? I fucking despise people like this. I hate this concern trolling. I hate this despicable form. In every act of solidarity, you can always rely on a radlib to come in and say, hey, by the way, this is kind of fucked up. The aesthetics of how you are talking about a person who self-immolated outside of the fucking Israeli embassy in an effort to get people to pay attention to the ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. Fuck all of that. Listen to me. It makes me feel kind of shitty to think about all that. And you should pay attention to me. I don't think you should use rest in power when talking about Aaron Bushnell. He's a white man. Me, 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 me. That's all you're doing. Many people do not have the capacity to recognize that when they're doing it as well. Intersectionality is important. Intersectionality does not mean utilizing social justice language in an effort to move people away from the major point of contention. And what really, really, really frustrates me about this, is that this is just pure narcissism in display. It's pure narcissism in display. It just masquerades as virtue signaling and concern trolling in a way that utilizes emancipatory language, but it is completely devoid of dismantling unjustifiable hierarchies or structures. It is simply a selfish way to try to reframe the conversation around yourself. So maybe, chatter, you think this is a good educational moment or an opportunity, but you have to recognize that it is wrecker behavior. It is a way to disrupt solidarity, and it is disrespectful to those who have died in the process, for those who have given everything. It's also literally not even true. Yeah. The first documented arrest in power was to commemorate Filipino-American graffiti artist Mike Dream in Francisco. The first somewhat mainstream use was in these Times headline commemorating Rachel Corrie. Rachel Corrie was also a white woman. Rachel Corrie also put her body in front of the Israeli occupying force, engaging in yet another unjustifiable act of destroying Palestinian homes so that they could make room for Israeli settlers. She was crushed to death by an Israeli military bulldozer, a Cat-9, specifically created for the Israeli Defense Force. Never come in here and try to do that fucking bullshit identity politics. I will never give you an inch. Do you understand? Ever. I will call you out for what you are doing. Being a selfish little freak. Just because you use the right language and maybe are on the right side of politics on every other circumstance does not give you the opportunity to disrupt, to deflect. Just because you're using pro-emancipatory language might come across like you're on the right side of politics on every issue, but that does not mean that you actually are, and it will not, there will be no room for that here. I think it was a counter-terror op in Gaza. They said there were terror tunnels under the houses they were bulldozing. No, we know why they were bulldozing the houses. Come on, dog. It is the liberal version of all lives matter. Literally. Anyway, here's a quick here's a brief little fuck you to the security people there. Law enforcement officers are heard screaming at Bushnell to get on the ground. One points a gun at him while he's collapsed on the ground, screaming in pain. While he's on fire, mind you. I was saying earlier that we would never question a soldier's mental well-being for jumping on a grenade to save their comrades. They would be lauded as a hero. Aaron Bushnell is someone who laid down his life to advance a larger cause. Americans can't wrap their minds around it because they have no principles. They can't fathom even mildly inconveniencing themselves to advance a cause, much less lay down their life for it. Yes. All right. We're now going to move on from this, okay, and talk a little bit about Netanyahu saying that Israel will target Rafah to defeat Hamas amid ceasefire talks, okay? Rest in power, Aaron. No, it wasn't a cop that said, we don't need more guns, we need fire extinguishers. It was an EMT that was on scene. Okay. Feel bad shitting on anarchists all the goddamn time. Jesus Christ. Once again, demonstrating their inability to be fucking normal ever. Get to the real news, bro. That shouldn't be called protest, shouldn't. He was mentally unwell, no? Just like fucking nuts. Just incredible stuff happening. Demonstrates what your interest is in any of this stuff, really. 34 MKD, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. I'm going to run the top of the hour ad break now. I'm not doing a fucking segue. And we're going to continue with our coverage. Yeah, this is another great quote as well from Sinead O'Connor. It is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. Something to remember in times like this.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is vowing to complete his mission to defeat Hamas regardless of ceasefire talks. In Tel Aviv, Israelis...
If this was a conservative lighting himself, a great take. Where is that guy? You don't need to ban him like that quickly. Hasan fan 69420 on a burner account comes in here and says this laughable take. Account created 12 minutes ago, following since 12 account created 13 minutes ago, following since 12 minutes ago. He says, if this was a conservative lighting himself on fire for pro-life or the border, you would laugh and make memes. So you're saying that, like, yes, you think that Israel's ethnic cleansing and genocidal campaign is actually good and protesting is bad. Is that what you're saying? Because yes, a conservative lighting himself on fire for pro-life or the border would be someone doing something that is completely ridiculous for a ridiculous cause. Especially because, for two reasons. One, because I'm pro-Palestine. I believe that Israel, I know, because this is factually accurate, that Israel is an apartheid state. I know that Israel is engaging in an act of ethnic cleansing, and I think that it is unjustifiable and that the American government is complicit in said acts. Those are my values. I, on the other hand, think that the pro-life movement is ridiculous, fundamentalist, and also restrictive because it seeks to stop women from engaging in a medical decision that should be left to themselves. It is a way to deny them bodily autonomy. As far as the border goes, okay, the protest the border, once again, I think that America's militarism at its border demonstrates that we are falling, demonstrates that our values are not about actually saving people, but instead continuously hurting them for the interest of capital owners, so that we can have a two-tiered migration structure, so we can have a two-tiered labor system, so that we can have a constant churn of undocumented citizens that we can push through the meat grinder. This actually ends up hurting documented and natural U.S. citizens as well that also seek gainful employment in that same labor structure, but that's too difficult for many to understand. So yes, there is a difference between good things and bad things. That's number one. But number two, both of the things that you just mentioned are things that the American government is doing. So you would be killing yourself in that circumstance to what? Do more of the things that the American government is doing? If a protester also immolated themselves outside of, I guess, the Palestinian embassy, which doesn't exist, by the way. Think about that for a second. Okay, but if a protester self-immolated outside of the White House, let's say, because they were upset that America wasn't sending enough HIMARS or something, or enough rockets, enough MK-84 missiles, so that they can engage in even more baby murder of Palestinians, that would be a laughable form of protest. Do you understand? Perhaps you didn't do a role reversal accurately in this situation because even you personally understand how fucking ridiculous that would be. Why? Why would that be ridiculous? Because America is already doing this. You protest against the unjustifiable hierarchies that the American government is contributing to. You don't protest for that. You don't have to protest for that. The government is doing that anyway. It would be ridiculous to protest for the status quo, which is why when the Israeli protests happened, the pro-Israel protests happened, it was ridiculous. But once again, this is not about Aaron. This is about Palestinians.
These protesting against Netanyahu's handling of the war were dispersed. You see it there by a police water cannon over the weekend. Now, all this comes as Palestinians in the Gaza city of Rafah brace for a possible ground assault by the Israeli army. Holly Williams has more on that part of the story.
In the ruins of Gaza City, stalked by hunger and fear, some have reached...
Yeah, imagine self-immolating to be like, I want more of this, actually. Why are they alive? How do you think the media would have covered the situation if he did it for Israel's campaign instead? I mean, I don't know, but they would... I doubt that they would be critical of it. They would probably have more positive coverage over it, most likely. But I don't know. It's a hypothetical situation. I don't really care. I don't really give a shit. What I can tell you, however, is to show you examples of instances where other people have engaged in a just cause, if you will, against foreign adversaries, governments that are declared foreign adversaries. The self-immolation of the Russian journalist is a clear-cut example of how there is a double standard in this coverage. The Russian journalist was engaging in a self-immolation for a just cause to protest Vladimir Putin's repressive administration. Vladimir Putin is a foreign adversary. Sometimes, even though America is the big bad, America can be against other countries also doing big bad shit. So, in a situation like that, you get clear-cut coverage.
Breaking point. I wish my children were dead so they couldn't ask me for bread. I cannot feed my own children, shouts this man. But on Face the Nation yesterday, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he's determined to launch an offensive in Rafah in southern Gaza, where around 1.5 million Palestinians are now sheltering.
We can't leave a quarter of Hamas battalions in Rafah and say, well, that's fine. Total victory is our goal, and total victory is within reach. Not months away, weeks away once we begin the operation.
But the price of Israel's total victory is being paid not just by Hamas, but by Palestinian civilians. Mohammed Al-Farah is a Palestinian journalist who lives in the West Bank. He told us his sister Simat, her husband and 3 daughters were killed by an Israeli airstrike in Gaza in October. This is the moment he heard the news.
Were you able to recover her remains after the airstrike?
We found the bodies of my sister and brother-in-law, he told us. But we couldn't recognize the children's faces.
Israel says it has a plan to evacuate civilians from Rafah. Now, that ceasefire deal being negotiated could reportedly see a 6-week pause in fighting and the release of dozens of hostages in return for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. Gail.
Details tough to hear. These are human lives we're talking about. Never forget that. Thank you, Holly Williams, reporting from Israel.
A Navy vet here. What can we do to get a petition going to get that brave airman a Medal of Honor? That's never going to happen. Don't even try. There's no reason. It's just, keep Aaron in your thoughts and remember his message and keep applying pressure to our government to cease its endless support to Israel. But beyond that, you will never have an official organ of the government end up giving a medal to a service member, an active duty service member, an airman that self-immolated against the very same military that is aiding and abetting in the genocidal actions. And if you even mention such things, you will be most likely put on a watch list. So,
welcome back. In a Fox News alert, the Prime Minister.
Netanyahu fires back at Biden and Newsom. Asked about U.S. leverage to influence Israel's actions, said the State Department spokesperson, Matt Miller. Here's what his words were.
How to achieve that vision.
You have so many tools. Just the last follow-up, sorry. But you have so much leverage over the Israelis. And this is fundamental vision of the president. So you can use all the leverage you want, including weapons that you sell to Israel, to make sure that this plan is at least on the right path for implementation, considering we have short time between now and November.
So one thing I will say about that people often tend to forget is that Israel, like other countries in the region, is a sovereign country that makes its own decisions. The United States.
That's so crazy. We're just small bean, dude. We're just a small bean. Israel is small bean, but so are we in many ways. You know what I mean? We have no power in this circumstance, which is why we're sending a $14 billion fucking weapons package. Just, we can't do anything to stop them, which is why we're aiding and abetting the continuation of the ethnic cleansing. It is total and utter bullshit. Anyone that believes this is the dumbest person I have ever seen in my entire fucking life.
It does not dictate to Israel what it must do, just as we don't dictate to any country what it must do.
We are dictating what Israel is doing. We're telling them, keep going. Go off kings and queens and emperors. Please keep killing Palestinians. That's what we're saying when we send them more military aid.
We present what we believe are
Hasan, is the weapon pack for Palestine or Iran in the future? They masquerade it as though it's for self-defense. While Israel depletes its self-defense resources by self-defending themselves against Palestine, we're replenishing their depleted resources, and we're aiding and abetting their genocidal actions like that. It's fucking bullshit. Please, the reason why I don't even cover that aspect of it is because it's bullshit. That's all it is. It is a way to try and massage the narrative to make it more morally permissible for those who already have that inclination, who already have that motivated reasoning to believe that Israel is infallible and doing the right thing.
We believe is a sovereign country that makes its own decisions. The United States does not dictate to Israel what it must do, just as we don't dictate to any country what it must do. We present what we believe are the. We present what we believe are the.
What did he say? And Matt Lee replies, "Unless we invade them."
Good one, Matt.
It's funny because the journalists there are doing a good job, right? They can get a gallows humor laughter out of it, but you can't, Matt Miller, because the reality is we do that, and you do defend it. So
we present. No, I mean, but come on, yeah.
Oh, come on. Yeah, I doubt that Matt Lee was laughing when he said it too. Here's some interesting news as well.
What Secretary said in Buenos Aires on Friday, he said the settlements are inconsistent with international law. So I'm wondering why it took the administration 3 years to sort of make that point. Was that something that you guys believed at the beginning of the administration and somehow decided to wait? Or, you landed at this decision just last week?
So I'll say two things. From a policy point of view, we have always been clear that we believe settlements are a barrier to peace and that they weaken, not strengthen, Israel's security and position in the region. As a legal question, excuse me, I still have this cough. I've had it for a week or so now. As a legal question, it is something that had been under review here at the department for some time. And as you know, the Secretary over the last several months has embarked on a process to try to ensure lasting peace in the region, to establish an independent Palestinian state. And we thought, as we were engaged in that important process, it was important to avoid any ambiguity about the U.S. position on this matter. And so that's why he made the announcement he did on Friday.
Right.
I mean, yeah, his job is to fucking lie. That's all he does. All right, I'm gonna skip Netanyahu. I don't want to see his fucking disgusting little face. U.S. and U.K. have launched a new round of joint strikes against Houthi militants. Obviously, you have any reactions to Aaron Bushnell's act of self-immolation? Humanity knows no religion or homeland. May God have mercy on him and accept him as a martyr, along with all the martyrs of Gaza. Shame and shame on the Arabs and Muslims in countries other than Yemen who did not go out in demonstration. Why does America pretend to want an independent Palestine? Aesthetics. In the rule-based international order, you have to at least present a honest front that you care about a violation of rules. Israel's entire existence revolves around a clear-cut violation of the rule-based international order, of course. It is not something that I think is even unclear remotely. It's just pretty obvious. Not just past, like, this past ethnic cleansing campaign is not, I mean, it's more severe than previous ones, but it's, even before that, on October 6th, Israel was still an apartheid state. U.S. and U.K. have launched a new round of joint strikes against Houthi militants. I'm skipping that as well. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has issued a dire new warning on Ukraine crisis.
Turning to the war in Ukraine.
Do I like Rishi Sunak? Yeah, I like Rishi Sunak like I like having a hole in my fucking brain.
The country's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, is out with a dire new warning saying millions of Ukrainians could die if his country doesn't get more U.S. aid. As Charlie D'Agata reports, the Ukrainian military is feeling the pressure.
Thank you, 34MKD50, with another 50
train
gifted subs.
station, a church, and nearby homes in flames from Russian missile strikes in eastern Ukraine. Nothing new, except for Ksenia's parents, who lost everything. I was asleep. Lightning lit up the whole room, she said. My parents are now homeless. We'll have to figure out what to do now. President Zelensky said Ukrainians are dying by the day because of a lack of Western support, revealing for the first time the figure of 31,000 Ukrainian soldiers killed since the invasion began, though even U.S. analysts put the number at more than twice that. Whether Ukraine will lose depends on you, on our partners, on the Western world, he said. If we will be strong with weapons we will not lose, we will win. And while Congress wrestles over that $60 billion Ukraine funding package, Russian forces have gone on the attack at several points along the front line after capturing the city of Avdiivka. In a stark warning, Zelensky said Congress knows that Ukraine needs that aid package within a month to spare more lives, civilians and soldiers alike. President Zelensky completely shot down any idea of direct negotiations with Russian President Vladimir Putin, saying we'll only offer him a platform where he can agree that he has lost this war and it was a mistake. Tony?
Charlie D'Agata for us in Ukraine. Charlie, thank you very much. The 2024 Republican primary.
Oh my God. Okay. Here's the difference. Because we just talked about Palestine and now we're talking about Ukraine. When you look at the leadership structure in Palestine that's worth a damn, which would be Hamas and other intermediaries, you see one very clear-cut example. They are always trying to engage in a cessation of hostilities with an invading force that is killing them, an invading force that is killing their children, an invading force that is bombing them with American weapons. On the other side, the fact that Zelensky is like saying we are not going to give any fucking platform to Vladimir Putin is ridiculous. I hope that people understand. While the Ukrainian side is just wanting to rid your nation of a brutal occupation, an invading force that is killing hundreds of thousands of people, you have to understand that it is wild that he keeps saying that there's no cessation of hostilities. Why is it ridiculous to not give Putin a platform? Because he already has a platform, a violent platform that is actually seeing success. Qatari Dancer, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. He also has a platform of nuclear weapons, which is, you know, why is Hasan's take on Ukraine so State Department-y? It is not State Department-y to say that Russia's actions in Ukraine are unjustifiable. That is ridiculous. And also, if you think that my perspective on Ukraine is so closely aligned with the State Department, you haven't seen the past 2 years of people saying that I'm a Vladimir Putin supporter. So you talk shit about one Zionist and believe one? I don't give a fuck about... First of all, Vladimir Putin's a fucking Zionist, dumbass. Shut the fuck up. What do you mean? Oh, in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, only one side is pro-Israel, right? Is that what you think? That's so fucking dumb. Oh yeah, Zelensky, the only fucking Zionist in this equation. They're both Zionists, dummy. They're both very pro-Israel. If anything, Israel has fucked over Ukraine harder, like tenfold now, and twofold before when they refused to give Ukraine the Iron Dome. Why do you think that happened? Why do you think Israel was like, fuck off? When they were like, can we get the Iron Dome, please? We're getting fucking bombed to oblivion here, like by the Russian forces. And Israel was like, suck my dick, actually. Thank you very much. Putin built the biggest mosque in the world. Oh, shit. Damn, dog. Didn't realize that actually totally changes the dynamic then. Yeah, I didn't realize. Putin also said he fucking thinks Palestinians deserve to live. So he must be really fucking chill about that. Now, the other side of the equation is that, like, Russia is engaging in acts that are akin to what Israel is doing. The fuck? It's so funny because that's why they do it, by the way. No, that means he's in the middle. He's in the middle and Biden sucks off Israel and any Zionist. Okay, dude. Yeah. Wait till you find out Vladimir Putin's close relationship with Israel. But they say Russia and Iran are allies. Russia and Iran are not aligned. They're aligned in self-interest. It's like saying Recep Tayyip Erdogan is anti-Israel. He is not. He just says anti-Israel shit. Please stop. Russia is in it for themselves. That's it. Vladimir Putin is interested in Vladimir Putin, and that's it. Anyway, it's so odd that people legitimately want to believe. Like it is the ironic America bad way of thinking, which lands you on the correct position 98% of the time. I used to say this all the time back in the day before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, where like the anti-America position will land you on the correct side of history and land you on the correct side of morality 98% of the time. But the 2% of the time, you also then turn around and think that like, well, anyone who opposes America is actually good, unconditionally good. And definitely are doing it for good reasons. And it's just wrong, especially when it comes to Vladimir Putin. It's very odd. If given the opportunity, if it served the interests of the American State Department better or the military-industrial complex, Vladimir Putin would have loved to have Russia as another Israel, 100%. He probably looks at fucking Netanyahu and is like, oh man, this sucks. Why can't we do this? Isn't this how Chomsky functions though? Anything the U.S. equals bad? That's awesome. Yeah, dude. Noam Chomsky famously is just like America bad. I mean, saying that about a dumbass like me, who's a fucking stupid Twitch streamer who gets clipped out of context all the time, fine, right? Oh, Hasan's opinions are shallow. Saying that about like a celebrated author who has dedicated most of his life to covering this specifically and how it factors into our daily existence, how the media operates at the behest of the State Department, all this stuff is just like so funny. Authors can be wrong too. Of course, they can be. But the notion that like Noam Chomsky's perspective on America is simply America bad and nothing else is insane to me. It just demonstrates your lack of interest or your intellectual incuriosity on the matter. You just haven't read any of his positions. And it's fine to be intellectually incurious about a dumbass Twitch streamer with fucking temporary neck tattoos, right? Like, because I'm a fucking idiot. But like, he is not. Do you get what I'm saying? So it is on you at that point to try and personally understand his positions a little bit better, because he's very clearly written books on them. They are very well flushed out. Ironic, though, because when I do talk about America Pad, I also give you very detailed positions as to why they are bad. Do you get it? And yet people refuse to read that stuff at all. You're making it sound like Russia supports Israel when they're just minding their own business? What? All right. Former President Trump beats Nikki Haley in South Carolina. Let's get to some funny shit.
Primary heads to another critical swing state after a big win over the weekend for former President Donald Trump. He easily beat former Ambassador Nikki Haley in South Carolina, her home state. That was on Saturday, although he did not win by as much as some were expecting. Haley is vowing to fight on now, and she is focused on the next primary. That one will be in Michigan.
You do you, of course, but I don't think you do your arguments any favors by engaging that level of self-deprecation. It doesn't matter. I'm always going to be a little silly, okay? I'm a silly guy.
Michigan tomorrow. Ed O'Keefe is in the state's biggest city. Ed, good morning to you.
Tony, good to see you. The former president dominated the South Carolina GOP primary among men, women, the young and old, in mostly rural areas of that state. But Haley is soldiering on in this battleground state, rallying supporters today.
Former President Donald Trump may have won big in South Carolina, but the state's former governor, Nikki Haley, says she isn't going anywhere.
You can't have a candidate who's going to win a primary who can't win a general.
Despite losing her home state, she's now on a 10-day nationwide tour with more than 20 campaign rallies and fundraisers, as Haley's campaign says she raised another $1 million in the hours after the South Carolina finish. Haley says she represents the concerns of Republicans that Trump can't win over.
He's not going to get the 40% if he is not willing to change and do something that acknowledges the 40%.
Michigan's Republican primary is next on Tuesday and is open to Democrats and independents. Haley supporters we met cross party lines, want her to keep going, like this Democrat.
She's the only one that could part the Red Seas of Trumpism.
And this Republican.
She doesn't have all the court cases.
I don't like that this is the bad version and not the good version. Hey, brother, crazy how they're smearing you so fast, lama foul. I just want you to know I actually related with what you said. I do customer service, and it is taxing to talk and please people for 8 to 10 hours a day. This is the better version. Thank you. Sean C did a video on you? Wait, really? I love Sean C. No way. Link it. Oh, it's on his like live reaction channel. That's not the same as like a full video. Anyway, react. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. All right. Let's move on. Let's move on from Nikki Haley, even though America will never move on from Nikki Haley, if you know what I mean, because she is the GOAT and she's defending the nation from Trumpism.
Drama. She is a person of character. She's a person of integrity.
But a national conservative group that helped campaign early for Haley plans to stop spending on her because we don't believe any outside group can make a material difference to widen her path to victory.
I have never seen the Republican Party so unified as it is right now.
Meantime, Trump's Friday night comments to conservative black voters in South Carolina are still drawing controversy.
These lights are so bright in my eyes that I can't see too many people out there, but I can only see the black ones. I can't see any white ones, you see? That's how far I've come.
He also claimed his dozens of criminal indictments are boosting his standing with black voters.
We've all seen the mugshot, and you know who embraced it more than anybody else? The black population. It's incredible.
The co-chair of President Biden's campaign blasted the comments as moronic and just plain racist.
So as Haley nears a mathematical dead end in her quest for delegates to stop former President Donald Trump, there may have been some silver lining in the exit polls in South Carolina, where 1/3 of primary voters said the former president would be unfit to serve again if he's convicted at all of a crime. Tony?
Ed, got it. President Biden, on the other hand, he's on the ballot in Michigan on Tuesday as well, and there could be some trouble brewing there for him. What can you tell us about it?
That's right. He's not facing a major opponent so much as he's facing a concept. Here in Michigan, voters have the option of voting uncommitted on their ballot, essentially a none-of-the-above option. And there are progressives in this state and across the country urging Democrats to do so, to register their opposition to his stance on the Israel-Hamas war. We were at a rally yesterday with those pushing for this concept. We'll have much more on this tomorrow. Tony?
No, I don't care. I'm not going to go back. It doesn't matter. You missed him being hot as fuck. Hasan, react harder. You could just take a mic with you to the toilet.
Are boosting his standing with black voters.
We've all seen the mugshot. And you know who embraced it more than anybody else? The black population. It's incredible.
The co-chair.
My goat, my king. They like it. The blacks. They like it. They're always finding themselves in the throes of the criminal justice system, they're saying. Further back. Oh, my God. Stop. It just doesn't matter. Go back a little bit further. Oh, my God. It's literally... Okay, fuck it. I'm going to literally hear.
Campaign early for Haley. Plans to stop spending on her because
annoying.
We don't believe any outside group can make a material difference to widen her path to victory.
I have never seen the Republican Party so unified as it is right now.
Meantime, Trump's Friday night comments to conservative black voters in South Carolina are still drawing controversy.
These lights are so bright in my eyes that I can't see too many people out there. But I can only see the black ones. I can't see any white ones, you see? That's how far I've come.
He also...
Okay, never mind. That was valid. That was valid to go back to. Oh, my God. There ain't no fucking way. There ain't no... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. God, he's the most woke guy. He really is. He's so woke. But then the lights do come on. Wow. That right there, that's something. I don't know what else to say about that. Yeah, DEI has hit the Republican Party, folks. DEI, I only have eyes for the 4 black people in the crowd. This is a big story as well, by the way. This morning, the Supreme Court is actually looking at an insane court case. An insane court case that dictates that the states of Texas and Florida can actually force social media companies, not Twitter, of course, because Twitter already did that on its own volition at the behest of Elon Musk. But the state of Florida and the state of Texas can force social media companies to basically reinstitute and restore the accounts of people who were banned for racism and other forms of bigotry. It is the most tailor-made. It is the most tailor-made for boomer fucking campaigning I've ever seen. One step further, take it one step further, it's basically like saying that you have to, like the state of Texas and the state of Florida has the right and responsibility to ensure that your grandchildren talk to you or respond at gunpoint to all of your endless QAnon posting on Facebook. Okay? Mandatory. It is mandatory now that you have to give at least 10K likes to any fucking reactionary post. It's awesome.
Question takes center stage at the Supreme Court. How far can the government go in regulating political content on social media? The justices will hear arguments today about whether 2 laws passed in Republican-run states are constitutional, one from Florida, the other from Texas. The Florida law bans tech companies from suspending the accounts of political candidates. The Texas law makes it illegal for tech companies to remove political content based on someone's viewpoint, even if it's hate speech. Supporters of these laws say social media platforms have been censoring users, especially those with conservative or religious views. But tech companies argue they have a right under the First Amendment to set their own standards to prevent misinformation.
It's about government.
Yeah. Small government conservatism is when you have to like my post. Okay? If you don't like my posts and engage in my posts, then you're doing something that I consider to be illegal. Do you understand? You have to watch the HasanAbi broadcast. You have to subscribe at the top of the hour. You must not see a 3-minute ad break. Do you understand? That's how it works. If you don't subscribe, it's illegal. Bakers don't have to make gay cakes, but social media companies have to allow people to say the N-word without censorship. 34 MKD50, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Yeah, 1984, big government forcing. The Nicki song is stuck in my head too, chatter, don't worry.
Government, in this case Republican government, forcing a private platform to say something it doesn't want to say. It would be like the government going into Chipotle and telling them that they have to serve.
Many people have understood the message, and they're forcibly gifting subs right now at gunpoint. Okay? You see that? That's big government working, baby. That's the nanny state. Forcing 34 MKD50 to give 50 gifted subs.
Serve hamburgers because people want hamburgers.
Restaurants don't have an expressive right to exclude Black people or Jewish people from their restaurants because they want to make a point. Similarly, the platforms, which again are
these are such idiotic arguments. It would be like telling a restaurant that it is illegal to force a customer out for like harassing the employees. Like, that is a infinitely better legal argument. What the fuck are these people saying? Okay. Yes, restaurants should not be able to stop serving Black customers. That is enshrined in the law. The reason why it's enshrined in the law is because restaurants refuse to do so for quite some time. But every single restaurant can say no to a fucking asshole if they are yelling at the customers and if they're yelling at the employees. This is akin to the Texas government stepping in and saying, no, you are not allowed to kick out a customer that is like screaming the N-word. You have a right to refuse service to people, specifically, you know, racist people, transphobic people, bigoted people. It is ridiculous that the supposed small government conservatives would step in and be like, no, you can't do that. You will go to jail.
The Supreme Court has called our public square can't exclude people they don't like to make some obscure and not quite clear expressive point.
Both laws would allow tech companies to be sued for violations. The lawmakers in Florida and Texas say they're trying to regulate the business actions of tech companies, not their freedom of speech. This case could have far-reaching implications, from what you see about the presidential election to even how spam is regulated. The justices are expected to issue a ruling by this summer.
Hi, everyone. George Steph.
That's great, man. Thank you. Anyway, we're going to, speaking of conservatives and restaurants and conservatives attending restaurants, this conversation between libs of TikTok's very own CHAYA RAICHIK and Taylor Lorenz is a perfect demonstration, in my opinion, of what it looks like when you are a reactionary conservative online doing the same nonsensical, idiotic bullshit in public, especially against someone who is, you know, sane. Now, the reason why this interview is uploaded on the motherfucking Taylor Lorenz YouTube page is also funny. I know the actual details because I reached out to Taylor after this interview popped off a couple days ago. I was like, Taylor, how the fuck did you get access to this person like this unfettered, unfiltered access for 55 minutes? Taylor told me that it was actually CHAYA that personally was, willing to sit down with her as long as she filmed the process herself. It was actually CHAYA's assistant that was filming this interview. The conversation was supposed to take place for 10 minutes max. Taylor wrote an article about Nex, the non-binary 16-year-old that was brutalized and beaten up by 3 older students in an Oklahoma school, who then died a day later. Now, Taylor had written about the article. Taylor had written about this situation, and CHAYA RAICHIK is, of course, for those of you who don't know, a psychopathic, right-wing, crazy lady that runs the Libs of TikTok account. This account is, I guess, like a clear-cut definition of a stochastic terrorist, an account that is specifically involved in, doing terror to trans people. I don't know how else to describe it. Her entire purpose is to find random queer people in places of regular business and out them, or not out them specifically, but like lie about them, call them groomers and pedophiles to her audience of psychopathic, bloodthirsty, monstrous, transphobic losers. It is not even just a cyber lynch mob. Cyber lynch mob is adequate. However, it's not just a cyber lynch mob. It actually has real world consequences, because as a hate monger, when there is a person or even an institution like a hospital, for example, in CHAYA's crosshairs, that hospital will always get suspiciously a litany of death threats for all the medical professionals that work there, and even bomb threats, as a matter of fact. Very famously, bomb threats to a children's hospital. So just so you understand, and of course, CHAYA and Taylor have had very public beef for quite some time. Taylor was the person that found out who she was and basically unmasked her, the anonymous account. And I think she was very valid to do so. Before people go, oh, that's doxing. There is a difference between having a stochastic terrorist account that simply anonymously is engaging in stochastic terrorism, which I think is still worthy of unmasking, versus a stochastic terror account that also was officially collaborating with organs of the government, which CHAYA was. Ron DeSantis's own personal spokesperson was working alongside CHAYA RAICHIK, getting notes from her, which made it even additionally more valid as far as journalism goes. She's also one of the dumbest people on the planet. Here's on January 24th, 2023, Libs of TikTok creator CHAYA RAICHIK said, "They made up the term stochastic terrorist for us, so honestly, like, that makes me feel really important."
They made up the stochastic terrorism term, like, for me, like,
no, they did. They did make it up for. They did make it up for you. No, they did. I'm giving you the credit. I'm saying they accused me of that, but they didn't make up the word. Then, they made up the word for you. You are the stochastic terrorist.
They weren't using that term back then.
No, Dora, you woke them up to their full regard. Let me clarify. But they were accusing me of that, but they didn't have a word for it yet. But that's what they accused me of, was it was like intellectually inspiring violence. And then you, being a crazy Nazi Jew, allegedly, you're posting recordings of their actual conversations and their own videos gave them the genius phrase to now make a verbal version of violence. Yeah, but I give you the credit. You're inspiring new forms of right-wing hatred. Congratulations.
Can we get confetti again? Okay, thank you. Yeah, they literally made that up for, like, me, Tucker, and Matt Walsh, and Chris Rufo. Like, they made up the term stochastic terrorist for us. So honestly, like, that makes me feel really important. So thank you. I just want to thank the left for
that dude being real or playing into it. No, he's like an unabashed fascist himself, of course. Elijah was fired from the Blaze for sexually assaulting a coworker. This is correct. That is Elijah, whatever the fuck his last name is, I forget, who was too much of a sexual assaulter and a sexual harasser for him to be fired from a place that literally is a placeholder and a permanent jobs program for sexual assaulters and sexual harassers that were fired from Fox News. By the way, according to Wikipedia, the term stochastic terrorism was coined in 2002 by Gordon Wu, but the invention term as it is used today was 2011. CHAYA is 28 years old. Oh my God. CHAYA RAICHIK is 28 years old? Are you for fucking real right now? God damn, she's so hurt. Holy moly, that is a bad 28, dog. That, you should not have told me that. Yo, yikes. Hate fucking ages you like nothing else. I'm 4 years older than her. There ain't no fucking way. I'm 4 years older than this woman? That's actually kind of, wow. Okay, that's crazy. I did not know that. Oh my God. What is on her shirt? She is wearing a t-shirt that has Taylor Lorenz's face on it because she is insane. She thinks this is cool and fun and funny. But to the average person, to the onlooker from the outside, to the bus driver, if you will, if we're going to talk about, the bus driver thing that I talk about all the time, could you describe, like, how would a bus driver receive you? Like a freak, because she is a freak. So let's continue.
Do you know what, is that a public park or is that a private? No, private. Private. All right, well, we'll try to keep it short. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, of course. Oh my gosh, the struggles of LA, I swear. Okay, well, now that we're going, so thank you so much for meeting. First of all, I saw Seth Dillon today saying that you guys are no longer affiliated. What happened with there? I know that he invested in you early, was a huge supporter of you. What happened to that relationship?
Just parted ways.
For what reason?
Personal reasons.
Yeah? Yeah. What, you didn't align
Totally.
with...
Seth Dillon is the CEO of Babylon Bee. Seth Dillon famous for saying things on the timeline like, oh, this 14-year-old victim of rape is getting to learn the wonders of giving birth. Seth Dillon, who unironically has defended a 14-year-old rape victim being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. Just remember that. That Seth Dillon, owner of Babylon Bee, Mr. Babylon Might Be, that Seth Dillon recognized, that Seth Dillon recognized that the endless amounts of political drama that CHAYA RAICHIK engages in with a sea of death threats that follow anytime she posts about someone was unfortunately too much and too hot for the Babylon motherfucking Bee. Remember, the reason why I gave you information on Seth Dillon beforehand is so that you understand even guys like that are like, oh, CHAYA is a little bit too far and is actually bringing a lot of attention in a negative way and possibly opening us up for legal trouble. So we are going to part ways. At least that is my assessment, my personal assessment on the matter. Something to consider.
Amicable. I love Seth.
Yeah.
He's a great mentor.
This is one.
Just personal reasons. I'm not going to get into it.
Oh, okay. When did that sort of break off?
Recently.
Uh-huh. So how many staffers? Tell me a little bit more about your organization.
We are a small team, just a couple people.
And it's all distributed?
It's what?
It's all distributed, as in it's all remote, pretty much?
Yeah, it's remote, yeah.
Got it. So when did you start, I guess, what got you into all this? I've always wanted to ask you. I wrote about sort of the history of your Twitter account, but how did you get involved in politics?
If you watch any of my interviews, I talk about this all the time. But just, COVID radicalized me.
Yeah.
And they were like forcing us to wear masks and not letting us leave our homes. And
yeah, the masks radicalized her. Mask wearing. I did speed it up, yes, because I am speeding it up because I don't want to fucking listen to CHAYA Babylon for 53 uninterrupted minutes. Okay. I am going to speed through this process 100%.
Not letting us work and people losing their jobs. And then people now forcing the vaccine, an experimental vaccine, people dying from the vaccine.
So how did that get you interested in LGBTQ issues?
It got me interested in politics. And then once I was interested in politics, I stumbled upon this whole movement, and I was absolutely appalled by what I was seeing.
Appalled by what?
The radicalization of it, the way that they come after our most innocent and vulnerable population, or kids. The way that it makes there's nothing logical about it. There's nothing logical about chopping off kids' body parts. There's nothing logical about giving kids porn in school. There's two sexes, and that's it. So anything out of that, it's just based on lies and nonsense.
Yeah. Did you grow up? I know you grew up in a sort of a more conservative community. Did you know any LGBTQ people growing up? What was your exposure to that community just in life prior to sort of understanding the world through politics?
I never really paid attention to it.
So you didn't have any LGBTQ friends or anything,
No.
family members?
No.
So your first exposure to the LGBTQ world was through basically learning about it through the media ecosystem?
Through themselves, actually. They would say exactly what their intentions are, what their whole movement is about.
Uh-huh.
So I learned about it through watching their own videos.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, I don't know. What sort of videos were you watching? I mean, are you just
All
talking about
the
the TikToks that you share?
And tons more on TikTok. It's all over TikTok.
Yeah.
Very easy to find.
Yeah. I'm curious, I feel like there's been, especially on, my colleagues have done great reporting on sort of like this rift on Twitter. I know that you have a very conservative fan base, and in your comments sometimes you'll see a lot of commentary about sort of the great replacement theory. What are your thoughts on that?
What are your thoughts on the comments on your post telling me to kill myself?
Horrible. Yeah, horrible. Obviously against that. Yeah.
So will you come out and condemn that publicly?
Oh, I would condemn it anytime. I'm against murdering anyone, of course.
So you're against death threats against me?
I'm a big, as somebody that's dealt with a lot of online harassment, I don't defend threatening to murder anyone. But I guess I'm curious,
Because a lot of times it comes after an attack in the media, like someone like you or another journalist.
So are you saying that, if somebody posts something and then attacks follow, that person should answer for those attacks?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying that people like you tell me that all the time. So I'm just asking if you think the same thing.
Yeah, I don't think I have said that here, but I think it's kind of interesting. I guess in the conservative movement, there's this ideology around sort of white nationalism, which is obviously kind of a hardline ideology that's generally been pretty critical of Jewish communities. And I'm wondering, as a Jewish woman, how do you feel about sort of aligning yourself with those people and accounts? You see this sort of rhetoric in your replies, and I only bring it up. I'm not saying that you necessarily endorse that rhetoric. I would imagine that you don't. But how do you kind of think about those nuances when you're thinking about kind of the audience that you're building?
Some of your audience says we should chop off kids' body parts. What do you think about that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Like a girl says she wants to be a boy, so she chops off her breasts.
I'm a big, I believe in personal liberty and bodily autonomy personally.
So kids should be able to cut off their breasts if they think that they're boys.
I mean, I believe in gender ideology. I guess I personally, my feeling is that I believe in personal liberty. I grew up in a town where a lot of people, for their middle school graduation, women got nose jobs. I knew somebody that got a boob job. at age 14. And I guess I struggle to kind of understand the criticism when there's certainly no criticism of that sort of thing, right? But then there's criticism of this other sort of gender affirming, stuff. So
you're comparing a boy being allowed to chop off his penis to a teenage girl getting a nose job?
Well, just to be extra clear, I don't believe that 13-year-olds are able to make those sort of medical decisions.
Minors are, yeah.
Oh, really? And where?
Yeah. Children's National Hospital in D.C. gives 16-year-olds hysterectomies.
Oh, 16-year-olds.
They gave me that. They told me that directly. They said 16 girls and younger. That's what they said. So hysterectomies. There are definitely minors. I know for sure. I think it's 12 who are getting double mastectomies. They definitely allow vaginoplasties for minors and phalloplasties. I'm not aware of a specific case of a minor, but they allow 18-year-olds.
Yeah, which 18-year-olds, you're an adult. But let's just get back to.
So what she's doing here is maybe unsurprising for you if you're familiar with the way that right-wingers operate, is an exaggeration, okay? It's across the board incorrect. It is not for medical intervention of this kind for minors is heavily scrutinized, okay? And it is only done as a last resort. The notion that they're just like lobbing off 16-year-old titties or whatever the fuck the way that she's trying to describe it is crazy. What that factors in is literally like incredibly rare instances of like cancer, okay? The idea that this is a commonplace practice is insane, okay? Like you're talking about breast reduction surgeries for like unique hormone issues and cancer treatment, okay? It's not trans kids going in and getting this like voluntary procedure without any medical scrutiny whatsoever, okay? Don't use those two words together. I don't know what you're saying. What words? The idea that this is like commonplace, commonplace and super easy to conduct is ridiculous, okay?
The Great Replacement stuff, because I'm curious, what are your thoughts on that whole ideology?
I mean, how many? There were times that there were some months over the past 3 years that there were more illegals coming into our border than children being born in the U.S. Does that not look like they're trying to replace us?
I think one of the funniest parts about this, of course, is that the Great Replacement theory that she's channeling is objectively a white supremacist Nazi slogan. And of course, those very same white supremacist Nazis that champion the Great Replacement theory also believe that Jewish people are responsible for said Great Replacement theory, and CHAYA is an Orthodox Jew. So perhaps she's too stupid to recognize that reality. I don't know. Because when people say they are doing Great Replacement, you are a part of the they, lady. Like, they don't mean like they are doing Great Replacement. Some might think it's like the liberals or the Democrats, but the real ones, the actual fucking Nazis that have been championing this since the dawn of fascism, have directly laid the blame at Jews.
I guess sort of imagine America as a melting pot. Isn't that sort of what America was founded on?
No, but they're actually bringing in more people than are actually being born.
So I guess it sounds like you sort of do ascribe to this theory of the Great Replacement. How does that make
I just
you
look
feel?
At the facts and the numbers.
Well, so, I mean, just let's give a corollary, right? A lot of Jewish people fled, Europe, came over here also as immigrants. And there's a lot of criticism towards Jewish people in those movements, in those far-right movements. So I'm just wondering, as a Jewish woman, sort of how you feel about that and your role in cultivating this fan base that might think of you as a minority, an outsider.
Not all cultures are equal. Yeah.
So
she's like, yeah, those anti-Semites help me pay my bills. So, maybe they got some good ideas. That's so funny. DC Children's Hospital harassed over trans youth services. Yeah. In an audio recording posted Thursday by the conservative Twitter account Libs of TikTok, a Children's National employee appears to say that the hospital offers gender-affirming hysterectomies to minors. Since Thursday, the hospital has been the target of a large volume of hostile and threatening phone calls and emails, a spokesperson said in a statement to the Associated Press. The spokesperson also denied that Children's National performs hysterectomies for minors. None of the people who were secretly recorded by this activist group delivered care to our patients, they said. The information in the recording is not accurate. We do not perform gender-affirming hysterectomies for anyone under the age of 18. This, of course, does not stop CHAYA RAICHIK's fan base from literally fucking sending bomb threats to the hospital and sending death threats to every single medical personnel there. The notion that this is a commonplace procedure that is happening all the time is completely and utterly made up. That's it. It's made up. What is the value in giving this worthless, irrelevant bitch any oxygen? Why interview her? That worthless, irrelevant bitch is a fucking terrorist who just recently had a minted position in the Oklahoma Department of Education. So she is not as worthless and as irrelevant as you would want her to be. I agree. She is awful. but she is unfortunately not irrelevant. The only reason why the Oklahoma Department of Education gave her a position, for the record, is because she's transphobic. She has never lived in Oklahoma. I don't even know if she's ever stepped foot inside of the state of Oklahoma. She has only lived in Brooklyn and Los Angeles, as far as I know. So that's something to consider as well. And yet, she got a job. Former Brooklyn real estate agent and self-described stochastic terrorist CHAYA RAICHIK, a.k.a. Libs of TikTok, is appointed to the Library Media Advisory Committee for Oklahoma Schools, a state she doesn't reside in. She also sometimes complains to Elon Musk, and Elon Musk defends her. So, unfortunately for all of us, she has no valid background to have this position at all. She hasn't even lived in Oklahoma. The only reason why she was put into that position is because she is a petulant, psychopathic, bloodthirsty, monstrous transphobe. That's it. Those were her qualifications for the position. It was a way to say, we stand with you. In the recording, CHAYA RAICHIK, the Brooklyn real estate sales woman, whom the Washington Post identified earlier this year as running the Libs of TikTok, poses as the mother of a 16-year-old transgender boy seeking gender-affirming hysterectomy. They're in the clear, a hospital worker tells RAICHIK after asking her son's age. Later in the recording, another hospital worker tells RAICHIK she has a gender-affirming she has seen gender-affirming hysterectomies for children younger than your child's age. Comments on Twitter labeled hospital workers demons and groomers and called them to be jailed or worse. Earlier this month, doctors and staffers of Boston Children's Hospital reported receiving threats of violence. Just remember, guys, the bad guys are not the people sending bomb threats to a children's hospital. This is so comical that it's like something the Joker would do, okay? In a Batman subplot. It is like cliche. Issuing bomb threats at a children's hospital, I must be the good guy in this story. Holy fuck.
I know you have a lot of concerns about educational materials and books, library books and things, especially.
They're importing people who want to destroy America and who
Who's they? CHAYA? Who's the they?
Who come here and do not stand for what America stands for. So, and I think, and we see it, there's time after time after time after time. They come in, they're destroying our cities, they bring crime with them, and they are bringing them in to replace us. And yeah, I think people from various countries, they're all different.
So, just back to the sort of education stuff, I know that you're interested in removing a bunch of books from libraries that you consider inappropriate. I was just wondering, out of all the books that you've sort of tried to get removed, how many have you read?
I've read a couple of them.
Which ones?
Genderqueer. I've read This Book Is Gay. I've read Flamer. I've read, what were some of the other ones?
She didn't read any of those books, okay? It is also funny because, like, obviously, I don't even know if she knows how to fucking read, okay? But it is, once again, very funny because there is an incredibly high likelihood that she's also... And this does not mean that like all gay people in the closet are like the only reactionary homophobes and bigots are gay or anything like that. But there is a very high likelihood, all things considered, with her hypersexual obsession, her pathological sexual obsession with Taylor Lorenz, that she herself might also be an in the closet lesbian. There is a likelihood. Like, straight up. And AOC as well.
My shadow is pink. It feels good to be yourself. There's so many more. Tons of them.
How do you kind of square? Would you say, I feel like you are...
It is a disservice to assume homophobic people are closeted because it deflects responsibility from hetero bigots. Oh, no. I often explain, like, Matt Walsh, not gay. Okay? Just a straight, dyed-in-the-wool, aggro, psychopathic right-winger who wants to kill queer people, but is... definitely straight. Okay. Same with Ben Shapiro. Steven Crowder, however, there are signs, is what I mean. Like, do you understand? Of course, the overwhelming majority of homophobic people are not gay. They're very much straight. Benny Johnson, gay. Steven Crowder, possibly bi. Definitely into cross-dressing.
Or at least I feel like you've spoken about free speech before and the need for free speech and sort of supported Elon Musk's sentiments in that area. Would you say that you're a free...
Could the same argument be levied on you, perhaps? Like what? That I'm in the closet? Why would I be in the closet? I'm very openly pro-LGBT. I'm currently in the process of defending LGBT rights. Like, I have no reason to hide my sexuality. I talk about fucking dads all the time. Do I strike you as the type of person who is scared of their own sexuality? I wear dresses. Like, one of the more common things I hear from people is that like that I'm, you know, one of the more common things that haters say about me is that I'm actually a gay man, like secretly a gay man. Why would I keep that shit a secret?
Free speech supporter?
Yeah.
So how do you square the sort of being this free speech supporter with wanting to ban literature?
I do more gay shit than Austin, and he's gay.
What kind of literature?
Any kind of literature. I mean, I would think.
What kind of literature am I trying to ban?
Oh, I thought you were just trying to say that you have, I mean, you've made an effort to get books removed from schools.
What kind of books?
Books dealing with LGBTQ people and sexual
No, that's not what I
education. Oh, so you're not trying to get any books banned from school?
That's not what I said either.
Okay, why don't you explain to me how you're thinking about this?
You just accused me of wanting to ban books. What kind of books am I trying to ban?
You tell me.
I'm not trying to ban anything.
Well, you're not trying to ban any books.
Because I'm trying to ban books.
Are you trying to remove books from libraries?
From public school libraries.
Okay. So how do you square your sort of notion of free speech and free expression and allowing all of that stuff with wanting literature removed and wanting access to information removed?
What kind of literature?
You tell me.
Porn. Gay porn.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And what do you consider gay porn in these books?
Gay porn.
So you want to see it?
Are you talking about the stuff that you've tweeted, basically? You consider
yeah,
it
like there's
inappropriate?
pictures of like blowjobs and like how to have gay sex with like naked people and people masturbating and stuff. Yeah.
Did you?
Like pictures of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
totally. And
Yeah.
I went to public school. And we had a sex ed class in public school where we were shown, information about sexual health and, sex and masturbation and things like that. I'm curious about your own education. I mean, was that something did you ever go to a sex ed class, or is this all sort of new to you, where you're sort of learning about how this works in public schools?
I don't live under a rock.
So you did have sex ed classes when you were growing up?
We had some kind of education, yeah.
Uh-huh. So you do think it's important for children to have education, sex education?
Not the way they're doing it in public schools.
Uh-huh. How are they doing it?
They're giving kids porn and telling third graders that they should masturbate. They're giving middle school children guides to gay sex and anal sex, sex toys.
How would you describe the type of sex education that you would like to see at schools?
At this point, I want all sex education actually removed from schools because I don't trust the schools to do it.
Okay.
After what we've seen, I don't trust them at all. Zero. We need to completely eradicate it and then redo it in a normal way that's appropriate.
So I saw you said that you got banned.
Okay, what is the normal way to do it? I'm sorry, but like I don't really want to know. Like I don't really want her dictating this kind of thing. Okay, I think that a good question to ask here would be: do you think that you should have a say in how we teach sex ed to children, or do you think professionals should have a say in the matter? Because it's like, why do you want to interfere in an area that like people who have literally trained for their whole fucking lives and are infinitely more knowledgeable on? You are literally bitchless. Okay, here you are sitting with your incredibly long jean skirt that is like otherwise defined as a pant, a singular pant, unmarried and completely devoid of dick, and simultaneously bitchless too. You are a no pussy having ass. Why do you get to dictate how children should learn about sex ed when you yourself never got sex ed, don't understand why it's necessary, and have no formal training in this area at all? For those of you who want to know what I'm talking about, this is the woman who's like, I should be the one teaching children how to masturbate or whatever.
Banned from Stripe today. How much money did you have tied up in that platform?
I'm not going to get into that. Mm-hmm. They already restored me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're back.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she has a lot of similar. It's almost like the entire conservative movement is based on policing things they don't know anything about. Yeah, exactly. It's like entirely fear-based. The fear of the unknown. Like, bigotry is the greatest way to deal with said uncertainty. You're like, oh, I don't fully personally understand this shit, but it scares me, so I don't think anyone else should even broach the subject. It's wonderful. The rare skjort is unhinged. I've never seen that, dude. This is like the first of its kind. Yeah, it's like if Cutie was deciding that no one can fly in a plane, so because she can't fly in a plane because she's terrified, no one should be able to fly in a plane. But Cutie Cinderella is not a reactionary psychopath, whereas CHAYA is a reactionary psychopath, blessed with the bountiful, beautiful position of being a right-wing reactionary, with hyper-individualism and American exceptionalism built to her very foundation. So it's the same mind that thought, I can wear this without falling on the ground and having to have with no exit strategy of getting up. Okay, because honestly, when you fall on this, it's over. It's Jover. You got to roll home. You just got to have someone roll your ass back home, because you ain't never getting back up. That's the very mind that thinks that they should dictate what children should and shouldn't learn about as far as sex ed at schools.
I think it was around last summer, you deleted a lot of your tweets and you decided to stop posting. This is when Seth Dillon kind of tweeted, asking if you fell off or, saying that you weren't posting.
Rectangular rainbows are the boogeyman. You changed my brain chemistry when you described it as reacting to shapes and colors, because that's exactly what it is.
You used to. What happened during that time? And did you think about quitting?
I have no idea, and no, I never thought about quitting.
Why'd you delete all your old posts?
It was just a one-time editorial decision. I stand by all my posts.
You know, I guess speaking of deleting posts, you still have a post up accusing the Uvalde shooter of being trans. Obviously, that's been debunked.
Yeah, there's a community note on it.
So why not remove that post if you're so comfortable with removing posts?
Because there's a community note. I think it's clear. It's obviously it was unintentional. There was a watermark on it. It was from a meme, an account that was going around. And I'm glad there's a community note so people know that.
Do you believe if, say, a journalist posts something factually incorrect or wrong, especially about someone else, you know, somebody was to say something factually wrong about you, do you believe they should remove that, or do you think they should be able to keep that content up?
Twitter is free speech.
Oh, gosh, she's so fucking stupid. I love this shit, dude. Guys, why do I always fucking yell at you to be fucking normal? Why? This is why, okay? If you don't check yourself, you might sometimes wreck yourself. What I mean by this is, if you don't fucking check yourself, and you don't, like, recenter your way of existence, because it is very easy sometimes to find ourselves in like Discord servers or splinter Discord servers being reaffirmed on our sometimes unhinged propositions and framework. This is a perfect representation of like how that kind of hug boxing, that kind of like desperation for a safe space ends up with you unironically thinking that you're in the right when you are, one, so wrong, and two, just so incredibly fucking dumb. She, throughout this entire 53-minute interview, she comes across as unhinged and also incredibly uneducated. Why is she confident enough to film this and then have her assistant send this footage to Taylor Lorenz? Because she thought she's doing great. Because she thinks, well, everybody hates Taylor. She's like public enemy number 1 on Twitter. Myself, public enemy number 2. So she thinks this is an own. She thinks she's cooking. One, because, you know, she thinks people will not receive Taylor in a positive way on Twitter because Twitter is a right-wing shithole, right? And she also personally thinks that she's owning her right now in this conversation because she's never had someone literally fucking try and even pick apart, even cynically or in a constructive manner, pick apart her argumentation.
You know, people lie about me all the time on there, and they don't get taken down. If you want, it has to go both ways.
So you believe that people should be allowed to keep up wrong information about you and have be able to keep that up?
Free speech is free speech.
Okay, so I'm kind of curious how you square that with the letter that you sent this morning to V Sphere, claiming that, you know, you were going to try to sue her for slander. You know, if free speach is free speech, then why are you threatening your critics with lawsuits?
Well, defamation is different.
So would you call misidentifying a shooter's sexuality defamation?
No, I wouldn't. Like I said, there's already a community note on it, so I'm glad that people now.
And you admit that it's wrong, right? Was the Uvalde?
Yeah, and I wasn't the creator of that image.
Sure, but you can imagine if somebody amplified wrong information.
You know, the media, like Washington Post and other places, they lie all the time. They're never held accountable. They never remove it. They lie and lie and lie. So
she literally is saying major publications lie all the time and offer no retractions, which is incorrect, and simultaneously saying that's a wrong thing, but it's okay when I do it. Classic conservative position is, and we saw this with Donald Trump, which was like, I have every right to have all the classified information and documents that I want to and store it wherever I want. So it's a witch hunt that they're coming after me, but also they should go after Joe Biden, who should get the death penalty. It's awesome. In the same breath, she's like, it's really fucked up that the media is defaming people and lying, but it's not fucked up when I do it. And it's actually good when I do it.
I am not going to, if you want to hold me to that level, then I get to hold you to that level as well, and all the other media. So I just don't think, you know, we're not. You're
not being held to the same level. Mainstream media has to offer retractions. Now, you can talk about the efficacy of said retractions and whether or not that actually works in real time, like how many people see the retractions. Oftentimes, those are like very quiet retractions anyway, right? That's a thing you can talk about. But the notion that like they're not doing that is crazy because you're saying you're not doing that and you shouldn't do that.
It's not accurate to compare it because
was the Uvalde shooter trans?
The Uvalde shooter wasn't trans.
Got it. And so I guess knowing that you posted wrong information, you're saying it should stay up and everybody else should be allowed to keep whatever they have up as well. Is that sort of your stance? Am I accurately understanding it?
Is there a law against?
No, not asking law. I'm just asking your personal sort of opinion. I'm just kind of curious because it seems like you have come after other people, such as vSphere and other critics, saying you posted wrong information about me, take it down. I totally get that. That's your prerogative.
It's different with defaming a journalist like that. They're defaming me.
And you don't think that calling a shooter trans when they weren't trans is defaming anyone?
No.
Okay, interesting. I guess
they're knowingly lying about me.
What?
And what would?
Wait, so I don't get it. She's saying it's defamation to like accurately report on what you have done? I don't understand. She literally simultaneously personally calls herself a stochastic terrorist, literally has that as like her Twitter PFP, for the record, the article calling her a stochastic terrorist, and also celebrates that as an accomplishment openly while simultaneously saying it's defamation when you say it against me. What is it? Who's the other girl, the interviewer? I don't know anything about her. That is Taylor Lorenz, friend of the show, Taylor Lorenz, who is a real journalist. She used to work at the New York Times, now working at the Washington Post, and she wrote a book as well. She writes a lot about, she has written a lot extensively on online culture and things of that nature.
What would you say that you did when you sort of posted that about the shooter being trans?
Like I said, an image that was going around for months that I shared from another thing accidentally, and I'm glad there's a community note on it.
I know you come from a more traditional family and sort of a more traditional culture. What is your family and think of your success? You've made a huge career for yourself. You're obviously a rising star in conservative media. How's that affected your interpersonal relationships?
I'm not going to get personal. My personal relationships.
Yeah. How's it affected your life? I mean, just dealing with this sort of fame relatively overnight.
So, I mean, thanks in partly to you, there's been a lot of death threats, a lot of really nasty messages.
You seem kind of proud about the press that you've received. I mean, your profile picture is holding up a newspaper with you in the headline.
Yeah, a newspaper where they just basically lied about me. I thought it's funny that they just continue to make up these lies and libels.
You've gotten even if you discount the mainstream media and just talk about the conservative media, I think your platform has risen pretty significantly. What changes has it had on you? I mean, I cover the content creator industry, and I've seen a lot of people go from sort of a very low-key life, which I would imagine you're living before, to a massive amount of attention and, money and powerful people around you. How has that affected you?
Like I said, some safety issues, in part thanks to you and to some other members of the media. But I'm not going to get into my personal life.
Oh, no, not about your personal life. I'm just wondering about your career aspirations. Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
We'll see. You can make all the plans you want, and God could decide something else. So
you don't have any sort of 5-year plan, 10-year plan?
I mean, I have plans, but nothing I'm going to share.
I'm curious, if Trump was reelected, would you be interested in a job with his administration?
Maybe.
Who are you supporting in the election?
There's one candidate, Trump. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Will you be campaigning on his behalf?
We'll see.
Would you prefer? Are you hoping to kind of? I guess would you see yourself in DC?
I haven't made any plans yet.
How did you get connected with Oklahoma, the state of Oklahoma, and how many times have you been to that state?
I was there once. They have, unfortunately, a lot of wokeness in the red state.
Wait a minute. The person recording this video is Chaya's assistant, and Chaya sent this video to Taylor. Is she really that delusional? Yes. The answer to your question is yes. I mean, she just described why. She just said Oklahoma is too woke. Yeah, she said Wokelahoma. I mean, this person's mind must be studied. I think this is, yes, chatter, she wearing one pant leg. Yeah. The wokest thing that come out of Oklahoma is the Tiger King. And the right is taking this as a win. They are Delulu. I think that's the point. That's precisely what I'm trying to talk about when I talk about Twitter and how it is, as a matter of fact, not real life. A position that I have actually maintained for quite some time, whether it be talking about Bernie Sanders support and how that doesn't translate to real world electoral outcomes or whatnot. Twitter is not real life. Of course, it's not real life. Twitter can become real life when people that are permanently online take the stuff that they see on Twitter at face value and then cover it in mainstream media, such as the reactionary nature of the Bernie bros, all the news articles that were written about said things. But since Elon's takeover, it has become increasingly more right-wing. And therefore, since Elon's takeover, it has become a even less real-life situation. The only people who desperately cling on to it and try to make something out of it are people who want to farm right-wing reactionaries in their audience and want those people in their audiences because, a view is a view, a click is a click.
And I'm trying to help.
How'd you originally how did Oklahoma get on your radar as opposed to some others?
Because I started posting about the stuff going on in schools there.
By the way, you have to understand something. What's happening here is not a debate. That's why Taylor is asking all of these questions. she is doing her due diligence as a journalist. I have to remind people, the reason why this looks bad for CHAYA is not because Taylor is trying to make her look bad. Taylor is doing what Taylor does as a journalist, interviewing someone she is writing about. It's CHAYA's responses that turned this into like a contentious situation. Isn't Twitter important? It's supposed to be important for journalists. It used to be, and to a degree it still is, but nowhere near at the same level as it once was. I am a power user of Twitter myself, as you guys know. I have relied on Twitter as journalists that are friends of mine are oftentimes investigative reporters breaking their stories on there. It's a great way to get a scoop and offer coverage in real time on things that are important. However, since the Elon Musk takeover, it has become worse and worse and worse. Twitter Blue subscriber Hasan, I am not a subscriber of Twitter Blue. Elon Musk gave that to me for free to dupe other dumbasses into buying Twitter Blue, thinking that that still is a marker for those who are of note.
Like I do across the country, and then people were very upset that this was happening in their schools.
So, and you've been once. What do you think qualifies you to be on the board, or have to do with education, the education system there? Being that I don't believe you have children in the Oklahoma schools, you don't live in Oklahoma, you've only been once. How does that qualify you to sort of serve in that capacity?
What are the qualifications that they require to be on this committee?
USA Today reported on that, but I believe it was that you had to. Oh God, I might get it wrong, but I think you have to be some sort of educator. You have to have worked as an educator.
Okay, I was a teacher once.
You were?
Yeah.
Okay. So you feel like that qualifies you to sort of inform policies in Oklahoma?
I wasn't aware of any kind of qualifications that they require. I don't believe they require any qualifications.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so. I was thinking more even just informally, but that makes sense. I guess, speaking of Oklahoma, obviously we saw the tragic death of Nex, a young child. Tragic. I'm curious about your reaction. You posted a selfie shortly after people were asking you to address the issue, and you said, to the haters and the losers. Who were you addressing in that statement?
Anyone who hates me and anyone who's a loser.
Okay. Why would you choose to post that in response to people asking you to speak about this child's death?
It was not in response to that.
I guess, why would you post that prior to making any statement about Nex's death?
So, just to be clear, you're trying to police me on when I'm allowed to post selfies?
No, I'm just curious.
I wanted to post it. I thought it was a cute picture, and I just decided to post it.
How do you feel about Nex's death?
It's very tragic. It's horrible.
Do you believe Nex should have been allowed to receive gender-affirming care?
She should not be allowed to go on irreversible puberty blockers or get sex change surgery.
How do you think about the fact that, so often your posts, things that you post about hospitals, libraries, schools, etc., after you make these posts about them, they deal with threats, sometimes bomb threats, sometimes harassment?
We don't know who's calling in the threats. Look, bomb threats are bad. I said that 1,000 times. People who call in bomb threats should be arrested and investigated. You can't call in bomb threats. But I just don't know what it have to do with.
Well, I guess, a recent NBC investigation found at least 33 instances where you posted about a specific person or institution, and that person or institution was immediately bombarded with death threats and violent threats, including bomb threats, other violent threats. That's a pretty significant correlation. How do you, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't know if you saw, but I got tons of death threats this week after the entire media machine came after me. So are they responsible for those?
I don't think that there's the same correlation. Are you receiving bomb threats?
I'm receiving death threats. Like, hi, I'm going to come murder you.
Yeah, and I definitely sympathize with you there.
Like, literally, the article goes live, and then I get those threats.
I get the same thing when a Fox News article.
Me too. It's just like, you want to know why I think Twitter is not as juiced up? Ironically, this is kind of a sad thing. So I've gotten fake canceled a million times over on Twitter, right? For a bunch of random, erroneous reasons. And usually I often look at the impact of said quote unquote cancellation with the amount of death threats that I receive in the real world. And the hilarious part about it is this is part of the reason why I was like, once I pulled up Tyler the Creator and just logged off, I realized that if I'm not personally looking at it nonstop, I got very little death threats after that whole Twitter cancellation. It was noticeably less, which kind of made me realize oh shit, I don't think the impact that Twitter has is the same as it once was, because the amount of direct death threats I used to get after a cycle like this last couple of days, I actually waited ages to engage with your accounts because I saw cancellation rumors, and then when I looked into it more, there was nothing substantial worth canceling you for whatsoever. Yeah, I was glad to hear you feel that after returning from Japan. It is because this last round was more manufactured than normal? Probably, but I think it doesn't matter because most of the dramas that I find myself in are manufactured and silly in almost the same exact identical reasons. This one, on the other hand, I watched happen in real time, right? And was able to like show you in real time how it happened. And I think normally in that situation, when drama happens like that, there's definitely a lot more real world consequences. Didn't happen this time, regardless of the impressions, the supposed impressions on Twitter. So either A, we're getting better as a community and like dispelling the rumors and offering context, or B, Twitter is kind of losing their juice a little bit. I think it's just like a lot of bots. When you see something pop off from one of these like impression farmer accounts that are like stealing people's tweets for the most part, and you see them with like 100,000 likes or whatever, I don't think it's real. I don't think that has like 100,000 real people that went, yeah, I like this a lot. Not responding, but monitoring threats and stalking is a tactic outlined in the Gift of Fear. Bro, why do you assume people care about context? They're just here to shit on you. It's not about context. I agree. The last take wasn't political. It fucking absolutely is. What are you talking about? I'm a fucking pro-labor socialist, and they're saying that I'm anti-work, like anti-workers' rights. The fuck do you mean? It's like saying I'm anti-trans. You know what I mean? Imagine like trying to cancel me over being like Hasan is anti-trans. They have tried it. It's a laughable concept. It's like saying I'm fucking not pro-Palestine. You know what I mean? Trying to cancel me to be like Hasan is not pro-Palestine.
Those lives. So is the journalist responsible? The journalist who posted the article?
I would say, there's a different responsibility when we're talking about media. And I guess to me, a death threat is different than a violent bomb threat. A death threat, I think we're kind of getting normalized to them, unfortunately, online. We get a lot of them. Probably you and I get them constantly, 24/7. I'm wondering kind of how you think about taking these obscure people, right? Because you and I are both public figures, and I imagine you and I can both, we have a high tolerance, right, for what we can handle online. Say you're taking a private citizen, a gay teacher, for instance, in a small town, and you post about that person, and then that person subsequently, who had no media presence prior, receives pretty violent threats. How does that make you feel?
We need to answer the question first, though. Is the journalist responsible for actions that have to happen after?
So you consider sort of your posts about private citizens, incendiary posts, you consider that journalism?
I'm an independent journalist.
And do you think that there's a difference between doing journalism on a completely private figure that has no public presence and no institutional power versus reporting on a powerful public institution or person?
You still didn't answer the question. Is the journalist responsible for reporting for any actions that happen after the reporting?
Personally, I think that journalists should take care and should consider sort of the framing, and I think that they should do their best not to appear as if they encourage that sort of behavior. I've noticed that you haven't necessarily publicly condemned that behavior, publicly told your supporters, listen guys, stop calling in these bomb threats.
Who said it's my followers? Do you have information on it's my followers?
I guess who else's followers would it be?
I don't know.
So
there's 300 million people in this country.
So you post bomb threats follow, and you're saying it might be just unrelated people?
I have no idea. We don't know who it is.
Have you taken steps to find out?
We filed some FOIAs with police departments.
Yeah. What have you found?
We haven't gotten anything useful yet that we can use. But
what about the white supremacist shooter that said that had posts saying like this one's for libs of TikTok? Fuck, there's so many of them. I can't even remember. Well, they said it was like a false flag though.
Actually, one of them we know it's like some foreign actor, not even from the country. So who knows who it is?
Yeah. It seems like Twitter's your main platform these days, although I know you've been posting on Rumble. How much money have you made from the platform?
It's personal.
Is that what sort of portion of your revenue is based on Twitter as opposed to other platforms?
That's personal. So speaking of Twitter, do you regret not getting a blue check? Because then you can make tons of money.
No, I don't monetize online.
You don't monetize?
Yeah, I don't. If I was an independent journalist, maybe, but I'm not. I don't monetize on any of my social platforms.
I will be watching the genocide denial streamers from Noah Samson, a absolute fucking nutty banger of a video, I suspect, in a little bit after this.
I noticed you sort of, speaking of the media, you changed your approach recently, or at least it seems like you're being a little bit more antagonistic towards the media and a little bit more forceful in the way that you speak about the media. What led to that change?
Being lied about and defamed for 2.5 years.
I guess what led to, I would assume you felt like that for quite a while. What led you to sort of change the way that you speak about the media? Or the sort of...
Well, their attacks were ramping up. So like I said, the lies and the defamation, the hypocrisy.
If you eradicate transgenderism, which I believe you suggested in a post today.
No, I never suggested that.
Oh, okay. You reposted a post that was advocating for that. What would happen to the people that have already medically, socially, completely transitioned and are leading happy lives? What would happen to them? I mean, what?
This part is, I'm gonna fucking slow this down because this part you need to hear in the way that it happened. What the fuck? Wait, what? Breaking. French President Emmanuel Macron says sending Western troops on the ground in Ukraine is not ruled out. Holy moly. That's wild. This is like, okay. let's continue with this. But dude, it's wild that the French position went from we don't want to succumb our autonomy by being a NATO country. We don't want to give up our autonomy as an independent nation by becoming a NATO country. Fuck NATO. To like, we are actually potentially going to officially sanction as a NATO nation troops to Ukraine. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know. I'm not making any predictions, boys. Emmanuel Macron is fucking so insane. Macron has no sway in NATO. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Genderism, which I believe you suggested in a post today.
No, I never suggested that.
Oh, okay. You reposted a post that was advocating for that. What would happen to the people that have already medically, socially, completely transitioned and are leading happy lives? What would happen to them? I mean, what's your plan for that? If transgenderism doesn't exist, which it seems like that's what you believe, what happens to all the people living happy lives as trans people?
Well, first of all, the whole trans it's based on a lie. You can't change your gender.
Okay, but
so they could go live their life. I mean, I can't tell someone what to do in their house.
Sounds like you do want to tell people what to do in their house.
I never said that.
So you're totally okay with people being trans, just not as long as they're in public?
No, I never said that. They could. It's the whole thing is based off of a lie, and I think that
she has no answer for this. This part is like one of the most damning aspects of this entire interview, and it went viral on Twitter as well. Who's to say that sort of thing has any sway whatsoever? But I did personally think it was very interesting that this is like a fundamental plank, a fundamental position that she has. And she has so much conviction for it. Bloodlust, I would say. And yet, for some weird reason, she hasn't even like interrogated her own fucking views on the matter. It's wild to watch her buffer and hit a fucking reset. Like Matt Walsh would be able to answer this question, okay? It would be nonsensical. It'd be hokum. It would be ridiculous. But CHAYA RAICHIK is a uniquely dumb and delusional person that she can't even answer it.
That this lie cannot be mainstream in our society. It's a lie.
And what harm is it causing, do you believe?
I like the truth. I like truth.
Right, but I'm saying what's the harm of people expressing their gender identity differently than you believe it to be? What harm are they causing?
Like I said, we are a nation of truth, and I seek the truth.
But I'm asking about the harm. What's the harm? You might believe it to be false, but what's
the harm? Is that there's a lie that is very mainstream and is being embedded into every institution.
I guess I'm wondering what the material harm is. Aside from it's maybe something that you disagree with, as in your version of the truth is different than their version of the truth, what is the material harm of them living their life as a woman or man or a gender that you don't agree?
Not anything that's wrong is there a material harm necessarily.
So there's no harm?
I didn't say that.
So can you name a single harm?
The way that it's pushed onto kids, first of all.
What's pushed onto kids?
Gender ideology, transgenderism.
But if they're leading happy lives, and they just are leading a
Well, there are studies that show that they're more suicidal after transition.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, there's a study out of Sweden.
That is not true. That is not true.
Yeah, you can look up the study.
Well, taking into account all of the happy people that have transitioned, who are not harming anyone, you can't come up with a single material harm?
So if someone says, I'll be happier if I'm blind, should a doctor pull their eyes out?
I think that's quite different than gender ideology, but people do, I guess.
Someone says I'm happier if I chop my.
Wait, what the fuck? Why would you compare? Wait, what? Why would you compare medical procedures that genuinely alleviate pain, okay? Whether it's psychological pain or in some instances like physical pain even, to like personally disabling yourself. That is insane. You can't say that. You could technically make that argument about every medical decision, okay? Because that's what it is. That's simply what this is. Gender reassignment or getting on HRT or puberty blockers is a medical decision, okay? That is fucking nuts. That is actually crazy to make that comparison. But once again, there are obviously plenty of instances. There are obviously plenty of instances where there are enough people in her fan base that think that this is a brilliant argument, so it might as well be, right? As long as she stays in that pocket. She goes outside of that pocket, and all of a sudden it's like people are looking at her like, wait, what? That doesn't sound right at all. Unless she personally thinks being a woman is a disability.
My dick off, and we should just let them do that.
I think, there's a lot of gender-affirming care that women do. Right?
Yeah. People with type 1 diabetes just don't make insulin, so why should I poison them with insulin, sweaty? It's fucked up.
Right? I mean, women ascribe to certain gender things. You see women getting boob jobs to affirm their gender. I mean, we're in Los Angeles. We see this kind of gender affirming.
So again, you're comparing boob jobs and nose jobs to
they're gender affirming.
Being buying into the lie that they could change their sex.
Breast enhancements are gender affirming for women. There's a lot of women that feel small chested. They feel like it would be gender affirming for them to have plastic surgery, and they're allowed to do it. And I noticed that you don't critique that. I guess I'm curious, Chaya, there are a lot of people that have ideas about women, right? And about what makes a woman, right? What makes a appropriate woman? How should a woman, you're saying you're against people sort of like living lies or living outside this ideology that you've constructed. Some might say, look, we're both women over the age of 25 working. I certainly don't have kids, they might consider that not okay for a woman. Do you think it's up to do you think it's okay for them to dictate how, you live your life as a woman? Do you think it's up or sort of where does that line get drawn?
So again, you're comparing boob jobs to teenage girls chopping off her breasts?
Well, first of all, teenage girls get boob jobs, but breast enhancements are gender affirming for many women. I'm asking you, why is it that people have to live under your sort of view of gender? And
it's not my view, it's science. It's facts.
It's not. It's the most. This is the greatest lie that conservatives have been able to delude themselves into thinking, is that they are in any way, shape, or form defending science. They are not. And because science is oftentimes very unapproachable and hard to comprehend, a lot of people don't look any further than their own blind delusions. Okay? Conservatism always is historically anti-science to begin with, but especially in recent years, I would say in the past few decades, conservatives, and Ben Shapiro used to do this all the fucking time, adopted the motto that facts not feelings. We are actually the ones with the facts. And it's really interesting because they are literally operating on feelings. Nothing that they advocate for is backed by science. Nothing that they advocate for is backed by science. As a matter of fact, the overwhelming majority of people who have the appropriate information on this matter will voluntarily go out of their way to inform the public against their deliberate efforts to misinform the public. It is wild, though, because while in the past I feel like you just say the Bible told me so and that's the reason, right? Nowadays, at least conservatives have adopted the position that this is not like a biblical reason, even though in reality the reasoning does come from the Bible, okay, for them. It is quite interesting that they have maintained the position that they are the ones who are actually presenting real science, especially when it comes to gender. It's wild. I'm doing a PhD in bioinformatics, and everything we know about genetics show gender is non-binary. I'm tired of transphobes using my own field to push bullshit. I mean, it's funny. They deny climate science and have done for a very long time, okay? They deny the science on gender and biology while simultaneously claiming that they are the ones who are championing biology, okay, which is ridiculous. They deny the science on COVID, on its impact on a population. They deny the science on vaccines. They deny the science on everything. And yet, we're supposed to sit there and be like, yeah, no, the dumbest motherfuckers you've ever seen are hyping each other up, so we got to sit there and act like they have anything worth a damn to say. It's crazy. I guess if enough people are flat earthers, then yeah, we just got to act like flat earthers have a point or something. Like, I don't know.
It's biology.
But biology, if we're talking biology, there's a spectrum of gender. There's people that are intersex.
That is a rare medical condition that has nothing to do with someone deciding that they could.
It's not a rare medical condition. Intersex is as rare a medical condition as being a redhead is, okay? There are more intersex people on the planet than there are Jewish people. There are more intersex people on the planet than there are redheads. What the fuck are we talking about here?
be the opposite gender.
I guess I'm still kind of struggling to understand how you think, if your view, say tomorrow Trump is elected, he says, all right, we're going to all live by CHAYA's, decisions, right? What about all these happy trans people that are living their lives? They're not harming anyone. What harm are they doing by living their life as a woman who've medically transitioned? They're adults. I understand you have problems with kids, but with adult trans people, what's the harm that they're doing to society?
To society, they're spreading a lie that is affecting children also.
So you just believe gender is a lie. And what if somebody said to
Trans, you can't change your gender.
And what if somebody said to you, you're not a real woman? You're not a real woman because maybe you don't meet these certain specific definitions of femininity.
That's fine. I don't care. They can call me whatever you want.
But what if you would be forced to live by that system? Do you think it's fair that you would, be forced?
Is that based in science?
Well, I don't think any of it's really based in science.
Well, it is.
Gender is a social construct.
Well, gender is actually made up.
Exactly. Yes, we agree on that. We agree.
By a child predator, by a pedophile.
We don't agree.
Yeah.
We don't agree on
so he made up gender, and now they conflate the two, and they use it.
Yeah. Well, okay. So, what? Men and women didn't exist then before the fucking dude? What do you mean? I don't understand. What? I mean, this is a person who literally thinks that stochastic terror was a designation that was created specifically for her. So she's saying one guy invented gender is so funny. It's there's been a concept of third gender in India long before in many other places around the planet, as a matter of fact. Long before any fucking doctor or anyone that she thinks invented the concept of gender. In America, with Native Americans, Two-Spirit.
To basically
the easiest way to describe gender being a social construct is literally look at any other culture outside of the United States of America, or fuck it, look at the United States of America. We are a fucking melting pot. There's hella people from other places. Look at the way people from other cultures and other countries present themselves. You know what I mean? It's the clothes that you wear. It's the way that you express yourself. One quick example is what is considered as peak of sexy manhood in a place like Korea versus, I don't know, peak sexy manhood in a Latin American country or the United States of America, as a matter of fact. The concept of gender has changed. Gender norms have changed dramatically throughout time, even in this country. Look at the fucking founding fathers. Those motherfuckers were wearing powdered wigs and shit. The fuck are we talking about? Dudes were wearing skirts. Dudes were wearing high heels and makeup and powdered wigs. What the fuck do you mean? Does that not signal anything in your mind? That doesn't help you understand that this is all completely made up?
Kids. So there are actually two sexes, and there are 0 genders, and there are many personalities.
Okay. A lot of LGBTQ people say that your posts cause an enormous amount of pain. How does that make you feel?
How does it make you feel that your reporting on me causes me pain?
I feel sad for that, honestly. Yeah.
So would you stop?
No, I'm a journalist and you're a public figure. But I'm just talking about, these non-public figures, right? These non-public figures that are...
Well, if you put yourself out there on a public platform, then you're kind of making
So anybody that posts on social media is a public figure, in your mind?
If you're putting your videos out there with the intention that it should go viral, you want publicity.
So if somebody's posting on social media, which inherently posting on social media, you're looking for attention, right? You're saying that meets the bar for a public figure?
I'm not a lawyer.
But I'm asking your opinion.
I think that these people, well, first of all, a lot of the people I post about are actually in positions that are public,
but
teachers,
I'm talking about
doctors.
The people that haven't, right? The individual private citizens that you've posted who are not, I would argue they're not public figures. You're saying they are public figures because they're posting on social media?
They want to be public. They're going on a public platform and publicly posting a video on a social media site that is meant for your videos to go viral.
And what about Twitter? Would you consider Twitter as well a platform where stuff is meant to go viral?
Every social media. If someone posts something on social media,
I don't think she understands that she's personally walking into a trap, I guess, where the point is you are bringing about death threats upon like random individuals while simultaneously complaining about like death threats that you receive, shouldn't you be the first person not the fucking, shouldn't you be the first person to not put the spotlight on others if you personally recognize it? Like you recognize the damaging impact of it, you know? It's like if I was sitting around constantly seeing ads at the top of the hour, which I don't, I'd be a little more reluctant to serve them at the top of the hour. You know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. But I don't see them because I'm subscribed everywhere I go. You can be like me and no longer recognize the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime, Mr. Cookies and Chaos, and run the ad break, bish. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. 34 MKD50, thank you for the 50 community gifted subs. Just an ad break now. God damn. And about 5,000, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well.
It could go viral. It's always a risk.
Got it. So when you were building your audience and had hundreds of thousands of followers, then would you also agree that you were a public figure?
I think that if anyone who puts something out there publicly, anyone could share their stuff.
Got it. And so, but I'm saying you consider these people, LGBTQ people, who are just posting on social media, public figures.
I said I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the legal definition.
Honestly, the problem isn't that like she's highlighting their videos. Let's be real. She isn't just highlighting their videos, right? She is massaging the narrative and then also simultaneously defaming those people. Like, I'm a Twitch streamer. I am a public figure, right? When I personally talk about, you know, the trials and tribulations of being a Twitch streamer and how my social battery runs out, let's say, right? After a 9.5-hour stream in this totally unrelated, random hypothetical scenario, okay? That's something that I'm communicating to my audience. Now, that can be received in 2 different ways. That could be received in a way where people are like, oh, okay, I get what you're trying to say. Like, you know, it fucks you up. And you're comparing it to your own personal experience as a salesperson, as like a client-side salesperson. It's just like, and even factoring in that, like, there are service jobs in the service sector that are also people-pleasing jobs, like client-facing jobs that are going to cook you in comparison to some of the other real-world jobs that are probably very difficult in other ways, soul-crushing in other ways. Now, that's one thing you can talk about. Or you could just be like, Hasan says that Twitch streaming is much more difficult than a real job. Now, of course, when you present it in that other way, you are trying to deliberately, 1, massage the narrative, and 2, get these people to be, get people in your fan base to go in and yell at this individual. Now, I'm a public figure, so it doesn't really matter. It doesn't bother me all that much, right? There's not really much I can do. It's just how it is in this made up scenario. But it is really fucked up when you turn around and call that person a pedophile groomer, okay? And that person is not a public figure. Since we're on the topic, XQ's editor is now literally clipping you from 2 days ago, implying it's from today. Who gives a shit? Again, get your money up, kings. You know, fuck it. YOLO. Have fun with it. Stop drama farming. I don't give a shit about these nonsensical things. It doesn't matter. Since we're on the topic. Yeah.
Opinion. One thing you noted, and I'm only asking this because I know that you've noted that, you know, when I reported on you, that you felt like it was unfair and that you didn't meet the bar for a public figure. So I'm just kind of wondering, as somebody with such a large social media audience, you're saying people with much smaller social media audiences meet the bar for a public figure. Wouldn't you have considered yourself a public figure?
If anyone puts out content publicly, then that content could go anywhere. That's what I believe. You know, it could go viral. Anyone could share it. It could go to the wrong side. You know, what they call the wrong side of TikTok. Yeah. It could go, you know, people will see it. You can't control that. Mm-hmm. That's why they hate me, because they want to create this content and they only want their bubble to see it. And then I'm like showing it to other people and they just can't handle it.
I think you're editorializing it as well.
No, I provide very little commentary, probably the least from any other Twitter account that's even a quarter of my size.
Let's talk about drag shows. You know, you've come out a lot about, you know, you're very against drag shows. Can you give any examples of children being harmed from drag shows?
Yeah, there was one where this mom was saying that her kid decided to be non-binary after watching the drag show, and then the drag queen helped the kid buy like new clothes to be non-binary.
And you consider that harmful?
Yeah, well, because non-binary is made up. Like, there's no such thing as non-binary.
Okay, first of all, once again, you can't be talking about what people can and can't wear, as you are currently wearing a jort. Not even a jort, but a just skirt, a pant, a jean pant, a singular pant of jean. Okay, I will take anyone else's a jert. I think I will take anyone else's opinion on what people should and shouldn't wear over whatever the fuck you got going on. Lady, get the fuck out of here. Half a Jinko. Exactly. Is she wearing a t-shirt of herself crying? No, she's wearing a t-shirt of Taylor Lorenz crying, which also is very normal stuff. It's just super normal to do.
And then it just leads a kid on a path where probably they'll end up in a hospital getting some other body parts chopped off.
You seem very against plastic surgery. Are you against?
I'm against sex change surgeries.
What about women that want to get their boobs done, want to get their nose done, want to get cheek implants?
We're just going to go in circles.
Well, I'm just curious.
But it's good to note that you're comparing nose jobs to teen girls getting their breasts chopped off.
Well, teen girls also get boob jobs to make their breasts bigger, right? So both are gender affirming in different ways. You seem very obsessed with one and not interested in the other. So that's kind of what I'm interested in. And I guess I don't really.
Wait, she's she's not openly anti-breast surgery for, like, she thinks it's great? That's crazy. Listen, when you live in Los Angeles, as she did, she probably grew up with a lot of teenagers that went and got rhinoplasties and boob jobs at the age of 16. So obviously she can't be out here fucking talking shit about that. You know what I mean?
I understand that because both are gender affirming in different ways.
I don't call it gender affirming care. I call it sex change surgeries for people who are sold the lie that they can change their sex.
Where do you sort of hope this will end up? You know, like all of this sort of the advocacy that you're doing. I know you said you don't have a 5-year plan for yourself, but what are if you were sort of like going to describe your platform? What are some things that you'd like to see, meaningful changes in terms of policies, laws?
I want to eradicate gender ideology from public life.
You got featured on the main story of Philip DeFranco today. Let's go. I knew it was coming, baby. Let's go.
I hope this is the case with Sup, you beautiful bastards. You're watching the Philip DeFranco Show, and we got a lot of news to talk about today. So hit that like button to let YouTube know you like these big daily dives into the news. But the first thing that we're going to talk about in big internet social media drama news, I want to talk about this internet backlash cycle we saw with Hasan Piker this weekend, because it was really interesting to see like how it evolved. And while obviously I hope this is the case with any story that we cover on this show, I'd love if you reserved your comment on this one specifically, if you have a comment to share, until I finish the story. Because the way this whole situation started was with this specific clip of him going viral, which several captioned a variation of him saying that streaming is harder than a real job.
Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
So unsurprisingly, this blows up. Tons of people saying he is completely out of touch with the real world. Content creators are so fucking annoying. People saying they would kill to have a job and lifestyle like this.
No, he's saying it's out of context. Hold on.
For $12 an hour. Specifically saying this guy makes shit up for 9 hours a day, and his commute to work is walking into his 5th bedroom in his $3 million mansion. But this is others defending him, saying, hey, this clip was taken out of context. And adding, I get that expecting the neets on this dumbass site to understand the nuance of how different jobs drain you in different ways is insane, but oh well. And this is something that Hasan addressed himself, explaining. I was talking about how much a 9-hour stream eats away at my social battery and how I can't socialize after, comparing it to my sales job before. I recognize how fortunate I am every day, with him then including clips of context where he says,
No, social battery wise, unless you're in retail, it's very different. A real job does not expend your social battery in the same way as someone who did a sales job, a real job. Okay, I'm telling you, as someone who did both, like 9 hours of constant performance and people pleasing taps you out from social scenarios. After 9 hours of that, I could probably do physical labor. It would not bother me, but I can't do more social. That's my point.
We're saying you could compare it to some real jobs like customer service, because those are the ones where you're just always on, that involve the most emotional labor. And adding,
yeah, think about it this way. Like, you give who is that Rolex wearing Confederate? A conservative. I only like Emo-san. Yeah, I love that I'm wearing the Rolex hat too. People always love yelling about me. People always love yelling about me wearing the Rolex hat as though I own Rolex or something. I don't. I got it for free. Presentation is for your job, right? Imagine giving a presentation for 9 hours straight. I'm a profoundly fortunate individual. This is the lottery. Having said that, my social battery runs out after 9.5 hours of streaming. 9.5 hours of constantly trying to be on takes a mental toll on my social battery specifically, It's not as physically taxing.
So it appears that he's talking about how certain jobs can drain a certain facet of your energy more. And saying, sure, there may be people with a variety of jobs, including some people even in sales, who would argue their job burns out their social battery. But for him, saying streaming can be a heightened version of that. And so there, like, I understand what he's saying, though I do have a disagreement, although I'm not even sure it's a disagreement. Just like, even with the full context when he's talking about like other jobs, right, people can get breaks. So like part of the reason I get frustrated with myself whenever like I have complaints about my job is that pretty much all the problems in my life, they are self-imposed. And I am in a powerful enough position at any point in my life to go,
he's right about this, which is why it's like, there's no disagreement here. Like, I'm not talking about what I'm doing as like something I'm like chained to the fucking table. Like, this is the thing I don't personally understand. But it is weird when people are just like, yeah, just don't fucking stream, lol. Okay, well, you know, then I get a different job at that point, which is still soul crushing and soul sucking. 25K people or 50K eyeballs on Hasan right now would be mentally straining.
I'm going to cut it short today. I'm going to take that extra break. I'm not, most recently, going to work through President's Day. And understanding.
By the way, this is precisely the reason why so many fucking YouTubers quit recently. Like, so many big YouTubers after like 10 years of doing it, quit. And those guys have an output that is infinitely more managed than mine. I can't manage the way that like people receive what I'm saying in the same exact way that like a YouTuber can. And that's why a lot of YouTubers personally don't fucking actually stream. That's the beautiful part about a lot of these YouTubers who will posture. Not saying Philip DeFranco's doing this, but like so many of these YouTubers I've talked to, okay? But it's not worse than a retail job? Of course it's not. I never fucking said that. I actually said the exact opposite in the point that I was making that conveniently was left out of the context. You are explaining a scenario where you had no social battery in a specific scenario for a specific party and thought you had. Yeah. Anyway, the part that he disagreed with was the breaks part. So you get another job. The thing is, you've already made more money from streaming than the entire lifetime income of most people. Yes, this is also true. I don't know why we're having this, like we're relitigating this. Like people want me to fucking quit. Obviously, if I wanted to, I could just literally go and invest, okay? Which is what many people do. So many people do this. They go, they take the money that they've made and they invest. And they can live comfortably off of that for the rest of their lives. I don't simply fucking stream on Twitch because I'm making a lot of money, okay? If that was the case, I wouldn't do fucking politics. And if I were to do politics, there are infinitely better avenues of doing politics in a way that is both infinitely more financially secure and also simultaneously doesn't incur the wrath of every fucking incel, every right-winger on the planet. I stream on Twitch for 9 hours a day, not because I'm chained to the fucking table. I stream on Twitch for 9 hours a day because, one, I love doing this. I'm very fortunate. And two, especially in my news coverage, sorry, I just got my leg stuck on something. Especially when it comes to my news coverage, I care about the things that I'm speaking on. I care about being able to foster a community. In moments of self-reflection, I talk about this quite a bit. For example, I always bring up in the aftermath of a successful fundraising campaign for Palestinian Children's Relief Fund or for Ukraine or a successful fundraising campaign for abortion funds in the South so that women can get access to medical care, or when we raised millions of dollars for victims of the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. I talk about the impact that we have as a community and how fortunate I am to be able to do such things, to have a community of passionate individuals that care about the world, that care about what the fuck's going on, and try to do their very best to make the world a little bit better. That's why I do what I do, okay? I have never made it seem like I'm suffering from financial stress or anything like that. As a matter of fact, it's quite the opposite, and I openly and regularly talk about that. Says something nobody agrees with, instantly backpedals on it. I agree with a lot of your takes, but straight up rich streamers, including yourself, are completely out of touch. I do agree with what you're saying. I think rich streamers, including myself, are increasingly more out of touch the wealthier they get, or the further they get away from their own personal experiences in the real world with real jobs. But the idea that I said something that nobody agrees with and immediately backpedaled is very much devoid of the context of the situation. Having a conversation about my own personal experiences with my own job in the past, a real world job when I was in sales versus streaming on Twitch, right, is not something that nobody agrees with. It's just you don't agree with it, devoid of the context. And when I describe the context, you're saying, I don't care about the context. That's it. Just because you voluntarily fed into someone personally misrepresenting my argument doesn't change my argument at all. It's not even a fucking argument. It's just my experience. You know what I mean? I'm not like making a broader assertion about the way that labor works at all. Anyway, but it's okay. One thing that I mentioned yesterday was that I understand why people, when they see that, get very mad, because a lot of people are suffering financially. This is something that I talked about with Ethan when we first started Leftovers. If you recall, it was public, where Ethan was like, fuck the haters for shitting on you for buying a house. Fuck them. Like, and I told him, like, very publicly on camera, that I understand the resentment and I understand the anger, because we are not unique individuals in any meaningful way. We are the same as everybody else, but with one major difference. We hit the fucking lottery, okay? We are profoundly fortunate individuals. So obviously, you look at that and you're like, well, this guy doesn't have anything else going on. He's doing the same shit I'm doing all fucking day, and he's making a shit ton of money off of it. Fuck him. Fuck him for making a shit ton of money off of this, okay? I get it. I get why so many people get mad at that. I do. The people I have smoke for, however, are the people that are in the field of entertainment themselves and do some version of it, whether they're a YouTuber or whether they're a live streamer themselves, who will use this as an opportunity to farm those other people who are not, to be like, I'm on your side. This guy's a real fucking asshole, right? I'm in a totally different boat than he is. That's it. Those are the people who are shameless. I don't like that. That's it. But again, it's always ironic the way people say, why don't you just quit streaming? Like, I'm not chained to the fucking table. I don't have to stream all the time. I don't have to stream 9 hours. I can stream 3 hours a day. Still make a shit ton of money too. Obviously, I have contractual obligations, but regardless of that, right? I do it because I love doing it. And I do it because I think it matters. That's it. One possible way to reduce the hate is stop being so charitable. Lock down chat so you have a follower for X amount of time. Insta-ban gray names. Yeah, we do all of that. It's fine. Now, beyond my own personal experience at the top of streaming, there are obviously others infinitely more in number that are experiencing social burnout and the exact same social pressures that I'm experiencing, perhaps much worse as well, because they're not making the same money that I'm making. So that probably sucks if you're like a person who works a real job and simultaneously is like Twitch streaming and trying to make it. And then you see all these people be like, oh, dude, this doesn't matter. Like, you fucking shouldn't have this job. This job should not exist. Fuck you. And you're like, well, what the fuck? I'm making like, you know, these people are probably making like what? Maximum $10,000 a year. It sucks. Anyway.
That from a business owning standpoint, yeah, I might take a hit. I might make less money. And this is, I'm in a powerful enough and well enough off position that I can make that choice. Right? So it's about balance and compromise and making concessions. Like right now, I could be making 3 times the money that I am making, but I'm not doing that because I know that it will do things to me that over a certain period of time will make me want to jump off a fucking bridge. And I would guess that Hasan is probably self-aware enough to realize that he is one of his own biggest enemies. Like a lot of self-employed people are. And so if it was a big enough deal to Hasan that, you know, his social battery is drained because he has this current schedule and this current thing, then he has the power to change that. So you can understand where he's trying to come from and what he's meaning, but you can also easily see why it might be hard to sympathize with to someone who doesn't have control over their schedule or work. Because I want to do the stupid thing that you do.
Yeah. Also, the argument that I make all the time is that I'm profoundly lucky, and I have luck not because of the amount of money I make mostly, but because of the autonomy that I have. It is the freedom to say, you know what, tomorrow I'm going to fucking take time off. If I want to, I could do that. I could take a fucking month off if I wanted to. I've never been able to have that freedom, but even having that freedom now, even if I don't exercise it, still is incredible. I've talked about this a very long time ago. I've repeated it a lot, where I was very fortunate, even early on, but I used to hate fucking the feeling that I got Sunday night. And many of you recognize this feeling, the idea that you hate Mondays, right? Like Sunday afternoon comes around and you start feeling really shitty. You're like, oh, fuck, like I got to go back to work. I don't have any fucking control over it. I don't have that fear. I don't have that anger. I don't have that feeling. And that is because for me, I am my own boss. I have autonomy. I do not have the same alienation from my labor. And my goal and what I believe in and what I want for everyone to be able to experience is have some semblance of that same autonomy in their workplace. This is precisely why I advocate for unions. This is precisely why I advocate for workers to take more control over their own lives. This is why I find it hilarious when people turn around and try to say I'm anti-worker. It is akin to saying that I'm anti-Palestinian or anti-trans. So no matter what people say on Twitter, especially all the entrepreneurs and all of the blue check mark havers and the people that try to make a living, smearing people, peddling drama, the fundamentals are not going to change in the way that I view the world, which is why I am a firm believer that, like, even if you come in here as someone who was maybe misguided and you saw the clip and you're like, fuck this guy, I fucking hate this guy, and you came in to either one, seek further context, or two, came in because you were like, I want to fucking tell him what's what. Fuck that guy. I hate that guy. Right? If you stick around for long enough, you will recognize that even on accident, that these positions are not ones that I hold as far as like anti-worker takes goes. So that's it. Bro, this guy is going crazy. Like, what? Okay. Did Misgift get banned? I don't know. Anyway, so I hope people understand that. I get why people that are misguided or misinformed on my position personally see a fucking clip and get angry. You don't have to like seek deeper. Most people just see a clip and go, fuck that guy, and move on with their lives. They see it enough times, they make up their assumptions about me. And many of them will maybe never see the truth or what my perspective is on the matter. It's okay. It happens. I do think that it was instructive on how something can be so quickly seized upon on a format like a Twitch stream, like a live stream in general, and how that can lead to a lot of people making up their minds and maybe even being motivated to make a little bit of Twitter ad revenue. Anyway, it's all right. You support unions. Most people on Twitter are just farming. Yeah. I find it very funny when, people that are objectively anti-worker will try to present me as anti-worker. Like people who are just like, we should fucking not increase the minimum wage or things of that nature. Will then turn around and be like, Hasan, that guy who has labor organizers on his stream, who has who works with labor unions regularly, that guy who houses labor reporters in his home, that's the guy who is the single largest individual donor to the Amazon labor union. That guy is fucking anti-worker. Me, I post on Twitter, dog. I'm pro-worker. I have the back of the working class. Also, if you fuck up my DoorDash delivery, I will kill you. Do you understand? You will die. I will use my revolver on you, DoorDasher. How dare you? That kind of shit. These people they don't have any real opinions, and it's all good. Yeah. That's the funniest part. People are like, his dad is a fucking billionaire. His family is so profoundly wealthy. It's like, I take care of them, and I am so fucking fortunate to be able to do so. Okay? But, a lot of that stuff is just bullshit. But yeah, I think in many ways people want to say like, dude, you've made your money. Shut the fuck up. Go make more of the money. You can live comfortably for the rest of your life. Why the fuck do you advocate for these things? It's because I care about it. I believe it. That's it. I advocated for the very same things when I was making $21,000 a year, and I advocate for the very same things now. So it's always weird when people who are in the circumstances that I was in and did not have money at all turn around and they're like, why don't you fucking advocate for the rich, dumb fuck? Strange.
Do on the internet with having
Hasan thinks streaming is harder than the oil rig? Yes, it is, objectively.
A nuanced take on something is that I think a lot of the clips that went viral of him with this situation were taken out of context. They do not include the nuance. But you can also see that while at the same time, while taking in the full scope of things, not empathizing with some of his points. Because yeah, I took it more of like, if you have a job where you're talking to people all day when you get off work, you might just want some alone time. You might not be good at talking with people. If you're a chef and you've been cooking all day, you might want just some fucking toast and beans. You've been working some physical back-breaking labor job.
Yeah, I mean, that's precisely what I was saying, is like, yeah, I talk all day, and it is like very mentally draining, and it drains your social battery. And people were like, how dare you fucking say that? Oh my God, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut your stupid fucking mouth. I don't care about Miskiff getting banned, dude. Holy shit. Oh my Lord. This fucking guy is like out of his goddamn mind. Did he make like another account or something to be like, Miskiff is getting banned, dude? He's not even fucking banned. Why are you coming in here? Phil took like 5 minutes about what you've been talking about for 2 days.
Last thing you want to do is some fucking chores at home. You probably want to just grab a drink and shoot the shit with people. But then finally, to like put a little personal touch on this, after a day of shooting the show and filming out, deep dives into stories for future episodes, literally the last thing I want to do in my real life is talk about the news. But
you know what's funny that he said that? I still do love talking about politics, even after all that shit, okay? Even after all of that shit. What about the claim that your grandfather's an uber rich landlord? It is true. He wasn't uber rich, but he was definitely a landlord. The problem is, I've talked about this very publicly. Both of my grandparents were hit with the Piker curse and the Uyghur curse, I guess, where they made a shit ton of money. My grandfather on my father's side made a shit ton of money, literally fucking landlording, okay? And then retired early and then lost all of it by the time that their next of kin made it to college. Which also happened to me as well. My dad, very affluent. I grew up with a very affluent beginning. Something I talk about all the time, right? Lost it all by the time I got to college. I think the issue with the way that people present shit about me is that like sometimes they're just one, they lie about a lot of it, but sometimes they present the truth as though I'm like secretly hiding it. It's like, no, man, this informs my perspective. It's like whenever people go, look at this old clip where you're being transphobic. I'm like, yeah, dog. Yes. In 2013, in an interest of like trying to be fucking satirical and funny, I said shit that was transphobic 100%. I had opinions that were transphobic. Watch a single fucking video. Watch a single video that I've talked about trans related issues in the past 10 fucking years. And you will recognize that like that is what informs my commentary. In many instances, I talk about how like I was able to overcome my transphobia, and you can too. It's what I literally regularly use as an example. Yes, of course, people can grow and learn. You know what I mean? Very odd. Asmongold was talking about you in the situation yesterday, and comment he made to someone in the chat was, "If Hasan is such an easy person to hate, then why resort to making up shit that he said or did?" Yep. What? Transphobia okay, Islamophobia not okay? What? Yeah, when you brought that video on stream, it was obvious you weren't hiding it. Yeah. To be fair, most of your takes are normally garbage. You're hilarious, though. I don't really expect better. Oh, well, thanks for watching, chat. Thanks for watching, chatter. Thanks for your continued support. But yeah, obviously, if I fucking quit, I could just do that. You know what I mean? If I wanted to. But I like trying to change people's minds and go against the well-established positions that people reaffirm that they've learned since birth, that they know that if they are presented with information that shows that the world is different, they might actually change their opinions. There's so many people in this community that have changed their minds that used to have transphobic perspectives, right? And I'm there. That's what I'm here for. That is my goal. That is objectively, demonstrably my goal from the jump. The other part of the reason why I don't quit is because, oh my God, it would make my haters so fucking happy. It would make them too happy. And honestly, I am a spiteful person. That's it. Can't let the fucking dipshit reactionaries online win.
Just like what I think Hasan is saying. This is not me saying my job is harder than other jobs. Do not confuse that, because it is not. This is literally the easiest job I've ever had. Because you know what? My life is not paycheck to paycheck. My asshole boss, that's me. And if at any point I want to stop or change...
I like that he's saying these things, but like, I don't know why he's like presenting this as though I disagree with him on this, because like I also agree with him on this.
Things I can. And again, I say all this with the belief that a real world job is infinitely harder than, you know, streaming or making YouTube videos. But I also feel like given the full scope of everything that he said and the full context clip, this has blown up to insane proportions. But with now all that said, and I thank you if you waited until this moment, I'd love to know your thoughts on this in those comments down below. And then
he said it might not be a disagreement. Yeah, true. He doesn't present it as a disagreement. Dude, ain't nobody talking about me in the fucking comments, by the way.
If at any point I want to stop.
As someone who worked at cleaning, meat, grinding equipment, work shipping, worked at Best Buy, a coffee shop, nonprofit, freelance, where my own boss, I can say empathetically, every job has the potential to suck your soul, but working as a freelancer in my home is by far the best. Yes, this is true. The autonomy that you have as someone who makes their own hours was literally a major perspective shift for me. My hope is that, like, if there are haters in here that fucking find their way to this community, okay, and they stick around for long enough, even to fucking hate, they stick around for long enough, they're going to accidentally arrive at some correct positions. And they're going to start changing their minds. And there are plenty of examples of this very same thing that happens in this community every fucking day. So all love to you. And hopefully, like, you don't have to fucking think I'm a great person. It doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? You don't have to think I'm a nice person at all. Just listen to what I have to say. Maybe you will agree with more than you think you agreed with. The autonomy is great, but I've definitely had the worst mental health issues in my life streaming. Seeing those numbers dip sucks like no other. Yeah, that's the other side of, like, streaming that is not talked about that much, is that you have to always be on, and if you're not on, then your revenue declines, your number declines, your viewership declines. There is no coming back from it too. You take time off, you're not going to fucking have the same community. That much is true, and I think that does take a toll on a lot of people. That's why you see a lot more streamers burn out way faster than you see, like, YouTubers burn out, for example. I used to be super right-wing and shit on you from them reacting to you, and now a year later I'm completely different and like your take so much more. Hell yeah. Not to rain on the parade, but I'm curious how you felt when you had to stream extra last year due to running behind on hours. Was it jarring given the levels of autonomy you felt up to that point? Yes, absolutely. 100%. It was like a very real, a very stark reminder that I am not as much in control of my labor and as my job as I would wish to be. I used to like your takes a year ago, unlike now. Well, considering that I am the most consistent person you've ever seen, I assume that something in your mind changed and not on my end. I'll keep it $150. There are a couple things that there are definitely a couple things that, like, you can say about me. There's a lot of things you can say about me. I'm out of touch, right? I have a cushy job. These are all true, okay? But you can't fucking tell me that my perspective on my political commentary, my ideology has changed for the worse, especially on, like, a lot of the big stuff, you know? How come you were quick to shit on Destiny yesterday when he actually agreed that in a way your job is more difficult than the average sales retail job due to how competitive the streaming scene is? Real simple. The guy who fucking posted that first and all of the other orbiters are fans of his. And he also personally said that he doesn't care that he agrees with me and he's going to retweet it anyway because fuck that loser. I think something along those lines. So maybe you should ask yourself why you think this guy is like the moral arbiter of truth or an intellectually superior person when he very openly will agree with me and yet still absolutely fucking push hard on a yet another failed cancellation attempt. It's crazy though. Like, I mean, that's wild that you just openly said stop others or bad faith when you do this. Brother, there is nothing more fucking bad faith than openly agreeing with a person and then and then urging a cancellation brigade. That's crazy, man. Okay, now I'm getting fucking drama baited. I did the rest in power thing earlier, chatter. Dude, I literally came in to shit on your 9/11 take last year. Now I'm an Indian socialist. Let's go. Yeah. The only consistent position Destiny has is that he just hates me unconditionally, even when he agrees. All right, we're going to move on from the CHAYA RAICHIK drama and the saga. I think I've covered that endlessly. I was a fan until this last cancellation because we accountants, so many strays from you. Yeah. All right, let's talk about genocide denial streamers from Noah Samson.
Israel is killing Palestinians at unprecedented rates at a time when Israel is bombing hospitals, ambulances, refugee camps, deliberately targeting journalists and their entire families, at a time when Israel has flattened most of Gaza, rendering it uninhabitable. There's a select group of individuals, we call them liberals, that aren't quite focused on that. They're more focused on making sure people don't call this genocide.
I think Israel's goal is to eliminate Hamas. I think they have the moral authority to do so. Unfortunately, there's a high cost right now of civilian casualties. I'm not sure there's any way to avoid that at the moment. I'm not sure there's any way to avoid that at the moment. I'm not sure there's any way to avoid that at the moment. I'm not sure there's any way to avoid that at the moment. I'm not sure.
Yeah, how could they avoid that? That's crazy. You can avoid the top of the hour ad break, though, by subscribing for $5 or for free. Thank you, 34MKD, for the 50 gifted subs. Holy moly. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Damn, I don't have a cool story about following you. Always was a leftist and came across your vids on YouTube in 2019 and started following you on Twitch instead. Yep. There's a lot of that too. And that's great as well. That's not like, it doesn't have to be fucking cool. Who gives a shit? All right, let's go.
If there's any way to avoid that at the moment. No other fighting force in the world does what Israel does when it comes to warning people about imminent attacks.
This guy is, what's his name? Destiny, I think. Yeah, he's like some type of influencer, internet guy. He is one of the loudest of such liberals that really just don't like hearing the G word when we're talking about what Israel is doing right now. Destiny went on a Twitter storm the other day. We're going to read these tweets. We're going to see how he justifies this assertion. And yeah, that's today's video, and hope you enjoy. If Israel wanted to genocide Palestinians, then they would only exist in the history books. Okay, yeah, so we see what's going on there. So
that's a wild fucking openly genocidal take. It's just like, did you tell Noah to make this video? No. Why the fuck would I do that? He sees the same shit I see.
Because Israel hasn't wiped all Palestinians off the face of the earth, then they have yet to commit a genocide. That's what's being expressed here, right? If you read the UN's definition of genocide, any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group as such, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. There's no requirement or stipulation for total annihilation. If that were the case, a lot of genocides, most genocides would not meet the definition, a notable one being the Holocaust. Yeah. The logic in this tweet implies that because some Jews survived the Holocaust, the Nazis must not have wanted it that bad, because if they had, they would have succeeded. Anybody else sense that? There's Hitler particles emanating?
An even better argument, in my opinion, is the Armenian genocide, because famously, the Armenian population transfer and subsequent genocide that happened was not conducted in the same severity in other areas that weren't in the eastern part of Turkey at the time. So, because like the counter to this is always going to be, hey, dumb fuck. Like, well, we stopped them. We stopped the Nazis from doing a genocide. That's fucking bullshit. Like, blah, 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 blah. Right? But with the Armenian genocide, there was no such interference, I would say. And yet there was still, that is a documented genocide that there was a documented genocide that did not impact in the same degree or the same severity the Armenian population in Istanbul, as far as I understand. It's still a documented genocide, or the indigenous populations in the United States of America. There are still Native Americans, right? It's just that like like the superior might of one military over the other does not factor into whether something is considered a genocide or not. You know, it's ridiculous. That has nothing to do with the Genocide Convention.
From this tweet, journalist Mehdi Hasan responded to that last tweet from Destiny, writing, per this argument, China isn't guilty of genocide in Xinjiang because the Uyghurs still exist. Same with Russia in Ukraine. And Destiny quote tweeted this, writing, China is guilty of genocide because they are intentionally trying to eliminate a group of people, and it shows. There is no evidence of Israel doing this to Palestinians today. No evidence. Just, there's nothing. It's like, oh shoot, okay. It feels weird. Everyone's like really up in arms about what's going on. Are they just making it up? Oh, hold on, hold the fort. I just found something on my computer. It's an 84-page document submitted to the International Court of Justice that outlines in detail with citations the plethora of evidence of Israel's genocidal actions and intent. Chat, is this real? Is this a thing? Just to preface, this document and application is pretty unprecedented. The ICJ.
This is also silly, as the ISIS crimes against the Yazidis killed 5,000, but was still considered a likely genocide due to the intent and the actions by ISIS. Yes, every other form of genocide that has happened throughout history would be not considered genocide by the standards that Destiny presented, which are not real standards at all, and currently being deliberated by professionals in a court, the International Court of Justice, as a matter of fact. But regardless of what the International Court of Justice decision is, you can see with your own two fucking eyes by looking at the actual makings of a genocide and comparing it to Israel's actions, which is, you know, what the International Court of Justice is doing currently. But
J is the
UN's, the Rohingya genocide, the Bosnian genocide. These are all genocides that would not be considered genocide by the standard that he is trying to apply here.
Highest court. It's the world court, basically. And after hearing South Africa's case against Israel, they ended up ruling that Israel is plausibly committing genocide. They fell short of calling for a ceasefire, but they did order, with near unanimous approval, that Israel must halt any actions in Gaza that could constitute genocide, which, according to the ICJ, they are currently plausibly undertaking. There is no evidence that Israel has changed anything about their rhetoric or military strategy in the months since this ruling, so by the court's logic, the final verdict should be obvious, but unfortunately we likely won't see that conclusion for at least another few years, because we live in hell. Okay, enough yapping. We're starting on page 30, section C. Genocidal acts committed against the Palestinian people. This section provides an overview of the acts in which Israel is engaged that are genocidal in character, having regard to their nature, scope, and context. These acts are ongoing in a conflict context, where Israel is deliberately imposing telecommunications blackouts on Gaza, restricting access by fact-finding bodies and international media. Section 1 outlines the actions defined as killing Palestinians in Gaza. It goes over the death toll, which is actually out of date. Currently, it's sitting at 28,000, not 21,000. The percentage of women and children killed, which is 70. The 15,000 people that are reported missing, probably dead under the rubble. Palestinians have been killed in their homes, in shelters, in hospitals, in schools, churches, mosques, literally just trying to find food and water for their families. Killed while evacuating, killed in the zones by which they're supposed to be evacuated to. And by evacuate, that means displaced. It means kicked out, homes destroyed, can't come back. Multiple instances of Israeli soldiers performing summary execution. One account was of at least 11 members of the Anan family and their relatives, boys and men, said to have been separated out by Israeli shoulders and shot in front of their family, before the women and children were then attacked. Unarmed people, including Israeli hostages, being shot dead on sight despite posing no threat, even while waving white flags.
Would you say that Disney is actively trying to smuggle far-right ideas into a supposedly left-leaning liberal ideology? Yeah, but also, I see him as a mercenary. Like, I think he just is the type of person who wants the aesthetics of winning a debate over anything else. That's it. It's just blood sport. He does that, but that's not his, like, overarching ideological intent. I think it's simply just he wants to argue positions. It doesn't really matter. He likes the clout. And he does it specifically so that when he assumes a position, he just like goes balls to the wall on said position as aggressively as he can. And in this circumstance, he has taken on a position that is objectively at odds with what the truth is that many people can see. Loner Box and his orbiters are the exact same. I don't know. Everything that I've seen from Loner Box, especially as it pertains to Israel-Palestine, has been like not bad. So I can't speak on that. No, he's not a phalangist. I don't think. You guys are crazy. But he is an orbiter for sure. But regardless, on the issue of Israel-Palestine, it always I'm always going to be charitable to people who I think are at least doing a relatively decent job of portraying the factually accurate information from the ground. I might have disagreements with people like that, but I've even shown charitability to Vosh as well on his issues. Regardless of the litany of issues that he has, Vosh consistently defended Palestinian people. This is something that I voluntarily brought up. When people were shitting on him early on, before the Tacoma Wept horse porn goblin things, the goblin folder and the lolly. I think his response was, I've hosted his PCRF fundraiser stream before. I think his response to me saying he's always been consistent on Palestine was that he just yelled at me or something. I don't know why. It was weird, but it's fine.
News at 10 first broadcast pictures of a Palestinian man in a group carrying a white flag in Gaza who was shot dead. The Israeli military told us it was not aware of the incident. It then said we had edited the pictures.
They knocked down the front wall and entered the house. We were sitting down having lunch at the time. Then my brother Mohammed was shot. He was at the front. waving a white flag.
For Palestinian children in particular, death is everywhere and nowhere is safe. A total of over 7,729 Palestinian children have been killed in Gaza to date. The scale of Palestinian child killings in Gaza is such that United Nations chiefs have described it as a graveyard for children. Indeed, the unprecedented rate of Palestinian child casualties has prompted UNICEF's spokesperson to call Israel's attacks on Gaza a war on children. Doctors, journalists, teachers, academics, and other professionals are also being killed at wholly unprecedented rates. To date, Israel has killed over 311 doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers, including doctors and ambulance drivers killed on duty, 103 journalists, which is now closer to 120, amounting to over...
Yeah, it is pretty wild that, like, Israel is so horny to kill Palestinians that they sometimes kill the Israeli hostages that they think might be secretly Palestinian that are also waving white flags. So, make with that information what you will.
One per day, and over 73% of the total number of journalists and media workers killed globally in 2023. 40 civil defense workers responsible for helping to dig victims out of the rubble killed while on duty, and over 209 teachers and educational staff. 144 United Nations employees have also been killed, the highest number of aid workers killed in UN history in such a short time. In addition to being killed by Israeli weaponry, Palestinians in Gaza are also at immediate risk of death by starvation, dehydration, and disease as a result of the ongoing siege by Israel, the insufficient aid being allowed through to the Palestinian population, and the extreme difficulties in distributing such limited aid that is permitted to enter the territory due to the decimation of Gaza's infrastructure in Israel's military attacks. Israelis sitting in front of the aid trucks to block them from entering Gaza is also not helping. Surprise, surprise. Celebrating too. Laughing what happens. Absolutely fucking depraved.
Dozens of protesters have demonstrated outside a major Israeli seaport opposing the delivery of humanitarian aid.
Hey, we're going to take a break from this very upsetting material real quick to talk about today's quite relevant sponsor, Ground News. Seeing what's happening in Gaza play out on the news and on our social media feeds can be confusing. It's hard to know what information to trust when it's being thrown at us so often, usually without enough context. So I can't think of a more perfect sponsor for today's video than Ground News. Ground News app and website gathers related news articles on any topic from around the world in one place and shows me the source's political leaning, reliability, and ownership, so I can assess how different news outlets are framing this conflict. For example, when Israel airstruck Rafah, the supposed refugee camp in the south of Gaza, killing at least 67 Palestinians, I used Ground News to see how that story was covered. 472 news outlets reported on this, with a fairly equal amount of coverage coming from the left, center, and right-leaning sources, according to bias ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. And since there are so many misleading narratives out there, I filtered the articles by highest factuality, so I only see news from the most reliable outlets. Articles on the left seem to focus on how this attack is affecting Palestinian civilians.
Sometimes it's on accident, but you know what I mean?
The ones being displaced into the only supposed place of refuge, only to be, bombed, airstruck. Center-rated sources gave the more detached details of just how these bombs were dropped on the refugee camp, and articles on the right tended to lead with this conflict's effect on Israelis and the Israeli hostages. Most people never read beyond article headlines, so the ability to compare the framing from hundreds of news outlets all at once with tools that help me surface the best information is a game changer. So go to ground.news/Noah to try Ground News for yourself. Plans start at $1 per month, but you can get 40% off their unlimited access Vantage plan by using my link. Ground News is supported by their subscribers and doing important work that no other news outlets are doing, so I encourage you to check them out. Alright, now let's get back to the video. Section number 2, which is about bodily and mental harm to Palestinians in Gaza. Mind you, this is 2 of 8, and yeah, we're going to go through them all because I feel like I haven't seen that done in any major Western media outlets or content. I'm sure it has been, but just in case, if you haven't seen it, we're doing it. 55,000 Palestinians have been wounded in Israel's military attacks since October 7th. The majority of them women and children. Burns and amputations are typical injuries. There's an estimated 1,000 children that have lost one or both legs. Reports of Israeli forces using white phosphorus in densely populated areas. Even small amounts of white phosphorus can cause deep and severe burns, penetrating through the bone and capable of reigniting after initial treatment. There are no functioning hospitals in the north of Gaza, soon to be none in the south as well. Of the 12 that existed, only 7 are operational, such that injured persons are reduced to waiting to die, unable to seek surgery or medical treatment beyond first aid, dying slow, agonizing deaths from their injuries or from resultant infections. The extreme levels of bombardment and lack of any safe areas are also causing severe mental trauma in the Palestinian population in Gaza. Even before the latest onslaught, Palestinians in Gaza suffered severe trauma from prior attacks. 80% of Palestinian children experienced higher levels of emotional distress, demonstrating bedwetting and reactive mutism, and engaging in self-harm and suicidal thoughts. 11 weeks of relentless bombardment, displacement, and loss will necessarily have led to a further increase in in those figures, particularly for the estimated tens of thousands of Palestinian children who have lost at least one parent and those who are the sole surviving members of their families.
On the second floor, there's a 5-year-old boy who was hit by a grenade. A fragment passed through his eye and lodged in his brain. But that's just part of Mumin's story. His brother and sister watched it all.
It was lunchtime. We were sitting down.
11-year-old Ahmed Hattab was in the kitchen when Israeli soldiers broke into the family home.
I love that Noah is using this as a jump off point to talk about the real fucking issues. Like, normally the way that like debate purgatory and drama baiters operate is like they don't care about the issues at all, and they will simply farm for the sake of farming because there's no like other underlying ideological position. A lot of these people that will be like, Hasan doesn't know what he's talking about, he's like fucking making shit up, they only care about making money in terms of ad revenue, right? That's their goal. Noah, on the other hand, seemingly is doing the exact opposite. He's utilizing the obvious reaction that this will garner from the likes of Destiny and others, right? Because he's bringing this controversial figure to the center of this conversation while simply using him as a jump-off point to talk about the actual issues on the ground. I really like what he did here. If you notice, it's very rarely about Destiny's idiotic fucking takes about how there is no genocide happening or how there is no ethnic cleansing happening in Gaza. Because he cares. He cares about the actual issue.
They raided our house and they shot our mum and dad. Then they started shooting at us.
His sister, Buthena, is 9.
We went to another room, hiding from the soldiers. They started banging on the door, and then they blew it up.
Point 53 gives examples of actions taken to intentionally cause psychological distress, specifically with regards to education and how the system is being completely disrupted by the bombing. It's even worse in reality than it looks. It's the amount of suffering is just something incomparable. It's really unbearable. I'm speechless when I try and think of the future of these children. It's generations of children who will be handicapped, who will be traumatized. The very children in our mental health programs are telling us that they would rather die than continue living in Gaza now. Large numbers of Palestinian civilians, including children, have reportedly been arrested, blindfolded, forced to undress and remain outside in the cold weather before being forced onto trucks and taken to unknown locations. Medics and first responders in particular have been repeatedly detained by Israeli forces, with many being detained incommunicado at unknown locations. Videos published by Israeli media on Christmas Day appear to show hundreds of Palestinians rounded up inside Al Yarmouk football stadium in Gaza City, including children, older people, and persons with disabilities being forced to strip to their underwear in degrading conditions. Many Palestinian detainees who have been released report having been subjected to torture and ill treatment, including the deprivation of food, water, shelter, and access to toilets. The United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs reports video footage showing bruises and burns on the bodies of detainees, images of mutilated and burned corpses alongside videos of armed attacks by Israeli soldiers filed as exclusive content from the Gaza Strip are reportedly circulated in Israel via a social media Telegram channel called 72 Versions Uncensored.
This is a picture of Palestinians
praying
for those who have been killed by Israel. In the accompanying post, the dead are compared to, quote, a large shipment of fresh baked goods straight from the shawarma. A comment reads, quote, I asked for a medium rare, make a new one. And then there's this, a dead body is being pulled by a vehicle across the...
This, by the way, was actually posted by an Israeli journalist who was embedded with the IDF at the time. Just, if I remember correctly, this is literally not like a Israeli occupying force soldier like posting this. I'm pretty sure it was a journalist that was embedded with them that posted it.
The sand. Kudos to our warriors who, despite the war, keep the beaches clean from unnecessary trash.
It is estimated that over 1.9 million Palestinians out of Gaza's population of 2.3 million people, approximately 85% of the population, have been forced from their homes. There's nowhere safe for them to flee. Those who cannot leave or refuse to be displaced have been killed or at extreme risk of being killed in their homes. Israel is repeatedly issuing evacuation orders demanding that Palestinian civilians in certain areas of Gaza leave their homes for other areas. The first such order issued on the 13th of October in 2023.
Yeah, the 72 Virgins Telegram was run by the IDF, by the way, yes. It is a much smaller version of a much more popular Telegram channel that has like 250,000, I believe, active people in it that does way more gruesome propaganda. It's not even propaganda. I don't know how to describe it. It's just like you already have to have been such you have to have lapped up that propaganda already to look at that war porn and think that that is like, it's gore porn, it's snuff footage, and the IDF thought that this would be valuable for them to also engage in. It's incredibly racist.
Demanded that 1.1 million Palestinians living or otherwise present in the north of Gaza, including Gaza City, move to the south of Gaza within a 24-hour window. The International Committee of the Red Cross warned that the evacuation directive, impacting approximately 36% of Gaza's territory, combined with the complete siege of Gaza, was not compatible with international humanitarian law. The World Health Organization warned that it could be tantamount to a death sentence for hospital patients. The evacuation was, however, maintained and has been reissued on a number of occasions, including on the 28th of October 2023, ahead of the Israeli announcement of ground operations in northern Gaza, and again thereafter. Shelling and bombardment along the evacuation routes and at the destinations of the evacuation routes, leaving quote-unquote evacuation maps that have no designated areas to which they need to evacuate.
We identified 208 of these craters in satellite imagery and drone footage, indicating 2,000-pound bombs posed a pervasive threat to civilians seeking safety across South Gaza.
Not to mention near total internet blackouts at the time, preventing most Gazans to even see these maps. Point number 4 is deprivation of access to adequate food and water to Palestinians in Gaza. It is now literally impossible to effectively deliver this humanitarian aid. The late December UN Security Council measures were bogus. They were not going to work. They were never going to work. The watered-down resolution fails to properly address the 4 elements identified by the United Nations Secretary General as necessary following effective aid capable of assisting Palestinians in Gaza. Shelves are empty, wallets are empty, stomachs are empty. There's just one bakery operating in the whole of Gaza. You may or maybe probably not have seen that statistic that 90% of the world's populations in extreme hunger and famine are located in Gaza right now. People in northern Gaza are eating grass to survive. They are drinking polluted water. The lack of water is severely impacting lactating women in particular, who, even if undertaking only a moderate amount of exercise, require a supply of 7.5 liters of water a day for drinking, sanitation, and hygiene to keep themselves and their babies healthy. Young mothers are unable to breastfeed for lack of proper nutrition as arising from the food scarcity. They've been forced to use contaminated water to prepare formula where it is even available, risking disease in vulnerable babies. In parallel, the chronic unviability of formula is also risking the lives of newborn babies who are already reportedly dying from avoidable causes due to the absence of medical care, food, water, and adequate sanitation. The impacts of malnourishment on older children may also be particularly grave and long-lasting, preventing them from reaching their full potential in terms of physical growth, cognitive capacity, school performance, and productivity later in life. Experts are now predicting that more Palestinians in Gaza may die from starvation and disease than airstrikes, and yet Israel is intensifying
Just showing propaganda videos with no commentary? Propaganda videos in which direction, I think? This is just a truthful assessment of what is fucking going on. I don't know what other additional commentary that I can add to this. What would you like me to say? That he's lying? Because he's not. Do you have an issue with any of the things that were mentioned here? Please, I would love for you to explain to 24,000 people in the chat what you take issue with so far. Sometimes I add additional commentary, but in this circumstance, it is not deemed fit because I think Noah is doing a phenomenal job. I'm okay with both sides beside what Israel is doing right now. Wait, what? All right, man. I don't even know how to. Half the time, it's just like whenever people come in here and like I assume that they're gonna have like some mind melting take. Oftentimes, they're just too fucking stupid to like actually bring forward a coherent opinion. He's saying he's okay with both sides except like what Israel's doing right now. I don't know what that even fucking means. Like he's not even taking like a decent, taking like a tangible position on it. Israel is wrong, sure. Palestinians are wrong, but you're watching legit Western propaganda. Palestinians are wrong? Yeah, brother. The only wrong thing Palestinians are doing is that they're just existing on and were existing on land that Israel wants for itself in its apartheid state. That's the problem here. Perhaps you can understand it a little bit better if you reframe your fuck exactly though, and they're fighting for it. I don't get it. This guy's just like, yeah, dude, Israel's doing an ethnic cleansing on Gazans, okay? And Palestinians are defending themselves in certain circumstances from said ethnic cleansing campaign, and they're both right. That's sick.
its bombing campaign, including the effective delivery of humanitarian assistance to Palestinians. It is clear that Israel is, through its actions and policies in Gaza, deliberately inflicting on Palestinians conditions of life calculated to bring about their destruction. Point 5 concerns the deprivation of access to adequate shelter, clothes, hygiene, and sanitation to Palestinians in Gaza. More descriptions and examples here of just a lack of basic necessities. Clothes, bedding, blankets, critical non-food items. Point 6 is the deprivation of adequate medical assistance to Palestinians in Gaza. Almost above all else, Israel's military assault on Gaza has been an attack on Gaza's medical healthcare system, indispensable to the life and survival of the Palestinians in Gaza. Israel has...
Oh man, Al-Ahli was such a long time ago, right? Israel would never attack a hospital. How dare you say that, Hasan? Did any of those drama baiters actually issue retractions? Did they? Did they ever care about that at all? It seemed like they didn't care about that at all, because if they did genuinely care about that, they probably would issue retractions on those videos. But what's the bro tip this week? My dick in your dad's ass. That's the bro tip, chatter. I'm fucking your dad now. Not just your mom. Your dad's getting fucked too.
Has declared an unrelenting war on the health system in Gaza, as observed by the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the right of everyone to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. In a statement issued on the 7th of December in 2023, the United Nations expert noted that the healthcare infrastructure in the Gaza Strip has been completely obliterated, and that we bear witness to a shameful war on healthcare workers. She warned that we are in the darkest time for right to health in our lifetimes, and that we have descended into depths from which we must quickly emerge. Since early December 2023, Israeli attacks on Palestinian hospitals have only increased. The Israeli army has continued to attack and besiege hospitals and healthcare centers to deprive them of electricity and fuel, crucial to maintain effective functioning and equipment, to obstruct them from receiving medical supplies, food and water, to force their evacuations and closure, and effectively to destroy them. The north of Gaza, without any functioning hospital for a week, has only 4 severely challenged, partially functioning hospitals available now. There have now been more than 238 attacks on healthcare in Gaza, in which over 61 hospitals and other healthcare facilities have been damaged or destroyed. Do you remember when everyone was arguing about who launched the rocket that killed 300 people at Al-Ahli Hospital? So much time and media coverage dedicated to something that is literally 1/50th of the damage and destruction wrought by Israel against Gaza's healthcare system. It was all a distraction meant to get the conversation shifted over from literally everything is being destroyed and everyone is being killed to we need the New York Times to develop a 3D diagram and diagnose exactly what happened here and argue about this for 3.
By the way, we still literally don't know what actually happened. A new forensic architecture detailed investigation showed that another fundamental fucking argument that Israel and the New York Times and everyone else fucking went with was also destroyed as well. Wonderful though, because all the while I kept repeating over and over again, even if this was personally unspent fuel exploding from a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket, right? The argument in and of itself, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, it's just like, it's only bad when Palestinian Islamic Jihad is blowing up their own people. Is that what the argument is? Like, I felt like I was losing my fucking mind. I kept saying that over and over again. I wonder if that was featured in all the videos from my haters talking about how bad I am and how misinformed I am. Surely they've made plenty of other videos on all the hospitals that Israel has very clearly, very openly destroyed, right? Surely.
3 weeks, while every single day a hospital is being destroyed, bombed or attacked or starved of resources. At least 570 Palestinians have been killed at hospitals and healthcare centers in Gaza, and further 746 have been injured. This includes patients and internally displaced Palestinians who vainly sought sanctuary on or near hospital grounds, killed by Israeli strikes or snipers. Palestinian mothers have been killed in maternity hospitals and Palestinian children in children's hospitals. Even those tending to and accounting the dead, like Saeed al-Shorbaji, director of Nasser's hospital mortuary, have themselves been killed. Some have even been victims of Israeli attacks multiple times over, like 12-year-old Dina Abu Massan, interviewed by UNICEF after losing her parents, 2 siblings, and her leg in an Israeli strike on her home. She was then killed herself when the Israeli army shelled the hospital where she was being treated. This that shit, man. This that shit. It is literally impossible to keep up and cover adequately the amount of destruction and murder that Israel is doing. It's impossible. And I don't know, man. I just don't know. Fucking Jesus Christ. Those wounded by Israel in Gaza are being deprived of life-saving medical care. Gaza's healthcare system, already crippled by years of blockade and prior attacks by Israel, is unable to cope with the sheer scale of the injuries, now at 55,243 injured, including at least 8,663 children. There were reports of severely injured patients walking for miles trying to find help. UNICEF highlighted the case of a boy from the north whose leg had been blown off in the violence, who had spent 3 or 4 days trying to reach the south, delayed by checkpoints. The smell of decomposition was clear, and that boy had shrapnel all over. Potentially he was blind and had burns to 50% of his body. I was forced to do dressing changes on massive wounds, excruciatingly painful wounds. There was a girl with just her whole body covered in shrapnel. She was 9. I ended up having to change and clean these wounds with no anesthetic and no analgesic. I managed to find some intravenous paracetamol to give her. Her dad was crying, I was crying, and the poor child was screaming. Similarly to famine, the possibility of disease killing more Palestinians than the bombardments is approaching. The final point in this section of the document concerns the destruction of Palestinian life in Gaza. In November, 21 members of United Nations working groups warning of a genocide in the making in Gaza observed that the level of destruction that had been by then taken place of housing units as well as hospitals, schools, mosques, bakeries, water pipes, sewage, and electricity networks threatens to make the continuation of Palestinian life in Gaza impossible. As they note, Israel has in its bombing campaign against Gaza used powerful weaponry with inherently indiscriminate impacts, resulting in a colossal death toll and the destruction of life-sustaining infrastructure. Israel has destroyed not only individual homes, houses, and whole apartment blocks, it has destroyed entire streets and entire neighborhoods. CHAYA, a suburb of Gaza City, once home to approximately 110,000 Palestinians.
Yes, Genocide Denial Streamers is the name of the video, and it is by Noah Samson. I thought we pinned it. It is pinned.
Appears to be now a vast wasteland, entirely flattened as far as the eye can see. Its shops, schools, vibrant marketplace, family homes, doctor clinics, historic streets, and in Uthman Mosque, and everything that once sustained Palestinian life there has been damaged or destroyed, along with so many of its people. Other areas in Gaza appear to have experienced a similar level of destruction, including Beit Hanun, Beit Lahia, Gaza Old City, Al-Ramal, and Nuseirat refugee camp in the south. Israel's targeted the Palace of Justice, the main Palestinian court building in Gaza, housing the Palestinian Supreme Court, as well as an archive of court records and other historical files. Israel has also significantly damaged the Palestinian Legislative Council complex. It has targeted Gaza City's central archive building, containing thousands of historical documents and national records dating back over 100 years, forming an essential archive of Palestinian history, as well as more modern records of Gaza City's urban development. Israel
How
has
should
left
we
Gaza.
make the average American arrive at the right perspective on this? I don't necessarily know how we could get the average American to get to the right perspective on this. And even if they do, does that necessarily matter? Because the government is always, oftentimes very publicly, fundamentally at odds with democracy or what the democratic wants are. At this point, regardless of, I'm not a naysayer, I'm not a doom and gloom guy here, although it does sound like I am being one right now. My opinion on the matter is that no matter what happens, you mustn't stop trying to inform people on what is going on. That's it. Do not stop.
Gaza City's main public library in ruins. It has also damaged or destroyed countless bookshops, publishing houses, libraries, and hundreds of educational facilities. Israel has targeted every one of Gaza's 4 universities, including the Islamic...
The reality is, due to the consistent... Philly D uploaded the vid you think he was going to make, and it's already got 99K views. I know, we watched it already as soon as it came out.
University of Gaza, the oldest higher education institution in the territory, which has trained generations of doctors, engineers, amongst others, destroying campuses for the education of future generations of Palestinians in Gaza. Alongside many others, Israel has killed leading Palestinian academics, including Professor Soufiane Tahiya, the president of the Islamic University, an award-winning physicist and UNESCO chair of astronomy, astrophysics, and space sciences in Palestine, who died alongside his family in an airstrike. Dr. Ahmed Hamdi Abu Absa, dean of the software engineering department in the University of Palestine, reportedly shot dead by Israeli soldiers as he walked away, having been released from 3 days of enforced disappearance. Professor Mohammed Aid Shabir, professor of immunology and virology and former president of the Islamic University of Gaza. The airstrike on his home killed him, his wife, their daughter-in-law, and their eldest son. Those who survived the bombing and tried to walk to Al-Shifa Hospital nearby were shot dead by Israeli forces besieging the hospital. Professor Rifat Al-Arir, poet and professor of comparative literature and creative writing at the Islamic University of Gaza, Professor Al-Arir was a co-founder of We Are Not Known, numbers, a Palestinian youth project seeking to tell the stories behind otherwise impersonal accounts of Palestinians and Palestinian deaths in the news.
For more than 16 years, Al-Ariad worked as a professor of English literature at the Islamic University of Gaza, where he taught Shakespeare and other subjects. Rafat Al-Ariad was a father of 6 and a mentor to many young Palestinian writers and journalists. He authored dozens of stories and poems about life under Israeli occupation in Gaza.
Israel has damaged and destroyed numerous...
Listen, if you think this is hopeless, all I will say is that 10 years ago, this kind of death and destruction was still regularly occurring, not to the same severity, and yet there was no such sea of support for Palestinians. The only reason that I guess, do not feel as hopeless as it pertains to the conditions that Palestinians are subjected to is because, like, I've been covering this for my entire professional career, okay? And back then it was a non-starter for everyone. They didn't even think about it. Like, this wasn't even a thing that people discussed or talked about or cared about at all. Many more people have come to terms with the reality. There are obviously going to be a lot of naysayers and people who are loud and vocal in their opposition to what is directly happening in front of their eyes, like the genocide denial streamer that Noah is talking about. But their vocal opposition is ultimately the exact same vocal opposition that has always existed with no counter in the past. There's so much more. There's so much more awareness. Like, it's just anyone who is an activist for this issue will tell you that.
Centers of Palestinian Learning and Culture, including the Al-Zafar Damari Mosque and Center for Manuscripts and Ancient Documents, the Orthodox Cultural Center, the Al-Qarara Cultural Museum, the Gaza Center for Culture and Arts, the Arab Social Cultural Center, the Hakawi Society for Culture and Arts, and the Rafah Museum, Gaza's newly opened museum of Palestinian heritage, housing hundreds of cultural and archaeological artifacts. Israel's attacks have destroyed Gaza's ancient history. 8 sites have been damaged or destroyed, including the ancient port of Gaza, known as Anthedon Harbor, or Al-Balakia, the archaeological site of a 2,000-year-old Roman cemetery listed on both the Islamic Heritage List and tentative UNESCO World Heritage List. Israel has also destroyed Gaza City's old city, including its 146-year-old historic houses, mosques, churches, markets, and schools. It has also destroyed more recent history of more hopeful times, including the Rashad Al-Shawa Cultural Center, site of the history.
Yes, Chatter, I covered Aaron Bushnell's legacy extensively and his actions extensively earlier today.
Historic meeting between United States President Bill Clinton and Palestinian President Yasser Arafat 25 years ago, and an important cultural hub for Palestinians in Gaza with its theater, library, and event space. And Israel is destroying Gaza's future academic and cultural potential. Alongside the 352 Palestinian schools it has damaged or destroyed, the 4,037 students and 209 teachers and educational staff it has killed, alongside the other 7,259 students and 619 teachers it has injured. Israel has damaged or destroyed an estimated 318 Muslim and Christian religious sites, demolishing the places where Palestinians have worshipped for generations. These include the Great Omari Mosque, originally a 5th century Byzantine church, an iconic landmark of Gaza's history, architecture, and cultural heritage, and a place of worship by Christians and Muslims for over 1,000 years. Israeli shelling has also damaged the Church of St. Porphyrius, founded in 425 AD and believed to be the 3rd oldest church in the world, alongside 2 other churches that have sustained direct Israeli fire. Gaza's Christians themselves have been targeted and killed by Israel in the very church compound where they sought shelter. Many of these war crimes are being filmed by Israeli occupation forces and posted.
Saying, what is this? Yeah, see, let's see how the vocal opposition decreases the dollar amount made from the government farming murder from bomb-ridden rubble and sands and amputated children. I don't know what's happening here. Are you talking to this person? I'm confused. I'm just obsessed. Stop pulling me up. Virtual meal is Palestinian.
On social media for entertainment content.
This is a how-to video on how to blow up a mosque in Gaza. Format is internet fluent. The content is very real. Filmed, edited, and posted on Instagram by an Israeli soldier. It's one of dozens reviewed by CNN.
Friend of the show, Ugopnik, had a great video on this topic specifically. You should go watch that. Israel has killed and is killing Palestinian storytellers and poets, Palestinian farmers and fishermen, alongside Gaza's local legends. Pastry chef Masoud Muhammad al-Qahtadi, killed in an Israeli airstrike on his house on the 3rd of November 2023, whose shop's motto, "Let the poor eat," and reputation for giving away the popular Palestinian treat kanafa to indigent customers, earned him the nickname Father of the Poor. 84-year-old Elham Farah, from one of Palestine's oldest Christian families, a reputed accorditionist and music teacher known as Mother Orange to generations of Palestinian music students for her shock of red hair, shot dead by an Israeli sniper outside the Holy Family Church in Gaza City when she returned home for warm clothes and was left to bleed to death. And Al-Shaima Saidam, the student with the highest final high school exam grades in the whole of Palestine, killed with multiple members of her family in a strike on Al-Nusrat refugee camp, just as Israel is destroying the official memory and records of Palestinians.
I mean, this is one of the objectively most well-documented instances of ethnic cleansing. I don't know how anyone with a semblance of humanity can look to everything that is going on and say, nah, it's valid. Nah, they deserve it. Nah, it blows my mind. I genuinely don't understand it.
In Gaza through its destruction of Gaza's archives and landmarks. It is obliterating Palestinian personal lives and private memories, histories, and futures through bombing and bulldozing graveyards, destroying family records and photographs, wiping out entire multi-generational families, and killing, maiming, and traumatizing a generation of children. As a Palestinian man in a video by UNRWA succinctly sums up, these are all our memories, our entire lives. Now it's all gone. Everything has turned to ashes. The Israeli army erecting the Israeli flag over the wreckage of devastated Palestinian homes, towns, and cities, including in Gaza City's Palestine Square itself, and spurred on by calls from within the Israeli government and without to flatten Gaza and re-establish Israeli settlements on the rubble of Palestinian homes, is destroying the very fabric and basis of Palestinian life in Gaza. Israel is thereby deliberately inflicting on the Palestinian group in Gaza conditions of life calculated to bring about its destruction. Yeah, I don't have much else to add to that. The final point, point 8, is imposing measures intended.
I wonder how many actual Hamas or any kind of Palestinian militants. I wonder if any Israel routinely has showed video footage of them blowing up hospitals, blowing up schools, blowing up mosques, celebrating that, right? The one type of footage that I've never fucking seen is Israeli soldiers on the ground actually shooting at someone who's shooting back at them and successfully killing them. In the past so many months now, I don't know how many fucking months it's been, and I've never seen a single fucking combat footage from the Israeli side that is a successful mission. It's kind of wild because I've seen a lot of Palestinian combatants defending Gaza and blowing up fucking tanks. I've only seen Israelis on the ground, if they're ever on the ground, the IDF. I've only ever fucking seen them stealing women's underwear, stealing women's heels, breaking and entering, opening up people's safes, stealing the money from those safes, blowing up schools, blowing up mosques. The only thing that comes near, the only thing that comes close to any sort of real footage, any kind of real footage I've seen of combat is often just the Israeli occupying force body camera footage of them entering an open entering an open completely empty school and shooting at hallways. It's just always it's always just that. The one time I saw a video was of a dog inside of one of the Hamas tunnels, if you recall, and that was actually not even a fucking Hamas combatant that the dog with a body camera strapped to it was actually attacking. That was a training video that they posted. It's because of polarization. You follow pro-Palestine accounts. Is there footage in Rafah where the hostage got released? There was a video released before the two hostages got released. Because I just mentioned to you what I see from pro-Israeli accounts. You say that I'm only seeing anti-Israel accounts, which is, I do definitely see a lot more anti-Israel accounts on my For You page than I see pro-Israel accounts, but I still see a shit ton of pro-Israel accounts. And honestly, I have not seen a single fucking piece of body camera footage of them directly going into combat. I've only seen people I've only seen them shoot at people who are not shooting back. People who are, I've only seen like the Israeli occupying force body camera footage of them like clearing empty rooms. There could be the assassination at the hospital, but like again, that's not the Israeli occupying force like actually killing people who are fighting back at all. It's just mostly killing people who are out of combat. Perhaps it's difficult to do, of course, for Israel, considering that like their greatest enemy is not Hamas at all, but simply a Palestinian baby sleeping in a crib, or a Palestinian preemie baby, like a premature child that is in an incubator rotting, left to rot. So, of course, for that reason, because I've seen a lot of that, so I suspect it's quite difficult for them to cook up any kind of footage whatsoever.
To prevent Palestinian births. As set out above, Israel's actions are impacting Palestinian women and children in Gaza especially severely, with 70% of those killed estimated to be women and children. 2 mothers are estimated to be killed every hour in Gaza. Over 7,729 children were estimated to have been killed by December 11th alone, and at least 4,700 other women and children are reported missing, believed to be buried under the rubble. There are multiple eyewitness accounts of pregnant women being killed by
The footage the chat is talking about them shooting an empty house. The IDF Commando Brigade is fighting in Han Yunis. It seems like someone's shooting at them, I think. Wait, this also still looks like... Oh, no, there's someone fighting back there. Okay, fair. We've seen one. Respect to the chatter who said there is one singular. There is definitely one singular video. Thank you for showing this to me. Maybe there's 2. Who knows?
Israeli soldiers, including while trying to access healthcare. Pregnant women and children, including newborn babies, are also particularly impacted by displacement, lack of access to
I love exceptions that prove the rule. Yeah, pretty much.
Food and water, shelter, clothes, hygiene and sanitation, and lack of access to health services. These effects are severe and significant. An estimated 5,500 of approximately 52,000 pregnant Palestinian women in Gaza giving birth each month are doing so in unsafe conditions, often with no clean water, much less medical assistance, in shelters, in their homes, in the streets, amid rubble, or in overwhelmed healthcare facilities, where sanitation is worsening and the risk of infection and medical complications is on the rise. Where they are able to get a functioning hospital, pregnant women are having to undergo cesarean sections without anesthetic. Given the lack of access to critical medical supplies, including blood, doctors are being compelled to perform ordinarily unnecessary hysterectomies on young women in an attempt to save their lives, leaving them unable to have more children. The Minister of Health for the State of Palestine, Dr. May Al-Kaila, confirms that the only option facing Palestinian women in Gaza who bleed out after giving birth is to undergo a hysterectomy in order for their lives to be saved. Premature births have reportedly increased between 25 and 30% as stressed and traumatized pregnant women face a myriad of challenges, including being compelled to walk long distances in search of safety, attempting to escape from bombs, and being crowded into shelters and often squalid conditions. Particularly in northern Gaza, cases of placenta abruption, a serious condition that occurs to pregnant women during childbirth, which is potentially life-threatening to both mother and baby, have more than doubled. An ever-increasing number of Palestinian babies in Gaza are reportedly dying from entirely preventable causes brought about by Israel's actions. Newborns up to 3 months old are dying of diarrhea, hypothermia, and other preventable diseases without essential equipment and medical support. Premature and underweight babies have little to no chance of survival. Palestinian newborn babies have died due to the lack of fuel to supply hospital generators. Others have been found decomposing in their hospital cots, medical staff taking care of them having been forced by Israel to evacuate. On November 3rd, the World Health Organization warned that maternal deaths are expected to increase given the lack of access to adequate care, with deadly consequences on reproductive health, including a rise in stress-induced miscarriages, stillbirths, and premature births. The reproductive violence inflicted by Israel on Palestinian women, newborn babies, infants, and children could be qualified as acts of genocide under Article 2 of the Convention of Prevention of Genocide, including imposing measures intended to prevent births within a group. She stressed that states must prevent and punish such acts in accordance with their responsibilities under the Genocide Convention. So if after hearing all of that, you still don't think there's any evidence of Israel conducting a genocide, I just want to ask how? How and why? I mean, his tweet did say intentional, Maybe all this stuff was on accident. Wait a minute, hold on, there's another section here. Expressions of genocidal intent against the Palestinian people by Israeli state officials and others. Evidence of Israeli state officials' specific intent to commit and persist in committing genocidal acts or to fail to prevent them has been significant and overt since October 2023. Those statements of intent, when combined with the level of killing, maiming, displacement, and destruction on the ground, together with the siege, evidence an unfolding and continuing genocide. This part of the document contains statements from basically every single person that works for the Israeli government that are genocidal in nature, if not overtly genocidal. Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, notoriously described their military campaign as a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness, between humanity and—
which is something you say when you're the good guy. For sure.
The law of the jungle. Later on, in a letter to Israeli soldiers that was also posted on Twitter, Netanyahu said that this is the war between the sons of light and the sons of darkness. We will not let up on our mission until the light overcomes the darkness. The good will defeat the extreme evil that threatens us and the entire world. Later, we're facing monsters who murdered children in front of their parents. This is a battle not only of Israel against these barbarians, it's a battle of civilization against barbarism. In late October, Israeli forces were preparing their land invasion of Gaza, and the Prime Minister invoked the biblical story of the total destruction of Amalek by the Israelites, stating, "You must remember what Amalek has done to you," says our Holy Bible, and we do remember. The Prime Minister referred again to Amalek in the letter sent on the 3rd of November to Israeli soldiers and officers. The relevant biblical passage reads as follows: "Now go, attack Amalek, and prescribe all that belongs to him. Spare no one, but kill alike men and women, infants and sucklings, oxen and sheep, camels and asses." I wonder what that means. What could that mean? Israel's president, Isaac Herzog, it's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true, this rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true, and we will fight until we break their backbone. He's also one of the many Israelis to have handwritten messages on bombs to be dropped on Gaza. The Minister of Defense said that they were imposing a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly. He also informed troops on the border that he had released all the restraints, saying that Gaza won't return to what it was before. We will eliminate everything. If it doesn't take one day, it will take a week, it will take weeks or even months. We will reach all places. He further announced that Israel was—
worked my 9 to 5 today. Glad. Wait, hold on. You don't have to clap that guy. He said, worked my 9 to 5 today. Glad you took the harder job so people like me can prosper. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome, brother. I am your enemy.
Moving to a full-scale response, and that he had removed every restriction on Israeli forces. When we say that Hamas should be destroyed, it also means those who celebrate, those who support, and those who hand out candy, they're all terrorists and they should also be destroyed. That was the Israeli Minister for National Security. All the civilian population in Gaza is ordered to leave immediately. We will win. They will not receive a drop of water or a single battery until they leave the world. No electrical switch will be turned on, no water hydrant will be opened, and no fuel truck will enter until the Israeli abductees are returned home. Humanitarianism for humanitarianism, and no one will preach us morality. This is the continued logic to justify war crimes, right? Taking civilian hostages is a war crime. Does that mean you can do war crimes to undo that? No. That's literally that. No, you can't. And what's being described there is a war crime, and they're doing it. They're doing that, and it's a war crime. We need to deal a blow that hasn't been seen in 50 years and take down Gaza. That was the Israeli Minister of Finance. The north of the Gaza Strip, more beautiful than ever. Everything is blown up and flattened, simply a pleasure for the eyes. We must talk about the day after. In my mind, we will hand over lots to all those who fought for Gaza over the years, and to those evicted from Gush Katif, which is a former Israeli settlement. He later argued against humanitarian aid. We wouldn't hand the Nazis humanitarian aid, and there is no such thing as uninvolved civilians in Gaza. He also posited a nuclear attack on the Gaza Strip. The Israeli Minister of Agriculture invoked the Nakba, said they were doing it again for Gaza. We all have one common goal: erasing the Gaza Strip from the face of the earth. That was the Deputy Speaker of the Knesset and member of the Foreign Affairs and Security Committee. It's not just politicians, though. Of course, it's also military officials. Hamas became ISIS, and the citizens of Gaza are celebrating instead of being horrified. Human animals are dealt with accordingly. Israel has imposed a total blockade on Gaza. No electricity, no water, just damage. You wanted hell, you will get hell. That was the Israeli Army Coordinator of Government Activities in the territories. We cut the supply of energy, water, and diesel to the Strip, but it's not enough. In order to make the siege effective, we have to prevent others from giving assistance to Gaza. The people should be told that they have two choices: to stay and to starve, or to leave. If Egypt and other countries prefer that these people will perish in Gaza, this is their choice. When you are at war with another country, you don't feed them, you don't provide them with electricity or gas or water or anything else. A country can be attacked in a much broader way to bring the country to the brink of dysfunction. This is the necessary outcome of events in Gaza. Israel has no interest in the Gaza Strip being rehabilitated, and this is an important point that needs to be made clear to the Americans. If we ever want to see the hostages alive, the only way is to create a severe humanitarian crisis in Gaza. He called for the destructions of water treatment plants. Much like President Herzog, this guy has repeatedly underscored that there should be no distinction between Hamas combatants and Palestinian civilians. Who are the poor women of Gaza? They are all the mothers, sisters, or wives of Hamas murderers. On the one hand, they are part of the infrastructure that supports the organization, and on the other hand, if they experience a humanitarian disaster, then it can be assumed that some of the Hamas fighters and the more junior commanders will begin to understand that the war is futile. These kind of statements are, not only evil and genocidal, but they're also just wrong. Hamas is not going to be eliminated. That's just not going to happen. That's not how this works. It's been 4 straight months of relentless bombardment in northern Gaza. Israel claimed that Hamas had been dismantled there and pulled troops, but they have continually resurfaced. The last thing I want to read here is a quote-unquote motivational speech that an Israeli army reservist made that's just, I don't know, it's just fucking sickening. Be triumphant and finish them off, and don't leave anyone behind. Erase the memory of them. Erase them, their families, mothers, and children. These animals can no longer live. Every Jew with a weapon.
This is, of course, a literal fucking terrorist, this person, okay? Ezra Yachin is a straight-up rapist, terrorist, murderer. 95 fucking years old, worked, and did the Deir Yassin massacre in the Nakba, also known as the morale booster.
Should go out and kill them. If you have an Arab neighbor, don't wait. Go to his home and shoot him. We want to invade, not like before. We want to enter and destroy what's in front of us and destroy houses, then destroy the one after it. With all of our forces, complete destruction, enter and destroy. As you can see, we will witness things we've never dreamed of. Let them drop bombs on them and erase them.
Thank you, 34MKD50 for the 50 get the subs. I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break now as well.
This guy was called up by the army to give motivational speeches. This was broadcast on social media. It's just incomprehensible that it's just that mask off, It actually really isn't, though, when you understand how Israeli soldiers and settlers talk about Palestinians and the sorts of evils they've afflicted upon them in the past and will continue to do so in the future.
זה היה משהו זוועתי, וזה אסור לספר, אני לא אדבר על זה, כי זה יכול להיות סקנדל שלם מהעניין הזה. 3-4 חודשים הראשונים הייתי רוצח. מה זה אומר? אני לא לקחתי שבויים. בזמן קרב, אם מישהו הרים ידיים, משהו כזה. לא לקחתי שבויים. אם היה עומדת כיתה של זה, עם ידיים למעלה, אז באותו יום הייתי רואה אותי, הייתי קוצר את כולם, עד כדי.
This is one of the wildest parts about it, because like those who perpetrated these ethnic cleansing campaigns in 1948 are still very much alive and super open to admitting it. And that's why it's like extra crazy that there is even any debate on the Nakba at all. Like the people who did it will say they did it, It's wild that it took like the fucking new historians to even get to that perspective, that it was a planned and calculated attack of ethnic displacement.
כמה אתה חושב אנשים הרגת ככה? לא ספרתי. אני לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע עם 250 כדורים. ותראה, יריתי, נלחמתי כולם. אני לא יכול לספור.
This list goes on and on and on, and I hope by now at least some of you are able to look at this and say, maybe there's some evidence in there. I don't know what better evidence you can have of genocidal intent than looking into the camera and saying, I want to do a genocide. We want to do a genocide. We want to kill everybody. We want to do it right now as soon as we can. And then immediately taking actions over and over and over again that are meant to achieve that goal. How much fucking clearer does it get, man? We're going to return now to a few more of Destiny's tweets because, that's the point of this video, to look at an influencer's tweets and call him dumb. Not use drama farming as a Trojan horse to read the ICJ application that lays out a pretty compelling case that Israel is committing genocide. That's not the point of this video. We're here to farm. Omar Badar is another person who responded to that initial tweet from Destiny. He wrote, your obsession with litigating the applicability of the word genocide here without adequate legal background is getting in the way of a bigger point. Genocide or not, there is no dispute that Israel is committing horrific war crimes in its deliberate war on Palestinian civilians. Destiny responded, writing, I mean, it's possible that the IDF is, but the other side is committing a fuck ton of war crimes for sure. It's possible? It's possible? Aside from the fucking CEO of the Israeli War Crimes Institute for Defending War Crimes College, Destiny is the only guy casting doubt on the
He's such a gross little worm, dude. Like, and his fucking audience is so stupid for like eating that shit up and being like, no, he's not worming around on this take. Like, he actually is just being open-minded. Like, you don't understand. He's so intellectually honest, dude. But what do you expect from a bunch of dumb motherfuckers who literally say he does research streams because he read fucking Wikipedia pages after making his decision months prior without any knowledge whatsoever that it's actually totally valid that Israel is doing genocide and they should do it? Oh, one day, I hope people will.
Assertion that Israel is committing war crimes. They're on video. When it comes to Hamas's war crimes, it's for sure. He's very sure about that. When it comes to Israel's, maybe. I don't know. Who's to say? Who's to say? The other absurd part about this tweet is him saying that no one cares about holding Hamas responsible. My brother in Christ, what do you think Israel thinks it's doing? Literally, the only reason this genocide is still going on is because Israel is saying that they are, quote unquote, large quotes, holding Hamas responsible. Also, the United States, virtually every Western media apparatus. That's why every major interview has to start off with 12 minutes of the host telling the guests to condemn Hamas, condemn Hamas, condemn Hamas. Come on, do you condemn Hamas? Another person responded to that tweet writing, "Since when does death toll in an active war not count?" Destiny replied saying, question mark, going to war is not genocide. People die in war, that doesn't make it genocide. Civilians die in war, that doesn't make it
Wait, what the fuck? So the Holocaust is not a genocide then? That happened in war. The Armenian genocide happened during war. Bro, I'm sorry. This is mind-bogglingly fucking dumb. I don't even see this shit because I blocked them like so long ago. That's actually crazy. How the fuck do people look at this and go, wow, this is like brilliant? I feel the exact same way that I did about Ben Shapiro dick riders as I do about him. It blows my fucking mind. It's just pure air, dude. I legitimately don't understand how anyone could look to this and be like, no, this is actually a pretty valid take. I feel like Destiny didn't realize how outlandish his take was in October because he knows fuck all and knows he's in too far to swallow his pride and admit he's fucking stupid. I mean, at least, yeah, Ben Shapiro fucking sucks ass. He's a horrible monster. But at least he, like, tries to find convincing talking points. Like, Ben Shapiro is an ultra-Zionist for a very long time, right? I don't think he, like, has he said this? Maybe he has. I mean, it's just as equally dumb when he says it too, but it just doesn't make any sense to just be like, oh, dude, going to war is not genocide, dude. The fuck?
genocide. Even if you commit war crimes and target civilians, that's not genocide. So here's just sort of milking the one thing he's been technically correct on, which is that death tolls alone are not the same thing as genocide. They're not, but also no qualified commentator in this discussion is saying that. I personally don't consider a random 700 follower Twitter user to be a qualified commentator, but that's just me personally, I guess. He likes to do this thing. He does a few other tweets. Somebody wrote, paraphrasing him, if you commit war crimes and target civilians, that's not genocide. Lamau. He responded writing, how fucking stupid are people? Hey, come on, man. Relax. Jesus. Yes, why would you think you're making a point here? What do you even think genocide is? Just killing civilians? Once again, the original statement taken on its own as a tweet is technically incorrect. You know, war crimes and civilian targeting are usually are a part of genocide. Actually using the term requires other factors. But also, he here took an incomplete version of this person's argument. A minute after that first tweet.
Actually, that's called Martin Bailey. For all the fucking debate perverts in the chat who never understand logical fallacies that they talk about personally, he's doing a Martin Bailey. Shocked to find out that a dude who makes a living debating is the most common, not Ben Shapiro. Oh, damn, you intellectually dominated him with that call out. Now it is not a genocide by default. Yeah. 5.
Tweet, they replied to their own tweet writing, there's actually a wealth of evidence that Israeli forces are committing genocide. All of it was used and quoted in the ICJ. The war crimes and civilian targeting in the original tweet are clearly referencing a specific application which does display genocide. He didn't respond to that original tweet, and you could see why, right? The tweet makes his big epic dunk a moot point. Here you might say, well, no, he maybe just didn't see that second tweet. And it's like, maybe, but also, you know, it was tweeted a minute after. And the first thing you see when you click on a tweet is replies from the original author. I think the more likely explanation is just that it's easier to pick incomplete criticism to dunk on. It's just you want to win. You win. You win that point. You win that point in response. Congratulations. But you won in the most annoying and inconsequential way possible. One wonders how someone like this ends up getting divorced very publicly and then making hours and hours of content talking.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, damn. Dude, you don't understand. He was fucking making phenomenal content, owning his ex-wife in the marketplace of ideas. Dude, I've never fucking seen such goddamn losers who are like, this is the coolest thing a man can do. This is literally the coolest thing a man can do. This is a beacon of intellectual honesty. I cannot owning my former wife in the marketplace of ideas. God damn. It's because they're even losers like this? Not necessarily, because like I think a lot of his fandom is most likely unfuckable. They more so, I suspect, live vicariously through him. But this is like this is a meme, right? Basically a fucking meme. It's just like I went through divorce court and I'm owning my ex-wife in the marketplace of ideas. Like, let me make a YouTube video about it is fucking nuts.
About his ex-wife. I mean, it's just, normal stuff, cool stuff. Another response to that first tweet was someone saying, if Nazi Germany wanted to genocide all the Jews, then they would only exist in the history books, Destiny circa 1943. And he's just quoting the logic back to, we did that earlier, How does Destiny respond to this? Well, he does it by doing a sneaky little switcheroo. The Jewish population still hasn't recovered from the Holocaust, a genocide lasting a few years that's some 80 years old. Israel has been continually genociding Palestinians for decades, and yet their population continues to grow every single day. The first tweet stipulated total annihilation, remember? That was the definition he used, but when someone responds doing the same thing, he does a switcheroo. He backpedals from a population that only exists in the history books to a population that has...
It is fucking wild that people think this is like really good argumentation. Motivated reasoning, I suspect, but yeah, for the record, this is yet another Mott and Bailey. For those of you who didn't understand earlier, Noah is directly explaining what it is without saying it, but if you're like an annoying debate pervert, that's what this is. Yeah, it's I don't know. Hold on, I gotta look at something. Let me see something. I never understood the actual analogy of the wall and building, just confused me. What do you mean? I don't watch any D-Man debates. Does he often rely on various logical fallacies to make his arguments? Every fucking top debater does this. It's actually a pretty valuable way to do it. The reason why logical fallacies in debate are called out in a professional structure is because of how convincing they are. You can browse through hours and hours of actual fucking journals, scholarly journals, but one anecdotal point of information will be infinitely more emotional. And if debates are won and lost in, especially on the internet, by like the way your position is received, then yes, you're always going to utilize logical fallacies. Every single debate pervert utilizes logical fallacies that they try to rationalize. It won't work in a debate club, but nobody cares about debate club. That shit's boring as fuck. That's it. That's the reason why there are supposedly rules around it in a more structured setting. Where do you think the idea that genocide has to be a complete annihilation comes from, though? I don't think anyone has ever said that it has to be a complete annihilation. Anyway, listen. If you were in a fucking debate club, it's fine, I'm not going to yuck your yum. Well, except for Destiny, yes, he is saying that. It's mostly genocidal intent that matters, but I mean, I guess like the people that say it's not genocide until it's like full blown complete destruction of the entire population must be from genocide denials. Like, I wonder what the Nazis, well, I know what the Nazis said about the Warsaw Ghetto, right? They openly would do the exact same things that Israel is saying and doing about Gaza. Like, straight up. Directly a one-to-one comparison. Israel's ultra-nationalist defenders of ethnic cleansing unironically and uncritically repeat the exact same propaganda that the Nazis did about the Warsaw Ghetto. Like, down to a fucking T. You understand? Just look at the shape of demographics in Palestine that refute this. I mean, there's that part about it, but I think that a lot of people don't understand that population increase in this circumstance is going to be, of course, it's going to happen because these people have nothing. When you have nothing, it's the same situation that you see in places like African countries that are devoid of adequate infrastructure. Like, you see the exact inverse of this in developed nations as opposed to developing nations. Developed nations have a serious problem with population growth because people simply stop having children, whereas undeveloped parts of the world have a lot more children.
is not recovered in growth. That's not what you said, bro.
Normal stuff, cool stuff.
In the future, when the dust settles about what's going on right now, what's happening to Palestinians, insofar as it needs to settle, I think anyone paying attention, there's no dust. I do wonder what guys like this will be up to, you know? Like his grandkid, Beyonce Jr., comes up to him at the cabin, sits up on his knee and says, "Hey, Pup, where were you during the Palestinian genocide?" And he'll be like, "Well, kiddo, I was in my gamer chair, trying to convince everybody that it wasn't happening." And then Beyonce Jr. will say, "Why'd you do that? What the fuck, man?" And he'll say, "Because I didn't want to be wrong." So also it helped me pull 20 million views a month. So there's that. It'll be fine though, you know, big fan base, following the pathway of warmongering liberalism. Every lib journalist that foamed at the mouth to invade Iraq, they're like tenured professors and they work at the Washington Post and write op-eds for that War Crime College Institute place we talked about earlier. No, I'm not coming on your stream. I don't want to get destroyed in the marketplace of ideas. But also that's probably a good thing. The last guy I debated live on stream ended up having animated child porn on his computer. I don't think anyone wants to be exposed for that. So lose the battle, win the war, so they say. Anyways, see you guys. Have a good one. Bye.
God damn, son. Okay, you didn't have to end it like that. Fuck. CHAYA, get out of there. Why do you do this? Anyway, holy moly. That was a great fucking ending. Yeah. Come on, buddy. I know you perfectly detailed why my tweets were fucking complete dog shit and showed very clearly that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but what if I were to actually make you misspeak? And then my entire audience would celebrate that and clip it out of context and pump it all over the world. And then they would cyberstalk you into oblivion, which they're probably doing right now. Come on now. Hasan, you know he's about to make a video for this, right? Bro, it won't stop. This motherfucker's done so many videos on me. Who gives a shit? At a certain point, you gotta fucking retaliate a little bit. You know what I mean? Yeah. Destiny is too cowardly to watch this entire video that Noah made and refute each individual point step by step is all I will say. He's too afraid. It's true. He's too afraid. He's worried that his audience will see actually great talking points that aren't even talking points at all. They're just factually accurate information being delivered to them for the first fucking time in their lives, maybe. Destiny's just being super technical in his definitions. Yeah, you're definitely not delusional and oblivious and desperately trying to defend your favorite content creator who is a genocide denier. We don't care. Keep him coming. That's awesome. Well, it's cool that you don't care about ongoing ethnic cleansing and openly. CHAYA, no, you're pushing into me. You're too big. I love you, but you're big. You're such a big lady now. Why are you pushing into me like you're afraid of something? He will actually own Noah in one line. He will correct him that he got the name of the Israeli president wrong because it's Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Dun, dun, dun. I love when people watch a 45-minute fucking takedown that is not even a takedown at all. That is just like reiterating well-established things that occurred and will go, I don't care. Well, okay, we know that about you already. You're just basically reaffirming our position that you don't give a fuck about the truth. You don't give a fuck about the genocide at all. All you care about is having one guy on the internet come across as correct, which is weird. It's weird, man. Why do people behave this way, you think? I have my own theory, but I want to hear your perspective. Sense of community, shared purpose. He's a good vector for being anti-socialist. Many people are anti-socialist, and he does it so beautifully. He destroys socialists in the marketplace of ideas so beautifully. It gives people a little bit of courage to be as edgy as they want to be. Basically just like operating in the same exact way as a fucking 4chan poll nerd, but this time you're like a liberal, so you can present yourself as woke. That way you can actually posture and concern troll and point to things and be like, what are you talking about? I'm a progressive. It's something that I've seen so many times over. I experienced it with many people that left TYT while I was at TYT still. Dave Rubin. I experienced it with my original naysayers back when I was at TYT, like the Sargon of Akkads of the world. These guys did not call themselves conservatives. They called themselves classical liberals. These are the very same people that Destiny used to debate, as a matter of fact, when he thought that it was more marketable for him to have a more progressive approach, more progressive opinion, until he got very butthurt that I eclipsed him, as he says in his own fucking words, and chose to, one, try to destroy anything I stood for, failed to do so, watched me grow simultaneously for fucking 4 extra years, never stopped his ceaseless cyber stalking operations, and here we are. I really did think that he would maybe at some point turn around and be like, you know what, I'm done with this. Like, but why would he be done with it? Every time he fucking says Hasan sucks, he gets like 500K fucking views. I'm paying his child support, baby. I would do it too, honestly. If there was someone who fucking cooked me like that without ever acknowledging my existence for fucking 4 goddamn years, I'd be really resentful. I would be resentful. I get that. It's just that like growth implies you move on, do your own thing. You know what I mean? I'm the father that stepped up.
Can you give us a sense of when you think that ceasefire will start?
Well, I hope the beginning of the weekend. I mean, the end of the weekend. At least my national.
That's crazy, man. Put the ice cream down to be like, put the motherfucking ice cream down, homie. What the fuck is wrong with you? He still constantly shits on Nico Lil and said in the last 6 months that he wants to ruin her life. He's been obsessed for 4 years either. Wait, really? That's so weird. Why Nico Lil? Because she's the okay boomer girl? Yeah, he's holding the ice cream like it's a fucking microphone.
Security advisor tells me that we're close. We're close. It's not done yet. And my hope is by next Monday, we'll have a ceasefire.
Okay, thank you.
Nice. Twitch and Kick have been banned in Turkey, likely related to gambling content, and apparently Kick actually got unbanned in Turkey, whereas Twitch still has yet to be unbanned in Turkey. Need Joe Biden to ceremonially open new subway lines by driving a train? I mean, this shit is pretty fire. Steven has also had huge issues with pervy dudes swarming the few women that come to his in-person events. The least shocking thing that I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. All right. Let's continue. Do you see what South Korea? South Korean Twitch streamers are broadcasting adult content to protest the platform exiting the country. Yeah, I heard about this. Good on them. You know, go out with a bang. Okay, let's do some fun shit now. Which streamers? Just so I know which chat to avoid. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I have another tweet you can tweet at night. Okay, good. All right, what do we got? Do we got anything good? What do you guys want me to watch? I don't want to do a murder react. Those are so fucking long.
Starship Troopers was a movie I watched when I was 8 years old, and I thought it was a pretty cool sci-fi movie. But what I...
This is PewDiePie 5 fucking years ago with a hashtag ad describing Starship Troopers. Oh, shit. I'm going to... Fuck, before I forget. I'm going to watch the Yes Theory video. That one is really good.
I didn't know was that it was one of the most misunderstood movies ever. My 8-year-old self will be completely surprised. Starship Troopers, a dumb space war movie. Starship Troopers, a brilliant satire of military propaganda. Starship Troopers, a movie that misunderstood the novel it was parodying and then got misunderstood for what it was parodying. Starship Troopers, war is stored in the balls. Hello everybody, it's me. Lately, there's been a lot more articles talking about Starship Troopers as in the light of, we got it all wrong. How could we have been so blind? You're all a bunch of fools. Did you not understand? It was a joke? Wow.
I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part.
Your mom. Maybe in retrospect, it's easy to point out how overly the top the satire is, but looking back at reviews at the time, it seems like a lot of people just didn't get it.
The exact words, but do you understand it? Do you believe it?
So what really is being misunderstood here, and why? Let's investigate. Would you like to know more?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of the content you guys are suggesting is so fucking mid. I want a Starship Trooper myself. Like, actually, not even low-key, but very high-key. It's kind of wild. It is, like, once again, shocking. Have you seen what Zoomers are doing with deepfakes?
Yo, can you explain logs?
All right, let's do it. I've always used BAP to remember how it works.
Mention what it stands for, shawty.
It stands for base, answer, and then power.
What'd you use that for?
So look, this number is our base, and it should turn into this answer here when it has a certain power.
And that power? That's what we're actually finding here.
So like, this whole log thing is that power?
Correctamundo.
So what this really means is how many 2s do you have to times together to make 16?
You can just type it into your calculator and it'll get the result for you.
I got 4?
That is correct. So 2, which is our base, to the power of 4 equals 16.
Bop, bop, bop.
That's the worst shit I've ever done seen, bro. Where's the new Yes Theory video? We're gonna watch that one. Y'all suck. No, man, I don't want to watch the Channel 4 Israel spokesperson interview. Y'all are fucking... All right, Kurt.
I just put out some new merch. Check it out. It's awesome. It says, please
Kurt
be nice to me.
Breakdancing Dad.
Really cool. I love it. I'm obsessed.
Man.
And on top of the new designs, we've also got the silly tee, but now as a crew neck. So click the link
and then
in the
Yes
description,
Theory video.
Grab some before it's gone. Okay, folks. This is an emergency video. I really was not planning on uploading again this month, but I had to. I'm working on a longer video right now, but I needed to take a break from it and talk about this because it is the funniest thing probably ever. So we've all heard the statistic that 50% of marriages end in divorce, right? Which unfortunately means the other 50% ends with someone dying. So I guess there's really no chill way to end a marriage. But as a child of divorce, this is a subject that hits close to home for me. Or I guess it hits close to two separate homes for me. And going through a divorce as a family is hard enough as it is. There can be a lot of resentment between family members for a variety of reasons. But hey, at least you never have to argue with your estranged father publicly over the internet, right? Well, that is the case for most people, but unfortunately for writer and comedian Maddie Hart, that is exactly what happened. So a little bit of backstory, Maddie made a TikTok with this opening line.
What's a piece of trauma that you have that's funny? It has to actually be funny.
Great topic of discussion, right? Trauma is traumatic inherently, but some of it can be hilarious also. For example, one time when I was a kid, my older sister held me down and sprayed Lysol on my open eczema wounds. Was that traumatic for me? A little bit. Was it hilarious? Not for me, but my sister was laughing while she was doing it, so I guess it was. Maddie's funny trauma is pretty unique, though.
My dad...
Damn, Curtis got his ass beat by his sister. That's crazy.
Abandoned my family when I was 5 years old. That is a wife and 4 kids. He abandoned us and then pursued amateur breakdancing. And he got really good.
Okay, so right off the bat, wow, that's hilarious. I think that's just objectively funny. I think we can all agree on that. Like, abandoning your family to pursue breakdancing is crazy because, like, you could do both, right? You can easily do both. You can have a family and also breakdance in your spare time. I'm sure that's possible.
No, you can't. Children are too much fucking work, and they take away from my main passion, which is breakdancing very well. According to her, by the way, she got owned. She got owned in the marketplace of ideas by openly admitting that her father is actually pretty good at breakdancing.
Like most people, before they have a kid, they're like, am I going to be a good parent? Is this like the right time to bring a child into this world? If you're a dad who's like, I just don't know if I'll have time for my breakdancing, don't have a kid, okay? Then again, you know, they always say starting a family, you know, being a parent is one of the most rewarding things you can do as a human being. But obviously...
Yeah. You know what the actual most rewarding thing is? Because that's one of the most rewarding, maybe third most. Number one most rewarding thing you can do? Starting a breakdancing career, an amateur breakdancing career.
Those people have never tried spinning around on some cardboard in an alleyway. Back to the video, this breakdancing apparently wasn't just a hobby for the dad.
He like blew up. Like he became like a D-list celebrity status, like viral breakdancer. He became like the oldest actively competing breakdancer in the world. Then he got on Good Morning America and talk shows, and Washington Post wrote about him, and he went super viral, and he did all these interviews, and he danced with Paula Abdul. And here, I'll show you.
Let's see, take a look at this 60-year-old breakdancer. Yes, 60 years.
I mean, he's sick. Like, he actually is fucking sick. So at a certain point, you have to like recognize and be happy for him. You know what I mean?
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
That's Ben Hart. He's competing at a breakdancing competition in Philadelphia, and he may not have won, but I tell you what, he is winning over a lot of people on the internet.
Shit.
Like, low key, if he sucked, I'd be like, like, not worth. You know what I mean? Like, if he sucked, I'd be like, not worth it. Should not have left your children. That's an L for you. But like, because he's kind of good with it, he's kind of nice with it. Let's recognize that. Okay, this is a truth-telling broadcast about TikTok tea. I am a TikTok journalist and also emo. As you guys know, these are the two things. Hello, 2 things you must know about me. 1, I am a journalist of TikTok tea. And 2, I am emo. I'm also, I guess, following my dreams in that regard.
He really is. Yeah, I'll say it, dude. He is fucking up the dance floor, dude. I mean, he's fucking up fatherhood as well, but I gotta respect the moves, man. Also, I love in that YouTube video at the bottom left, it says Breakdancing Dad goes viral. Because, like, not really. The dad part of that implies a man, like, taking care of his children, you know? I would actually love a dance competition show about deadbeat dads. And they all fucking have dance-offs with each other, and they call it So You Think You Can Dad. Okay, let's keep watching the video.
This guy wouldn't pay my medical bills.
Yeah, I mean, tough to pay for your sick daughter's medical bills when you're already fucking sick, you know what I mean?
Worst part, damn it, he's good.
I love that his daughter is like openly recognizing how good he is at breakdancing, because he objectively is, even though he's also an objectively he's like openly, objectively a piece of shit.
It could have been anything else, man. The fact that the dad chose breakdancing would send me over the edge. Like, honestly, I think a dad abandoning your family to like play professional Fortnite would be better than this. For some reason though, the image of a breakdancing father is so funny to me, dude. Probably because dads are usually like dorky, right? They're not like fucking busting moves, right? I just can't get the image of a breakdancing father out of my head.
Dad, can you just please make me dinner? I'm starving. Just take care of me.
Okay, let's keep watching.
He may not have paid for some of my medical bills growing up, but he did give me this breakdancing merchandise. So that's
Sick.
him. He's on his head. Benihana is his b-boy name. You know, I'll get
Wait.
texts like this.
That's insane. So this piece of shit didn't pay her medical bills, but then simultaneously it was like, oh, but like, it seems you're a fan of my fucking breakdancing. Here's a t-shirt. That's insane.
Happy birthday, question mark.
Yo.
And then like links to his breakdancing videos.
Jesus. What a piece of shit, dude. Happy birthday with a question mark is crazy rude. Happy birthday? I don't know. I mean, on second thought, can you blame him for being a little lost? He's been spinning on his fucking head for years. I feel like that's definitely got to give you some brain damage. He probably doesn't even know what year it is. And also, dude, it's so wild to send links of your breakdancing to the kid that you abandoned for breakdancing, dude. Like, why the fuck would she want to watch that, you know? Like, does he think his daughter wanted him to do this? Like,
For the record, before you guys start talking about how he like actually paid for her medical bills or whatever the fuck, yo, that shit doesn't even matter, okay? That part is really, really fucked up, but it's still like, you know, it's not, I would say it's not even as fucked up as like just not being in her life. You know what I mean?
abandon her for breakdancing?
Sweetie, I'm finally doing it. Doing what? I'm gonna pursue a career in breakdancing. But unfortunately, that means I have to leave you forever. What? Dad, no, you can't go. I need you. Mom needs you. I'm sorry, honey. You'll understand one day, but I must go. Dad, no, don't go. Please, Dad, no.
So just like her breakdancing dad, this video went viral. Oh, yeah. It got like 6 million views, and all the comments are saying how crazy this whole situation is. And with videos like this, it usually ends here. We all laugh, we talk about how crazy it is, we make our jokes, and then we move on. But not this time. Benihana, the breakdancing dad, was apparently receiving a bunch of hate comments from people who saw that video. So he decided to make a response video to his daughter's video and post it on Twitter. And I gotta say, right off the bat, before he says anything.
Oh, he's so sick. With the Bitcoin shirt, remember? I didn't even touch this because I was like too busy doing other shit. But I do remember the Bitcoin shirt, and I remember the Bitcoin flag in the background when he's breakdancing, and the flag says Bitcoin or Bitcoin.
I already have one pretty large criticism, and that is his button-up, all-over print Bitcoin shirt. Where the fuck do you even acquire one of those, dude? Where do you buy that? Did he pick that up at Dan Flash's?
They have this one shirt that costs $1,000 because the pattern's so wild.
And upon further research, I found out that Benihana, he represents Bitcoin in breakdancing competitions, dude. I don't even know if it's official either. I think he's just a ride or die.
No, bro, he's getting fucking paid by big Bitcoin. He's in the... Hold up, is the same girl that went viral for going on a date with like a traditional dude? Or he wasn't woke or something? I don't know. Damn, Mr. Marcellus, you fucking follow this drama way better than I do. I'm out here talking like I'm a fucking TikTok ethical journalist, you know what I mean? I'm fucking not.
Bitcoin fan, dude. And now that I think about it, it does make sense that the breakdancing dad would be a crypto bro. Because just like him, cryptocurrency doesn't pay your medical bills. But right away, he's got some objections to some of the claims that were made against him by his daughter.
And frankly, I was pretty shook.
Owning my estranged daughter in the marketplace of ideas. It's like, I love that we jumped from one guy to the future of that same guy. You know what I mean? It's great. He's like, here's the facts and logic as to why I wasn't in your life.
Chagrined by what I heard, to say the least. However, I do need to correct a few statements in the video.
I also don't really know why he's talking like a cartoon villain.
First, I can see that as a 5-year-old, Maddie would see her dad as having abandoned the family. One day I was living there, the next day.
He's like, the fuck did you know, dumbass? You were a dumb 5-year-old baby, you stupid baby. Of course, with your fucking baby brain, you thought I abandoned you, dummy.
I wasn't. And that will look like abandonment to a child. But married couples do get divorced about half the time in America. And I...
Damn. He fucking owned Maddie, dude. I'm so on his side. I can't get over how hard I am on his side, dude. It's like, it's so sick. He's like, yeah, look at the data. I've got empirical evidence to suggest that over 50% of marriages end up in divorce.
I was just living a mile or so down the street in LaGrange, Illinois.
Okay.
In LaGrange, Illinois. He's so sick. He's awesome. He's so dope.
So I made the same point at the beginning of this video.
He's literally out here like El Video, sweetie. Yeah, no, he's just like, I'm telling you, dude, this is literally basic. We were watching 2 Destiny videos back to back today. It's kind of fucked up.
A lot of marriages end in divorce, and it can be a confusing thing for children. I'll agree with that. But like, your kids wouldn't say you abandoned your family if you didn't abandon your family, dude. Why would you lie about that? Like, if your parents went through a divorce and you still have a good relationship with your dad, you know, he's actively trying to be in your life and always reaching out to you and stuff, then you would never use the word abandon. You would just use the word divorce. That must have been tough, dude. That divorce especially must have been really tricky. I can only imagine what it was like getting divorced by a fucking breakdancer. Hey, sorry I have to do this, but my lawyers say it's a formality. I know, just give me the papers. Papers? What the fuck is happening? You just got served. Okay, that's not what they meant. You have to serve me papers. Why do you keep saying paper? Cryptocurrency is the future. He then goes on to say that Maddie was actually lying.
Okay, Curtis. Okay, Curtis gonna cook him with these fucking bits. Sometimes they're like good, other times maybe not so much. These have been valid as fuck.
About the financial situation, and he
usually it's good though. It's always good.
Says he was actually paying like a bunch of money in child support.
Now, about not paying medical bills. That's just not correct. Maddie's mom, my ex-wife, got $2 million at the get-go. Plus, I was paying her $18,000 per month in child support and alimony.
And if that's true, fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome. I guess breakdancing really pays the bills.
Bro, this seems so much like Legion. You do understand he made the video after everyone started asking about it on his workplace and daughter refused to clear allegations? I don't understand that. I still think it's dope. I don't think you understand. I'm on the side of debate, Lord Dad, okay? I don't think you get it. I didn't even need to know anything about I didn't even need to know anything about the daughter or the dad. I saw that 65-year-old man spin on top of his head, and immediately I was like, yo, this dude is fucking awesome. And then I saw him in the Bitcoin shirt, and I was like, oh my God, he is literally the best. But anyway, the thing I was gonna say is like he's very Legion style almost, in the way that he's acting like breakdancing salary is giving him 18 grand a month in alimony.
In all, I paid out about $5 million to my ex-wife.
And then the dad drops another bomb on us, dude. He says that he didn't abandon the family for breakdancing.
I did not abandon the family for breakdancing.
Apparently he just had a regular job and just accidentally started breakdancing.
I have a career. I'm in the advertising business. That's how I was able to afford to pay Maddie's mom $5 million. I took up breakdancing entirely by accident in 2012.
Nobody accidentally starts breakdancing, dude. Like when I think of accident, I think of like, you're clumsy, you knock stuff over, you fall over or something like that, right? Like did he just like trip on something and then immediately like start doing the worm? Oh my God, I'm sorry. This is so...
Wait, what the fuck? Advertising? Why? What? Okay, that part actually shocked me to my core. He does not look like he would be an advertising executive. Am I crazy? Like, he looks like he'd be a small business owner and like maybe does like advertising for random conservative businesses or some shit.
Embarrassing. I'm not trying to do this at all. So after this video came out, Maddie made a response to it, pretty much disputing everything he said.
I know my dad.
I'm only saying this because like he's advertising for Bitcoin and doing a phenomenally shitty job with it. He literally has a Bitcoin flag that says Bitsoyin on the fucking flag. I feel like that's not a good guy. That's not a good advertiser.
Dad posted like a 10-minute video or whatever being like, my daughter's lying. We have a great relationship. I have a great relationship with all my kids. That's just objectively not true. Like, guys, we're all freaking out about this in my family group chat right now. We're being like, he's so unhinged and delusional.
And the contradictions continue.
We don't know if he actually believes his own narrative or if he's lying on purpose, but he's just like a weird guy. Yeah, he said he lived down the street from us.
And I was just
Benihana is not the sushi restaurant, sir. Benihana is actually the restaurant that brought down Jordan Belfort, owned by Steve Aoki's father. And it is not a sushi restaurant at all. It's actually a restaurant with an open top grill where they make those volcano onions. It's a hibachi. Yeah, it's pretty fucking fire. It's hibachi. What do you mean? What, I don't understand. What did I say something wrong? No, Hitachi makes the vibrators. No, Benihana. I mean, I guess they do sell sushi too. They sell it as like a sushi and Japanese steakhouse, but it's actually just a Japanese steakhouse. Anyway, Benny fucking Hanna, famously. All right, let's continue.
Living a mile or so down the street in LaGrange, Illinois.
That's not true. Or like if he did, it was only for a few months maybe. But actually for most of my childhood, he lived in Florida with his new wife. Like basically like he left us, immediately married another woman. We didn't hear from him for years.
I saw the kids all the time.
He truly had no hand in raising us at all. We don't speak with any sort of regularity. He doesn't know when my birthday is.
I saw the kids all the time.
But I do know that several times I've asked him for financial help with medical expenses, like especially like in college, and he wouldn't help me.
Now, about not paying medical bills, that's just not correct.
That's what I was referring to in my video when I was like, he wouldn't pay some of my medical bills.
I don't know what to believe. I don't know the truth. I am at liberty to believe her, the person who went through this, because I'm not gonna trust a guy wearing a Bitcoin shirt. And also the top response to...
Wait, there's like chatters in here that are defending the dad though. Did this become like another gender war situation? Oh my god, everything on TikTok turns into gender war. Like, which one is... Do we have any proof? That came with the receipts on the next video? Oh, is that why? Elon replied to him, I'm defending the dad because his moves are sick. I mean, that does make sense. I'll be honest, like... But that's not even something that she doesn't agree to. She does agree. Defending the dad is incredibly sus. Hello, unless you don't fucking appreciate breakdancing, in which case it is an underappreciated form of art, and the dad is objectively sick at it. So sorry, sus to not defend him.
To Benihana's video is "You are awesome."
The dad is literally one of the most decorated conservative advertisers in American politics. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking die. That's why he didn't read as like a real ad exec, because he's a fucking conservative ad exec. Dude, I swear to God, conservatism just like, look, as a salesperson, I work with a lot of advertisement executives, okay? A lot. I met a lot of them. They all have the same liberal veneer, okay? I'm not like basing this off of fucking Don Draper. So many like Ogilvy, OMD, so many of these fucking ad agencies, like they all have a very similar look to them, right? And it does not look like Don Draper at all. As a matter of fact, it looks like someone who would love to have sex with Don Draper, but not like Don Draper. So, in general, like, paint me a picture. I don't know. Fucking go to a West Hollywood bar and you will meet like 11 of them. Go to the West Hollywood Equinox. But ultimately, like, that guy, like, no ad agency executive looks like they have Vaseline draped all over their fucking camera lens, is what I'm trying to say. He has a crazy resume. He writes speeches for Reagan and H.W. Bush. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Okay, maybe she's better off that he wasn't in her life, low key. Oh my god, I'm learning so much. Oh, this is so sick. Oh my god. Oh my god. The divorced breakdancing dad is legendary National Review editor, Dartmouth English professor, Dartmouth Review founder, Jeffrey Hart's son. Oh. Wait, Dartmouth? Is he fucking tight with Dinesh D'Souza then? You called it. You said he looks like a conservative ad executive. Clocked it. Was it the skull shape? He just doesn't like, he doesn't look like a normal ad executive. He just straight up is this makes sense. This makes a lot more sense. He once said something so racist, a guy bit him. I want to know how this guy got rich, and I found an article from 1984 about how he wrote something so racist, in a Dartmouth student newspaper that a guy came up and bit him. Yo, I'm genuinely curious. How can you possibly think that sitting on your ass and streaming is worse than hard labor? First of all, you're British. That's it, actually. There's no reason to ever make an argument beyond that. I'm also curious as to how nonstop... Oh, fuck you! You got me with the fucking British, dude. Oh, no! Oh, no. This is why streaming is a much more difficult job than any other job out there on the planet, which was, of course, my take, and it's objectively correct. Like, there are little, like, child slaves mining fucking cobalt right now, and guess what, dude? This is harder than that, as a matter of fact, because I get debated like this sometimes, and they cook me. Oh, my God. Oh my God. Ben Hart and I went to Dartmouth together. His father, Jeff. Oh my God. This story is a blooming onion. Oh my God. Oh my God. You don't want to miss a single second of this, okay? At the top of the hour, however, you will miss 3 whole consecutive seconds of this, or not seconds, minutes of this. By subscribing for $5 or for free, you can avoid missing any moment of it. Here's the Terminator break now. Who's Dinesh D'Souza? I don't know the lore. Dinesh D'Souza is the OG political prisoner that Bardock Hussein, no bummer, threw in prison. That's right. 34 MKD50. Thank you for the 50 big ones. This is like, dude, a lot of good stories are coming out of TikTok lately. What the fuck? God damn it. You guys sent me all this fucking lore and I refused to read it. And now I'm beginning to feel like I fucked up. So TikToker who says she felt feminism leave her body on a day when the guy paid has a deadbeat dad who quit his job to become a breakdancer, but he also is a crazy crypto Elon Trump stan and founded the Dartmouth Review, and his college buddies was Dinesh D'Souza and Laura Ingram. I should have read this more. I should have read into this more. Why is Hasan still in emo clothes? How did I miss something? No, man, I'm not wearing... Can I just say something? I'm not wearing emo clothes right now. These are my normal clothes. I've worn this fucking hoodie like 1,000 times. This is the worst part about going emo one time. You start looking at all of the things that you own differently. Like, straight up. People think I'm like still in my emo phase, still doing my emo shit, when in fact I am not. I'm out of the emo phase, you know? It's not a phase. It's not a phase. It's my whole life. Fuck. It's the neck tats. Oh, not only emo people have neck tats.
From none other than Elon Musk.
I have to pee.
Automatic L. If I posted anything and Elon Musk responded to it agreeing with me, oh my God, that's how you know you're on the wrong side of history, dude. It's also really funny for famously deadbeat dad Elon Musk, whose own daughter changed her last name so she would never be associated with him, is applauding another deadbeat dad. And on top of that, most of the people like hyping this dude up are dudes who have been in similar situations. This guy Douglas Carr said, "I've been trashed on social by my daughter. You've set an example I will strive to follow in the future." Praying emoji. Dude, in the future? So you know your daughter is gonna do it again? Hey, here's how to stop that. I think the best way to ensure your daughter won't badmouth you on social media is to be a better father. But no, this guy's gonna do just exactly what Benihana did instead. If my daughter ever trashes me on social media again, I will simply spin on my head. But guys, I'm sorry I did this, but I didn't even show you the end of Benihana's response. 20 seconds after he says he didn't abandon his family in the name of breakdancing.
I did not abandon the family for breakdancing.
20 seconds after saying that, he does this.
Now, some of you might be wondering, can he still breakdance at age 66? Well, I don't know. Let's see. I'll give it a try. Okay, Maddie, let's see how the old man does. The main point is that it's never too late to start breakdancing.
Oh, dude, the Bitcoin flag in the back is taking me out, dude. What are you doing, bro?
No, I did not miss his moves. I've actually seen. That's the only part of the story that I knew about. I saw the fucking. I saw him breakdancing. That's why I told you guys. Remember, he has a fucking Bitcoin flag. Bro, I love that you turn emo right when you're being dragged for complaining about how hard streaming is. I'm not even complaining about how hard streaming is. Streaming is awesome. Streaming is awesome unless you got a dumb bitch in your ear telling you how fucking sick everything is. Okay, so is this not the same girl? Mr. Marcellus with the fucking facts. Oh my God, this looks like the same girl.
This week, and
Girl goes on a date with a masculine man and it erases all of her woke programming.
I felt the feminism leaving my body. I went on a date this week and I felt the feminism leaving my body. I live on the east side of LA, and if you don't know what that means, it's sort of like the artsier part of LA, you know? It's people say it's like Brooklyn and New York. Like, so I go on dates with a lot of men and women who, you know, live over here. There's always a negotiation about who pays, and that's great. I like to pay for people, all that. But what I will say is that I sort of fell into going on a date with the most guy's guy I've ever been on a date with. And he's from West, you know, Santa Monica. He's a bro, right? A guy's guy is usually not my type. Like, I cannot remember the last time that I went on a date with like a straight bro, you know what I'm saying? But it befell me. It befell me in an organic fashion. So I'm on this date with this guy, and the thing about a guy's guy is he's putting his card down. He's paying for everything. And I really it sort of activated something feral in me, I'm not gonna lie. We went to like another bar and he was gonna go to the bathroom, so I was getting prepared to pay for our drinks because he's been paying all night. Of course I'm gonna pay for the next round, but as he's going to leave for the bathroom, he turns to me and he hands me his credit card and he goes, "Here's my card, get us whatever." It might be time for me to get away from all these, liberal snowflakes on the east side. Guys,
I think this is a bit. Why would people take this seriously? Oh my God. I'm hiccuping. Maybe he was 6'4". Oh God. Ladies, is watching me hiccup an ick? I'm not up to date on my TikToks. I'm trying to spread democracy. Maybe a little bit later, Carter.
In the back is taking me out, dude. What are you doing, bro?
So there's really no excuse for anyone not to be breakdancing.
All your daughter wanted you to do was step up and be a good father, but all you did was step up to the streets. If I ever saw a video of my dad breakdancing in a Bitcoin shirt, I wouldn't.
What do you mean? You'd be like, I'm sorry for having literally low vibrational vibes as a baby. You spotted that a mile away and you fucking abandoned me and my also low frequency vibrational shitty baby brothers and sisters, and you fucking left us for good to pursue your own dreams, your own destiny, to become the coolest person you could be. Like, I think a lot of kids need to start apologizing for having zero swag and being zero content and also having shitty vibes overall. Okay? You dookie in your diapers, shitty vibes. Don't do that. I don't want that. Okay? If I have an adult living with me and they shit in their diapers, like, I'm gonna be like, why are you wearing a diaper? You're an adult. And two, how have you not figured this out yet? That's right. Babies and super old people shitting in their diapers. Bad vibes. Abandon them. Does that make sense? True. I'm calling my estranged dad immediately to apologize. Yeah, babies should get a real job like streaming, which no, they shouldn't, because streaming is very hard and not for babies.
Would never recover. I would need the help of every therapist in the world, I think. How do you just go on living a normal life after seeing that, dude? Also to be like, I never abandoned you for breakdancing. Now check this out. He then finishes his video by reading some funny comments that he saw on his daughter's TikTok.
My mom abandoned me as a kid to join a Renaissance fair across the country.
Oh wait, no, never mind. Sorry. He actually ends it with a separate clip of him breakdancing.
Dude, he just keeps getting cooler because he has another. We found out that he doesn't have one Bitcoin shirt, but 2 Bitcoin shirts, which is
of him
excellent.
Breakdancing.
Like, he has multiple Bitcoin shirts. He is so sick. God, I love him.
And like several people have pointed out already, going on Twitter to defend yourself, saying you're not a deadbeat dad, while encouraging your getting your Twitter friends? Oh my god. But going on Twitter to say you aren't a deadbeat dad to convince your fucking Twitter crypto bros to go and dunk on your daughter, that's probably the most deadbeat thing a dad could do. I'm not a deadbeat dad, my daughter's lying for attention. Absolutely wild series of events, dude. And I'm not gonna sit here and claim to know the inner.
I do love the ultimate deadbeat dad responded to him and was like, yeah, you're not a deadbeat dad, actually. Takes one to fucking know one, I guess.
Workings and details of a family that I do not know personally, but I just had to talk about this because I think that a dad bailing on their family for breakdancing is objectively hilarious. I think there is a bright side to this though. Some dads leave and you never get the real reason for why they left. But in this case, at least there's
streaming in a fake shiesty, streaming in a Dolce & Gabbana Razor collaboration shiesty that they sent me. Some of the more trials and tribulations. I know you're just memeing, but streaming is unironically one of the hardest things I've ever tried to do, and most people will never know. Yeah, I mean, but when you do make it, it's fucking pretty sick. So obviously, I objectively wouldn't trade it for anything else. Oh, maybe one day. If I get fucking... Honestly, I probably would quit streaming if if all of the problems that I speak of, if they ended. You know what I mean? Like, if we had, like, full-blown luxury communism or some shit, and no more war. Yeah, so to my haters, listen to me. If you truly want me to stop, if you truly wish that I would stop being a scourge on the internet, you know what to do. You'd become a gaming Andy with an average of 3K viewers? Nah, because I do objectively, there are certain games I love playing, like when the vibes are good and everybody's like in the chat and enjoying it and people are like enthusiastic about participating. But many games I really, really enjoy, and that's why I play offline. That's all it would take. You don't really have love for the game. 25 million bag right now. Would you stop streaming? Fuck no. Dude, this is so funny. People have brought this up to me before. Like, I would have had the opportunity to basically functionally do that if I went to like Kick or any number of different platforms. You know what I mean? It literally, that's basically it. No, there is no amount of money that would stop me. It's not, because it's not for the money. If it was simply for the money, I saw this 8 million follower TikTok account with a crazy take on your take, and everyone else in the comments were fucked up too. You know, I'm not lying because I love drama. Oh man, let me click on this. It's definitely real. Okay, how many fucking estranged daughters does this guy have though? You know what I mean? Because like this level of breakdancing it's pretty solid overall. Like, I like the enthusiasm. I like that he's doing it. But if he has more than one estranged daughter, I'm, you know, not good enough. It was a trick, by the way, chat. If we had full-blown communism, that would mean I'd be the propaganda minister anyway. So I would still be streaming of some variety. Let's be for real. Let's be for fucking real. That's right. Him not doing the Macarena during the Macarena is the funniest shit ever. Yeah, this is his own spin on the Macarena. Okay. I'm inclined not to be on the deadbeat dad's side simply because all the worst people are defending him.
There's closure, right? At least there's finality. At least you know why your dad left, and it's breakdancing. You never have to lie awake at night wondering why your dad left. You just have to lie awake at night wondering where your dad got that shirt. Where the fuck did he buy that? I think the only way to settle this whole ordeal is with a dance-off. If the daughter wins, Benihana has to burn that shirt. And if the dad wins, he has to burn that shirt. And no matter what the outcome, that has to go.
Okay, so Curtis is just being a hater, honestly, because that shirt is fucking fire. It's fire
Stuff
flames.
happened. I thought that was the end of the Breakdancing Dad saga, but I guess not. So first off, Benihana quote tweeted Elon's response from before. Wow, Elon just commented on my post. Love you, Elon. Thank you for saving free speech and civil.
I just got Hardlock and like a Dragon Infinite Wealth chapter in 12. I see no other solution than starting over. I had 70 hours. You're delusional. There's so many fucking auto saves and so many solid saves. That's crazy. You didn't save one time in that time frame. That's insane. I'm currently stuck on Dondoko Island. Well, not stuck. I've personally decided to be stuck there because it's so captivating. I don't know how to describe it. Dondoko Island is an island minigame basically that all of a sudden changes the dynamic of the entire game. There's no more turn-based combat. To be honest, this is the perfect time for Hasan to buy a really expensive button-up. Every day is a good day to buy an expensive button-up. Dondoko is Yakuza Animal Crossing. Wait, that's it? That's what Animal Crossing is about? Yeah, but it's cool and not gay because it's a Yakuza doing it. Yeah, catching bugs and like building an island. That's kind of sick.
Civilization. I don't think he did either of those things. Thank you for saving free speech. I love free speech, except when my fucking daughter does it. Also, Benihana posted another video to his Twitter. It's a half-hour-long response to his daughter's
Oh, but wait, there's more.
Response to his response to her original video. And he goes on to say that it's impossible for him to be a bad father because he has a bunch of home videos of him hanging out with his daughter.
Okay, so let's roll tape to see what childhood was actually like for my kids.
He then goes on to just post a bunch of childhood home videos.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
In this video, he denounces the people who are harassing his daughter. He tells them to stop, which is good.
I don't want anyone attacking or bullying Maddie.
And then he says that he suggested to fly out to LA to visit his daughter so they could collab.
I also suggested to her that after my response video, I could fly out to Los Angeles. We could then do a collaboration video.
Bro, this is so funny. Dude, oh my God, I love debate lords so much in situations like this from afar. He said he wanted to collab with his daughter. That's awesome. A collaboration video.
Sitting down together and hash out these issues. People would love that.
Oh my God, he wants to do a debate. He wants to do an IRL debate. Lex Fridman, get on this shit, dog. What are you doing? Doing lame-ass debate content between like about Israel-Palestine when you should be doing this you should be setting this up as a debate.
I said.
But like, my man, how do you not see that suggesting a collab before suggesting just a regular private conversation with your daughter to go through the problems you guys are clearly having within your relationship? How do you not see that that is a red flag in itself and pretty telling about your character? I really want to fix this relationship, but only if Elon Musk can see. And the rest of the video, he pulls up like a bunch of receipts and he scrolls to show all
I love that he's got the old man like large font
the
too.
text between them and stuff. And he claims that he's been helping her out financially, even like up until recently during the writer's strike that just took place.
So I agreed to pay her $250 per week while the writer's strike was still going on.
And you know what? He almost had me for a second. He almost had me on his side for a second. But then out of nowhere, he kind of went into this weird rant about how men shouldn't get married.
And when you think about it, it really makes no financial sense anymore for males to get married.
And then he says that his daughters were brainwashed by their mother, and that's why they feel that way towards him. There can't be any other reason. Girls can't form opinions and thoughts of their own. Women are evil.
Yes, Maddie was brainwashed against her dad by her mom for 19 years. That's true. In a divorce situation, the mother is the one.
I feel like this is, at this point, Elon is just cranking to this video. This is such a classic divorced dad video that, like, this is the most divorced dad out there. Shouts out. Elon Musk is probably watching this like, he's so right.
One who really ends up raising the kids. It's then the dad's job to provide the money. Meanwhile, the mom, the ex-wife, is with the kids almost the entire time, dumping all over the dad.
And if you think that was bad, just wait.
But now there's this other element. The kids are also being brainwashed into leftist woke insanity by the schools, starting in kindergarten, all the way through college and grad school. Girls in school are taught to hate men, to see themselves as victims of the so-called patriarchy. And they're taught that there are many genders. And why not consider changing your gender? The schools should be teaching reading, writing, math, science, and marketable skills.
They are. They absolutely are. How fucking Twitter-pilled do you have to be to genuinely think that kids have, like, gender homework? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, yeah, I've got woke math later. I forgot to do my estrogen homework. Fuck are you talking about, dude? This guy's so lost. To unironically be like, from a young age, girls are forced to believe in the so-called patriarchy. And literally right before saying that, he was complaining about how in divorces, it's usually the mothers who get full custody and the fathers are the ones stuck just paying for stuff. And it's like, dude, why do you think it works that way, dude? Why do you think it's been that way forever? Drumroll, please. The patriarchy, you dumbass. It's right, like he's so close to getting it, dude. This is like that Eric Andre meme. So then, in his video responding to his daughter about him being a weirdo, he goes on to complain about gender ideology and how the woke virus is infecting the school system.
There is almost nothing of value being taught in the schools. It's all political indoctrination into woke ideology.
Yeah, man. You aren't weird at all. But it gets even worse.
Don't send your kids to college or even to school at all. The schools are pure poison. Homeschool your kids instead. Then instead of wasting $350,000 sending your...
Dude, I get why he's like a conservative talking point machine, because he quite literally is. He is a conservative talking point machine. He wrote the talking points.
Kids to Harvard or some elite college. Just have your kids learn a marketable skill for free or almost free online.
That is such dog shit advice. They don't teach you anything of value in school. So just homeschool your kids, where you can teach them how to breakdance all day long. That is such a bad... Don't homeschool your kids, okay? Stop it. You know what happens when you homeschool someone? That shirt happens. If you show up to a public school wearing a button-up Bitcoin shirt, dude, you are getting bullied so hard, and that shirt's going to be in the garbage by lunchtime. So I think the public school system is good for at least one thing. And after he posted this video, Candace Owens quote tweeted it and said, "I honestly hope the relationship gets amended, but this happening publicly will foster a much needed societal discussion about divorce, male treatment, and woke society. The lefty daughter was brainwashed against her dad.
that he privately asked her to take down the video and she refused despite using his real name and therefore causing real-world harm to him with her lies is reason enough for him to publicly respond. And then his good buddy Elon responded to this video too and said, "Most people don't realize how much the woke virus is poisoning the minds of their kids. Better to take them out of school than allow Soviet-level indoctrination to take place." Dude, reading this shit is making my head spin. And not the breakdancing way, dude. God, everyone's such a fucking dork, man. And fucking Benihana quote tweeted it and said, "Thank you, Elon. I love you." And then again, thank you most of all for saving free speech and defending civilization. I said I love you, dude. I bet he never forgets Elon's birthday. But as insane as that video was, I gotta give him a few points because he didn't end this video with just a fucking random clip of him breakdancing. Just kidding. So in conclusion, I hope, in my opinion, anything that he said throughout his videos that could have been used to show that he was a good person kind of went out the door after going into that weird misogynistic, transphobic, stupid fucking rant for no reason. So Benihana, how about you stop the break dancing, you take a break from dancing, remove Elon's dick and balls and butthole out of your mouth, and then maybe you'll be able to communicate better.
And that's really all I have to say.
So I don't know how to end the video now. Alright, that's it. I wanted to just goof around, sort of silly style on this because I thought it was really funny. Don't send the daughter or the dad any hate or weird comments. I never want that to happen, so just fucking don't do that, please. That is not cool. That's not very b-boy to do that. Alright, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this little silly video, press a like button, because believe it or not, 1 like equals 1 spin I will do on my head. Oh yeah, leave a comment. Let me know if you want more silly, quick little videos like this, because this was goofy. This was fun. Press the subscribe button if you haven't already. Come on, do it. And as soon as you press the subscribe button, you become a valued citizen of Kurdistan.
Bro, what do you want from me, man? Brother, please react to the Turkish man's message from Erdogan. Kardeşim, can you please react to the Turkish man's message to Erdogan on Middle East YouTube channel? It is vital you address the video, brother. Brother, please react to the Turkish man's message to video on the Middle East Eye YouTube channel. Can you please pass this video on Hasan immediately, as it is imperative for him? It is vital. Like, what do you think me reacting to this is going to do? Yeah, it's a Palestinian in Jerusalem saying, you know, where is the fucking real red line? You have no real red line. You just all talk, no show, which is something I've been saying for literally months from the beginning. If I was able to change the Turkish government, or if I could urge the Turkish government to actually take action against Israel, well, the 700 times that I talked about Turkey's direct involvement in Israel and how all of the statements that they express, all the statements that Erdogan expresses are fucking bullshit, that would have changed the dynamic. Anyway, Ben Hart and I went to Dartmouth together. His father, Jeff Hart, was a mentor to me. Now Ben is embroiled in social media for fracas with his daughter. There are 2 sides to every story, and Ben makes some important points here as he shares his perspective. Watch. Damn, bro, he got Candace Owens on his side. And he's got Dinesh D'Souza on his side. This man stays undefeated. And he's got Elon on his side. He got all the best guys on his side, honestly. Not the breakdancing dad. I love him. What's my assessment on the situation? I'm inclined to not believe anything on TikTok. And the breakdancing dad is on Twitter. So he's probably being truthful. Whereas the TikToker lady is on TikTok. So she's probably not. Just kidding. Yeah, he seems like a fucking weirdo. I don't know if he actually paid for anything for her at all, but honestly, I don't know. One of your clutches from last night was Sea Dog, Iron Mouse, and
I don't have any fucking grenades left. God damn it.
20 seconds.
15. Yeah, 15, 10. It's 10.
Oh, this is me.
You just gotta hope that I think you might need to get him away from the point though, otherwise it won't show up, right?
I think the ship might kill him actually.
No, the ship shouldn't show up. Yeah, wait. Oh, it's approaching. It's approaching. Does that mean it's working?
Where is it?
There you go. It's there. Go.
It's here. Hasan, let's go. Let's fucking go! All right.
Nicely done.
Democracy!
I was playing offline, yes. Big streamers interacting with this exploitation feed like it's some kind of legit Truman Show for years, or torture, promoting its continued existence. Why did no one listen to my request for help? Wait, bro, I'm gonna ban you for your own safety. I think you're having a bit of an episode. I shouldn't have read that. You should look at his Twitter headline photo and you'll find your side. Is this one of your channels or Eclipse channel? No, this is one of my channels. This is an official channel. Here it is. Jake and Johnny Turn Me Emo. 268,000 views. Sitting pretty. John Oliver's full episode is on his official channel. They're posting at the moment it airs from now on. What? There's an important segment on IVF as well. Please stop 16 at all. All right, let's see what this fucking
What is the hardest
said.
job on earth? If you ask me, I'd say being a Marine. Okay, no, actually, one addendum. Being a pregnant Marine. But the answer might be a lot simpler than that. Many online think the answer might be being a streamer. This is real. This has been a conversation point on Twitter. We're going to talk about it today. Real quick, by the way, I'm so fucking mad at X.com. I went online today and I just saw somebody die in a car wreck. I had to follow Lois Pollo's TV because he posted that shit. I was like, dude, why are you making me look at this? And then if I don't look at that, I scroll the website for 5 minutes and I see the same fucking Mr. Beast video for the 800th time in a row. I like the videos, Mr. Beast. I'm just sick of seeing it. Why is it always getting promoted to me? God damn, I hate opening that fucking app, but I keep opening the damn app. I don't know why I keep opening it. Diatribe aside, we are talking today about streamers and how it might be a difficult job, possibly the hardest on earth. Why are we talking about this? Because this is what people, I don't know, people would do with their fucking days nowadays. I don't know. This is what some people do with their days. And it all started because of a clip from Hasan Piker, which I will just play out of context, and we'll get the context in a bit right now.
Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
Now, as you can imagine, this clip went mega viral. The viral to the effect of 10 million views. And in my 5-year career as a YouTuber, I've never made a video with that many views before. So that it is an impressive number in my mind. And it has led to a lot of hate, of course, a lot of conversation, maybe is not the best word to use for it. And of course, memes. A real job doesn't suck the soul out of you in the same way streaming absolutely will. Stay strong, Hasan. At least our souls aren't being sucked. Thank God I am not a streamer. And it is people putting down bricks. Because look, it hits a little harder than if you put what most people's jobs are, which is like sitting at a desk. That wouldn't hit as hard, but you know, I get the meme. And that's where the conversation stems from. And I think most people have an issue with the exact phrase of a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you, because I think most people would disagree with that. I think it does suck the soul out of you. But Hasan actually was talking about something a little different, which he articulated in the full context clip about social battery.
9 hours of constant performance and people pleasing taps you out from social scenarios. After 9 hours of that, I could probably do fucking physical labor. It would not bother me. But I can't fucking do more social shit. That's my point.
And this clip wasn't parroted alone by Hasan. It was also Asmongold who agreed with Hasan and said this.
You really think that's not true? I mean, you really think it's not true that after you spend 9 hours being investigated by thousands of people with every facial movement, everything you say, every word, with people constantly trying to disagree with you and fight with you, that's not emotionally, or sorry, like socially draining.
And I get the point being made here, and I feel like it's somewhat validated by the fact that this clip went so viral, and the 15 seconds of Hasan's 9-hour stream has basically led to 2 days of him trending on Twitter, at least every time I go on the damn website. But he seems to be taking it in decent spirits, because in reply to this video, what's harder than this? He said Twitch streaming, which okay, funny meme. But I wanted to talk about this as a streamer myself for almost 6 years now on how hard it really is. I'm kidding. I just.
Oh, God. It's just like, what's funny is you haven't even addressed this again since then. I know. It's just an opportunity for every single person to be like, look, guys, I'm a content creator. I'm really privileged. Like, yeah, dog, we all are. We all talk about it all the fucking time. It just annoys me because, like, it's such a fake fucking thing to do. It's just literally using someone who you're friends with, like being maliciously clipped out of context to be like, I'm actually one of the good content creators. I know how privileged I am. It's like, yeah, I do too. That's so fucking dumb. Oh my God. Like, it's like no different than what Muda did. He showed the context though. It doesn't fucking matter that he showed the context. It's just a way to just literally farm off the fucking drama. Whatever. Fuck it. Who gives it? It's just.
I don't give a shit about this conversation. Frankly,
yeah, no video for Nick Marks from Ludwig. You know, because
I think it's dumb, okay? Because I understand that I'm in a very fortunate position, and I'm in a fortunate position that I don't want to lose. So I work really hard to not lose it. But I don't give a fuck about telling you how hard I work. I just do that because I want to make sure the 30 employees I have still have jobs and that I don't get beaten out by the people who are a lot younger and funnier and more in touch than I am. Because, man, motherfucker, I'm getting old. People tell me every goddamn day. I like the spot I'm in. But I understand there's a lot of people who just outright fucking hate me or maybe an Asman or a Hasan or whoever because we are streamers, which, looking from the outside, we are people who make money by playing video games or watching videos or just talking about stuff. That's a whole lot better of a career and an upwards trajectory path than most jobs. And most jobs in America are like retail, cashier, places without as much upward mobility, places.
Abba and Preach also covered this and said you're from a family that is at the top 0.1% in Turkey because that's relevant. First of all, I'm not. So they're just fucking, once again, lying because they saw it on Twitter. Because it doesn't fucking matter. Because no matter how much I like offer context, it literally doesn't matter. He's just straight up fucking lying. This is literally what you said. He's just saying the same thing you did. I know. At this point, it's just like, it literally doesn't matter. How many death threats do you think Lug gets for playing video games? Like, what the fuck? How can you compare playing games to what you do on stream and these people have to deal with it all? It's like, it's odd that I have to just like sit here and be like, yeah, that's right, dude. Yeah, wag your fucking finger at me. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's just, you're right. A communist, hypocrite, fucking, This bums me out more, honestly, than random dumb fucks online that are just saying a whole bunch of shit about my family or whatever. You know what I mean? I said this already. The shit from Twitter doesn't do anything. It's not real. It's like mostly fucking bot farmed into oblivion, and it's like a right-wing shithole. It's when content creators who are liberal or have like a larger, broader audience, like an audience of real people, when they frame it in the same way that they see it off of Twitter, that is fucking, that actually does lead to real world shit. Never believed in magic until I saw my dog turn into a snake.
Where it doesn't feel like you have a path for 20, 30 years down the line. Places where it's really fucking hard to like juggle your job and then also saving up to buy a house and settle down, which is feeling like a more and more daunting task for most Americans. So I get it. If you fucking hate me, no problem. But let's ignore the top 1% of 1%, because that's what we are, frankly. And let's talk about something a little more interesting. We don't have to fucking feed into this dumbass conversation. Sure, streamers suck. Who gives a fuck? Ignore everything I've been saying in this video. It is me, Ludwig from the past, and I can assure
fucking slap. I got used like a fucking cum rag for a Rocket Mortgage ad, dude. Come on.
But there are a lot more streamers out there who do have it rough. And once you reach the 2,000th biggest streamer in the world, which is very impressive to do. 2,000. Imagine you're the 2,000th best computer programmer in the world. You'd be damn fucking good at your job. They make a whole lot less money. Now, you might look at this and be like, Ludwig, they're making $100,000. This is split over 2 years. So they're making $50,000 a year. Now, these numbers are a bit outdated. It comes from the Twitch leaks. But bear in mind, those Twitch leaks came from when Twitch was a bigger website. So arguably, the 2,000th biggest streamer, especially with the reduction in how much you make per sub, is making less than they were 2 years ago. It's about $50,000 a year, okay? $50,000 a year. Now, again, you do get to make your own hours. You do get to play whatever you want. But that is the reality, okay? And I'm not trying to fucking woe is me for somebody making $50K playing video games. But it does get even worse for some streamers. Specifically, today, it got a whole lot worse for a lot of streamers. Because they woke up and the website that they used to stream on, that they built their career on, that they made their community in, is gone. And that's what I actually want to talk about here today, which is the Twitch shutdown in Korea.
That's so whack. Oh my God.
You didn't know that shutdown officially happens literally right now, February 27th Korea time. It's February 26th America time, and that's how time zones work. It is officially shut down. Why?
Dude, come on, bro. Don't fucking farm me like that. Jesus Christ. That's lame as fuck, actually. Like, I thought he was at least gonna... Oh, yeah. For a good cause, at least? Yeah, dude. He's a great cause. He Franco'd you? No, Philip DeFranco at least did a honest, like he did the, what do you guys think at the end of it? But at least he did a fucking honest, like, he showed that it was, like, out of context and it's fucking bullshit, like, for the most part. He fucking threw me to the flames, posted a fucking Twitter, a fake tweet, said that, you know, we are so privileged, actually, which he's right, we are, something that I also agree with. He just said it was out of context, farmed me regardless, moved on to be like, look how nice I am, and then fucking flipped it over to something entirely different. and sold a fucking rocket mortgage ad in the process. What do you think of Asmus? I didn't even watch it. I didn't watch any of it. It's irrelevant. It's gonna be fucking go away in like 2 days, and people like only the dumbest losers of all time will constantly be like, "Oh, are you having a hard time at your job?" over and over again. Don't make him responsible for an already trending subject. It's kind of lame. I'm gonna be honest, because every new video that fucking gets uploaded like this feeds into it over and over again. And if you're gonna fucking talk about it, the least you could do is like, you know, be like, "This is ridiculous." It's like it kind of proves the point. I get why normal people, when they see that clip out of context, are like, "Fuck this guy." But I think that the other side of the story that I think at least is more interesting is how quickly something can turn into, from a whole bunch of nothing, if there's enough motivated people, how quickly something that is just like totally, utterly irrelevant can jump off. And you can't even say like, "Oh yeah, my social battery runs out," in comparison to a real job in the real world that is not as social. And I can't socialize adequately. Like, that's a fucking random offhanded remark. I just see content creators following the trend to farm views instead of having a little bit of skin and go against the current. Like, I'm not expecting people to go out of their way to be like, "Hey guys, you don't understand. Streaming is actually the hardest job of all time," because it's not. We are fucking insanely fortunate people. Okay? This went from a clip chimp from a no-post Reddit account to a 10 million view crap storm. Yeah, dude. Now, yeah, I hate workers' rights, guys, as everybody fucking famously knows. There were normie, non-political, small, mid-sized streamers who said they agreed with you and were inundated with hate. I think Lud saw that and made the calculation to go the path of least resistance. Just say at least it was clipped out of context. He did say that. Anyway, I fucking hate how every influencer been conveniently dodging your points about the astroturfing against you like 10 minutes after the part everyone clipped. Yeah, it's so crazy. I don't know. It's just like, whatever. And then motherfuckers will be like, "Oh, dude, you just can't take criticism." It's like, what do you mean? There's not even criticism in half these fucking videos. Like, people are openly recognizing that it is like clipped out of context while still fucking farming it. Anyway, just take it as flattery. They can't attack the mayor, so they gotta make shit up. Yeah, whatever. I'm tired, dude. I've done 9 hours today. Okay, my social batteries run out, guys. I'm gonna go work at the pump. Yeah. The new meta apparently is saying you only think sales and retail compared to streaming and all other jobs aren't as hard, by the way. That's so funny. Yeah, no, totally. That's definitely what I was saying. I would like every single person who fucking despises me to donate to some labor union strike funds. That would be nice. You would really show me. I, as a big capitalist, hate that. I, as a big capitalist, absolutely fucking despise that. So if you really want to cook me, if you really want to fuck me over, you should go and do that, you know, or unionize your workplace. I would hate that even more. You know what I mean? It's my least favorite thing is labor rights. I famously despise that sort of thing. I hate workers and I want them to have even shittier work conditions. I'd be so owned. So if you're one of those haters that's in here right now, you know, please, you will really, really upset me. Oh my God. Yeah, same goes for all the fucking, "Oh, I'm so privileged, streamers too." Because we are, and I do talk about that. Yeah, it's really crazy how every time this happens to other streamers, you are the first to stand up for them. When it comes to you, people just farm and kick your back in. You go out of your way. It doesn't matter. Fuck it. Who cares? All right, that'll be all for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I will be back tomorrow to do the hardest job of all time, as always. Peace.
People hate sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.